Killing spree for Fallen. They're going to keep this up. I'm even in trouble as well. Basic, not unable to get the final hit, but he moves on Black instead. Able to take him down 3 for 0, and Fallen continues the fight. Moves on to final, gets the triple kill. Triple on to Khan. The decimation, the Maniac. Is it the Savage? Yes, easy peasy with the first one in NACT. Best player on a killing spree now. Mark Peter plays the lead in the backside. Jules Kitty there as well with that Shadow Stampede, but the hook comes in. A double kill for best player. Can we make it a triple? Yes. Turtle says, wait a second, a lot of damage. Comes in onto Kai, takes him out. Next is going to be powerless. The hook just falls away from Pow, and luckily Zero is able to find Joybog there. And now Zero in trouble, taken out from Over Zane.
Super Shark very low. Zia is going to find both Ross with Blazing Duet from Sleep. Hoon finds Dino. Zio finds CDP. Coppola takes down Super Shark for a double kill. And Zia with the triple is going to find Sleep. Dirt Shaker goes down. Fried Chicken finds Demon. Yato finds Fallen. He remembers dropping. Mobazane drops down Tote Neck. Arvo very low. Falling engagement as well. A full wipeout as ISO takes down Arvo. Spree activated. 2 members falling to 1. Make that another falling, and Bloodhounds is just fighting it out. Coppola is going to find Fallen. Basic falls, Sleeps falls, Dino, and Bocarasco. Oh, look at the high he plays with the pathing. Thorn Rose, not enough. With the full team BTK stampeding around him, they will press him down. Oh my goodness! Zia steals the Lord from Mobazane.
Is down, traded for Coppola, and down goes CPR. They are trading kills. I don't even know what is going on anymore. Defend with 3 players left. Secures the kill onto Toinks, and you can see right now Fallen in a little bit of trouble. Appraiser's round takes down Powerless. Kai in trouble as well. Avalon cleaning up shop. Zero is not long for this world. Goes Avery. They aren't able to find a kill onto Magic. Oh, there it is. As I say that, here comes the burst. Uneven with the electrifying beats. Out comes the deadly catch. And down goes Zia. ISO finds a kill onto Cone. Maddie for you in trouble. Is he going to be able to get away? Coming in with that Mortal Coil. Myth looking for the red tree. Mobazane finds the Lord and the kill onto Myth from ISO.
Once again, moving on to Coppola here, looking for the finish. Gets the final shot. That's a godlike kill over the side of best player. Zia's gonna flicker in, double kill. Dino goes down, and best player continues the torment. Make it a triple, looking for the Maniac. Can he lock on? He's under the tower. He doesn't care. Bocarasco trying to get the outplay, but Zia takes the kill from his hand.
How is Novaria getting caught so close to Naruto?
Oh, wait a second, but they do get the catch. ISO able to take the tower. Fly Chicken a little bit of trouble. Possible Black Dragon, but wait, everyone's getting melted down. Yato picking up a kill. It's 4 taken away from Avalon, all for the price of none. Zia into the backside with the Blazing Duet, able to find Mobazane. ISO getting brought low as well. Fly Chicken trying to get out of here. Can he do it once again? Not strong enough. Neil flickers in and gets him. It's a trade. ISO picking up another kill though. Shark getting low as well. Yato flickers in and finds Shark, but taken out from Zia.
Blazing Duet dropping down. Merciless joining the party there low. DPR hits the decimation. Finds Avery. Gets a double. As he gets uneven. Gets DPR to a triple. As he finds Magic. A Maniac takes down Black. The co-alter to save him in the midst of the battle. Matthew finds Mikasa, unpunished, a counterplay. Regrets is gonna take down Myth. Kai is gonna take down Khan. Tyrant very low. Kai finds Matt for you. Another body drops. Regrets picks up a double. Finds Tyrant. Knights of Fate. They have the numbers. Trying to get into the backline. Does not find Demon though. He's able to get out of that range. Mark Cutie, a slight mistake at basic will punish. Takes him out. That is a 3 for none trade. Make that a 4 for none trade. As now falls basic, wraps around, picks up the kill for a double. Merciless, nowhere to go. He does have 0 well wrapping around. Good rotation from the Knights of Fate to punish the mobilization. Curse of Blood. Regrets is going to take down Sleeps. They get another. Copeland's going to find zero. Boco Roscoe taking down Regrets.
Meanwhile, in the back, trying to go ahead and hold him off. Kai, big penalty zone with the flicker there, activates the Colt Alter. Is that going to be enough? Down goes zero. And you can see Basic putting out the damage there. Yato with the cleanup there. Regrets in a bad way. T comes in, puts the damage on Regrets. Bomazane out to the back line, takes him out, finds himself almost the double there. No, he does find the double as ISO takes the tower. Does go wide, Joymaj gets taken out by best player. Now set his sights onto ISO, and another kill, a double for best player. Ooh, Zane trying to make them pay for it. Look at the taunting by best player. Recalls are out. Immortality for Super Shark has been activated. That's a complete wipe for BTK.
Cutie trying to find Basic. They can take out Basic. That is huge. Basic flickers through. They're not able to finish. No one's Fury knocks him up. Mark Cutie finds Basic in the backside though. Demon able to find Mark Cutie. It's 1-for-1. Make it 3-for-1. Area 77 finding the moment to strike. Franco, he's already taken a death. Bloodhounds looking for control over the pit as Kai and Zero waited out. The wall comes out. Mikasa dives in with the bravest fighter. Looking for looking to target onto Boco Roscoe there. Out comes the falling star moon, but Easy Peasy still takes Turtle. And Dino is cleaning up. Oh! This is what I'm talking about. He flickers in, gets the knock-up. ISO picks up Black. Mobazane shredding through under the tower. Able to find two before he falls down. Magic gets the shutdown, though.
A two-man flicker set coming out from Chicken.
Here comes Shark with the cutthroat onto the backside. Reckless tries to get the big push, brings everyone under the crystal. Zed comes in with that last insanity, finds best player. It's a little bit of response, 2-for-1 currently, but all their base is cracked open, and Milo doesn't stop. Neither does Mooney.
Zia is going to take down Sarbashi and are going to claim the turret in the mid lane. Picks up a double, finds Powerless a triple. If Mikasa's not careful, he's going in for the dive. Gets the triple. Mikasa responds from taking him down. Decimation from Kai is going to find who last standing from Milo. You are going to see the hard guard on the Tarzan, but Ice with torn apart memories for the denial will shut him down. Can't outhill this damage. T is going to claim a turret. Mobazane is going to find Basic. ISO takes down Demon. That is going to be a 3-for-none trade in favor for BTK. The huge save to keep their marksman alive. Zia picks up a kill off the assist, takes out T. Milo finds Chicken. Best player finds ISO. 4 members falling for BTK. Mobazane trying to fight out against a full team of TOB, but Zia, yet again, trumples over, takes the kill. A full wipeout as TOB now will push up the map. Knights of Fate, will it be Bloodhounds? All of them very low. Tyrants rage onto the wall. Zero takes down Dino.
tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that announces the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%, good luck to all of you guys, and especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait, sorry. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene, and I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Tefel, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up guys, I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, I'm casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors, BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. Bloodthirsty Kings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history. In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
Killing spree for Fallen. They're going to keep this up. I'm going to need him in trouble as well. Basic, not unable to get the final hit, but he moves on to Black instead. Able to take him down 3 for 0, and Fallen continues the fight. Moves on to final, gets the triple kill. Triple on to Khan. The decimation. The Maniac. Is it the Savage? Yes, easy peasy with the first one in NACT. Best player on a killing spree now. Mark Judy with Blazing Lead in the backside. Jules Judy there as well with that Shadow Stampede, but the hook comes in. A double kill for best player. Can we make it a triple? Yes. Turtle says, wait a second, a lot of damage. Comes in onto Kai, takes him out. Next is going to be powerless. The hook just falls away from Pow, and luckily Zero is able to find Joybog there. And now Zero in trouble, taken out from Nova Zane.
Shark very low. Zia is going to find Boca Rossa. Blazing duet from Sleep Hoon finds Dino. Zia finds TP. Copla takes down Super Shark for a double kill. And Zia with the triple is going to find Sleep. Third Shaker goes down. Fried Chicken finds Team, and Yato finds Fallen. He remembers dropping. Zane drops down Tokeneck. Arvel very low. Fallen engagement as well. A full wipeout as ISO takes down Arvel. It's reactivated. 2 members falling to 1. Make that another falling, and Bloodhounds is just fighting it out. Copla is gonna find Fallen. Basic falls, Sleeps falls, Dino, and Boca Roscoe. Oh, look at the high. He plays with the pathing. Thorn Rose, not enough. With the full team of BTK stampeding around him, they reverse him down. Oh my goodness! Zia steals the Lord from Nova Zane.
Traded for Copla, and down goes CPR. They are trading kills. I don't even know what is going on anymore. Defend with 3 players left. Secures the kill onto Toinks, and you can see right now Fallen in a little bit of trouble. Appraiser's takes down Powerless. Kai in trouble as well. Avalon cleaning up shop. Zero is not long for this world. Goes Avery. They aren't able to find a kill onto Magic. Oh, there it is. As I say that, here comes the burst. Uneven with the electrifying beats. Out comes the deadly catch. And down goes Zia. ISO finds a kill onto Cone. Maddie for you in trouble. Is he going to be able to get away? Coming in with that mortal coil. Myth looking for the red tree. Nova Zane finds the Lord and the kill onto Myth from ISO.
Once again, moving on to Copla here, looking for the finish. Gets the final shot. That's a godlike kill over the side of best player. Zia's gonna flicker in, double kill. Dino goes down, and best player continues the torment. Make it a triple, looking for the Maniac. Can he lock on? He's under the tower. He doesn't care. Boca Roscoe trying to get the outplay, but Zia takes the kill from his hands.
How is Novaria getting caught so close to Naruto?
Oh, wait a second, but they do get the catch.
When you find something in life that speaks to you, then you win that thing. 8 teams, the dream for each team, take their place on this trophy. Who's gonna win this baby and go on to M5? If you want to hoist this holy grail, then know this: you will never be forgotten. Now it's your moment. Come and get it. It lasts a lifetime.
It's do or die here on day 3, stage 3 of the NACT fall season. 3 teams will be going home today. Who will they be? I am Sina Lily, your host for today, and we are joined by our amazing casters, Private Dancer and Steph Weezy. How are you guys doing today?
Thank you for that introduction. I am doing great. Like you said, it's last chance for some teams here tonight, and who better to be doing it with? A little bit of a replay from last weekend. I'm joined here by Weezy.
That's right, Private. It feels like we were casting together just yesterday, right? But here we are, stage 3, day 3, and like you stated, some teams, this may be their last performance.
Yes, it may be their last performance, but let's run through the tournament format for today, guys. We had 96 teams join the qualifiers, but only 8 teams remain. The regular season has 3 stages. Stage 1 was single eliminations, and stage 2 and 3 will be double eliminations. All of these points will be awarded based on how each team performs. Points will tally up to show the top 4 going on to the semifinal and grand final in Los Angeles County, California. There we'll find out who our NACT champion will be. The champs will be representing us in representing North America at M5 in the Philippines. So, what's the bracket looking like for today, Weezy?
That's right, as we are now jumping into stage 3, day 3, kicking it into 3rd gear. Starting off in the losers quarterfinals, Avalon, AggravateOne's in Area 77 in a best of 3, and then we are going to see the NightHorde go up against Bloodhounds. Moving forward, the winners of each match will fight it out in the losers quarterfinals in a best of 3 to claim a spot in the losers semifinals.
Yeah, and it's amazing too because those brackets are a lot closer. A lot of the teams here today still have hopes of making it into the top 4. It's not all that they're fighting for. There is a prize pool that each of these teams are looking forward to. We can see right now an automatic $500 and 15,000 diamonds for every single person. As you move up to places, tonight we'll be competing to see who can add on to that. $1,000 and 20,000 diamonds for 5th through 6th place. 4th place will be getting $1,500 and 25,000 diamonds. But 1st through 3rd is where the big money is. $2,500 and 50,000 diamonds for 3rd, $5,000 and 75,000 diamonds for 2nd, and $10,000 and 100,000 diamonds for 1st place.
Yes, that's lots of money and lots of diamonds, but we also got a giveaway for our amazing fans out there. We've got the 40 giveaway codes on the screen. Be sure to put these codes in the link. We have a link in the description, so it's a redeem code link. You can get one of these permanent skins, the Dark Rose, Professor of Hell, Glass Blade, Space-Time Shadow. Get them in before you miss your chance. Which of these skins do you guys like?
Well, I'm going to have to pick up that Fire Chief for the Johnson, just so that every single time I activate his ult, I can make the siren sound while I'm playing. What about you, Weezy?
Well, I'll tell you what, my favorite skin is always the one I don't have, and that's currently all of them. So just redeeming my code and having a chance to get one, grateful to Moonton.
Yes, and now to the standings we go. Leading the pack, we've got in 1st place the Ohio Brothers with 200 points. Not too far behind him in 2nd are the Bloodthirsty Kings. Racking up in 3rd and 4th, Avalon and KnightsofFate. And knocking at the door, trying to pick the lock for the 4th spot, we've got Bloodhounds, and up close behind is Area 77. Then in 7th, we've got AggravateOne and the NightHordes, which are tied for that spot. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, our caster predictions. Just kidding. I voted for Area 77 here. Why did you guys vote for yours?
Well, for me, there was a reason, and I've talked about this a lot. There's a reason that Area 77 used to be #1 in North America. And it does seem like AggravateOnes have been learning that these last few weeks, how it feels to be at the top with the rest of the top in North America.
That's right. I'm right behind Private. Area 77, one of those teams that we've seen competing time and time again. AggravateOne's a little newer on the scenes, and I'm a man of numbers and statistics, and statistically showing Area 77 just did a little bit better this season.
Yes, statistically showing, that is how I voted as well. I based it on who I thought was doing the best at the time. So that's why I voted for those. Area 77. What about you, Private? Any more?
Well, I was about to say, like, it's been an amazing trip for most of them. Area 77, they've got a tough road ahead of them. It starts here against AggravateOnes, and this is the last moment for AggravateOnes to kind of maybe prove what they have in the tank here at the top for North America. It's been a frustrating ride for them here at the top 8. It's a lot of teams here compete, a lot of people in North America, and there's a lot of great teams in North America, but up here at the top 8, that's where the men are made. And I think we're going to find out pretty soon if they can kind of compete with the likes of the top 8.
Yes, we'll see if they can compete. But okay, and now for the real reason why you guys are here, we're now going into the draft for AggravateOne versus Area 77.
Now jumping into it, AggravateOne's in Area 77. Can't wait to see where this goes, right? Now, AggravateOne's, they haven't won a single series yet, so this is definitely going to be a chance for them to shine. Like we said, some of these teams are going to be knocked off today, and it'll be their last performance. This is the time where they got to kick it into third gear and get a victory and climb up the loser's bracket.
Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of talk sometimes comes, especially with how much trouble AggravateOnes. Let's not take anything away from them. Getting to the top 8 here in North America is not easy. We're talking about 64 other teams, probably of like, what was it, 120 teams total that registered. So they are still a skilled team. It's just that when you're facing, especially against a team like Area 77, who does compete in other tournaments as well, they've got the experience. Just last year, a year removed, they were considered one of the most feared teams. Even some rumors about them being able to dethrone BTK. However, as the scene has moved forward, there's been a lot of teams, a lot of adjustments, and a lot of flexibility that's happened to the meta. And we're going to see how well these two teams can kind of coexist and clash at each other. Like we said, this is do or die for these teams here tonight.
That's right. Make it or break it as we are now looking into the draft. Currently, AggravateOne's going in for the Uranus, going in for that Bruno, and then on the opposite side of the table, Area 77 going for a little bit of comfort picks against AggravateOne. You know, I've been kind of looking at their mage pool from some of the previous matches that we've seen them do in the earlier phases. Typically, they like to stick to the Eve or the Valentina, and you are going to see Area 77 ban out that Valentina to make it slightly harder for them in this draft. Now, I'm going to focus a little bit more on AggravateOne and what they have to do to kind of shut down Area 77. As we've seen, Area 77's been hit or miss, but sometimes dominant. Their last match was against Avalon, and even though they didn't pull it off, it was still a very close game, and a light switch flickered on. DPR over there, one of the first junglers to get a Savage in the NACT fall season with that Martis, so you're definitely going to have to watch out for him. But the one I'm kind of keeping my eyes on is Mark Cutie. In the gold lane has been a problem, so if AggravateOne can find a way to shut him down nice and early, that is one step toward a key to victory in Game 1.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing, too, about shutting down Martis early game. I mean, on paper, he's one of the hardest characters to counter. His Mortal Coil makes him immune to CC, to damage, so you can't even really put your hands on him in the early games. It looks like they're actually, and I'm wondering, does AggravateOne have a plan for it? Because they leave that open for Area 77 to pick, and we already know, you were just talking about how lethal DPR is on it. They're going to go ahead, as we've seen with most teams, they're going to center their focus onto that XP lane, just to make sure that there's that one lane that they don't really have to worry about. Picking up the Terizla, it is a smart choice, but like we said, you give Area 77 2 picks here and wonder where they're going to go with him.
Yeah, and already looking at the draft from Area 77's side of the table, right? We mentioned denying the mage presence for AggravateOne, the Valentina, and the Eve, and they banned both of them out. Definitely going to give AggravateOne a little bit of a harder time with that tank mage synergy. Can kind of read their strategy so far, and they're going to go in for this Claude as well to provide that late game damage, some mobility. But something interesting that I'm seeing is the Boxia, right? It's just been such a dominant force inside of the jungle this season compared to the last, and it's a strong pickup from Area 77. But on the side of AggravateOne, showing the cards a little early for the XP lane. They went in for this Terizla to be able to jump in, have that penalty zone for a possible setup. It works, right? I'm seeing a lot of frontline presence and heavy CC.
Yeah, heavy CC, and now on the side of Area 77, we've got kind of that anti-sustain with the Boxia pick. I usually kind of prefer Boxia a little later when it comes to the picks, because he does also counter those heavy magic damage dealers in the early game as well. We picked up the Claude. It's very interesting. I want to say AggravateOnes right now have a very team-centric composition. You've got that penalty zone to kind of latch on. Then you've got the ultimate from Grok to be able to kind of set up the entire team. So you've got a lot of team synergy there, a lot of AoE damage that can come out there. What we're waiting for is to kind of make sure that we have that sustained way to kind of pierce people down, that burst damage. It's going to take Beatrix a little long to get there. I want to say we'll take her to the mid game to actually reach that state. So what we're going to be looking for here is something that can help try to carry them through the early game.
Something interesting is the Gourd coming back, right? I can't wait to see where this goes. A little bit of that Mystic Gush. Maybe what Area 77 needs in this match, but something interesting that me and you kind of both talked about was the Martis being on the table. Now, when I'm looking at AggravateOne's composition, it's frontline CC. You got the Terizla with the penalty zone. You have the Grok with the Wild Charge. Both things that can delay a jungler from hitting that Retribution on those neutral objectives. If you run the Martis, though, like you stated, anti-CC. That is definitely going to work inside of Area 77's favor, and I'm not seeing it banned off the table so far. As AggravateOnes, they are going to go in for this Lapu Lapu, a possible problem for the Terizla pickup, just trying to have their XP lane win that matchup. But again, if you allow this Martis to walk, they may profit off. I mean, you're talking about DPR, who was one of the first junglers to get a Savage on it.
Yeah, but and then on the side of the AggravateOnes, I mean, you've got a lot of like singular picks out there that are prone to possibly getting picked off by an assassin. Claude, Gourd has to stand still while he's ulting with that Mystic Gush as well. So that could be you could be looking at something to kind of get in there very quickly to be able to take those out. However, then you have to kind of play devil's advocate, because on the other side, they can't hang around those objective fights a lot. They have to kind of pick and choose when they come in, try to get that retribution, try to escape again. And I don't think that Boxia, if we're looking at a jungle Boxia here, he's not going to have that same type of problem. He can hang out in the pit, he can take a lot of damage, he can decide when he wants to activate that, if he's going to be played as a jungle here. And then as we're putting in a little bit more CC on the side of Area 77, we're going to see Edith, who's actually kind of made a little bit of a comeback in the last few weeks, being picked up on teams.
Yeah, we have been seeing the Edith on the rise, and the Boxia, from what we're seeing, we can pretty much assume that it may be in the jungle position. So no Martis will be slotted inside of this game, even though it's still a possibility since they are flex picks. But just from what we've seen, usually we see the Boxia in the jungle. So far, looking at Area 77, you know, you mentioned the singular pickoffs. I mean, you do have that Gourd, who is stationary with that Mystic Gush, so could be a possible problem. Now, looking at AggravateOne, we're going to go ahead and see their jungler be slotted in. It is going to be the Lancelot. That does work. We're not really seeing the tanks a lot no more, but more of the damage build, and that's kind of what they're going to be needing, is a little bit of damage to close this out. Yes, he has some invulnerability as well, so when that Mystic Gush goes out, or the Primal Wrath from the Edith, he can negate some of that damage and also path through for the possible objectives. Now, I'm liking what I'm seeing from both sides of the table, and there we go, something we don't really see every day, the Lilia to finalize the draft for AggravateOne.
Interesting pickup of the Lilia. Usually I see her countering those kind of, I want to say, slow, sluggish tanks. So for Edith, yes, I want to say this is going to be a good pick for her. However, when it comes to Boxia, his mobility, Paquito, his mobility, you're going to have a little bit of a problem trying to land some of those doom and gloom bombs onto people there. We're going to see how well that kind of pays off. I want to say there might be a little bit of a problem from Gourd when he puts out that Mystic Gush. That's an opportunity for Lilia to come in there. As we're done with all 5 picks here, Wheezy, which composition are you looking at as a favorite here?
This one, see, Area 77's is hard to read. I would say I like AggravateOne because it's a little bit more traditional to what I'm used to seeing. But Area 77 is a little bit more creative with their draft as we are now jumping into game number 1 as we are on stage 3, day 3 of the NACT fall regular season. Right now, these two teams fighting it out. Somebody will be going home today, and somebody will be moving forward into the losers quarterfinals.
Yeah, this begins a very long road for Area 77 if they want a chance at the playoffs. This will be the first step of many if they want to keep those hopes alive.
Yeah, and now looking at some of the things that both teams are going to have to bring to the table in their matchups. We are looking at the mid lane pressure. Avery running the Lilia up against Jules Cutie on this Gord. The Gord who will be playing from afar and trying to get those Mystic Gush. The Lilia who will be up close and personal with those bombs and also with the black shoes for survivability. You're looking at both teams getting ready, prepping for that level 4 for the first neutral objective.
Yeah, nothing really surprising when it comes to the emblems either. I mean, a big mix there. Not a lot of speed, not a lot of tenacities out there either. So, I mean, just a good makeup for both teams. And it's going to come down to those rotations and execution. If anything has been shown in the past, it's that Area 77 has a great amount of that cohesion and synergy on AggravateOne. We're going to see if that pays off here as we have just a little tiny skirmish in the jungle.
Yeah, right now, when we are looking at the XP matchup, you are looking at Magic running this Terizla. He is going to be going up against the Paquito. He does have that Festival of Blood for some survivability, which means he will be able to sustain himself in that fight, whereas Merciless is not running the same, right? So I do expect him to kind of out-survive him when it comes to that Spell Vamp on the 1v1 matchup, and we're currently seeing that right now, as you are seeing Merciless at about a quarter of HP taken down, and Magic just being a little bit more dominant in that position. As long as he can kind of hold his own in that lane, he will be able to keep Merciless at bay.
Oh, yeah, we did have the Thorned Rose come out there to kind of negate that damage, but we're starting up at the first turtle. DPR trying to pull it to his position. A wall from Cartman didn't really help that situation here. We have the whole team getting lined up here. 3v3 in, comes Black down to 10%. Oh. DPR able to get that first turtle. Mystic gushes out with the flicker, but not able to get anything out of it.
That's right, and DPR able to claim that first neutral objective. As we all know, the little changes to the turtle, it's a huge XP boost for the entire team, and that is one step toward the right direction for the side of Area 77. With that XP boost, it may give Paquito a little bit more time to kind of outscale up against Magic in the XP lane, as we did see him having a little bit of a harder time with a lot of that HP being chunked down, and there it goes right there. Magic not even afraid to fully extend.
Yeah, and a beautiful knockout punch, and Merciless able to take down a Magic. Really underestimating the damage from that Paquito there.
My goodness, Paquito didn't even have execution. It just shows you just how painful he can be with one misstep, and that is going to give him the slightest advantage in the early game.
Yeah, and now we are engaging in the purple buff. I'm not even sure who got that. DPR trying to chase down Cartman and Black. It looks like Black actually lost that. So that goes over to Area 77. A successful engagement for them in an enemy jungle.
Yeah, you are going to see DPR pick that up. And speaking of DPR, he's already level 7 paired up against Black, who is level 5 right now. So he is scaling a little bit better, as we are seeing some of the items populate on the board as well. Looking at Beatrix, trying to get that Blade of Despair. Didn't even go in for the full boots. Just goes in for 2 Legion Swords, trying to get that first item, whereas Claude already one step closer to his core items, as he did pick up the Demon Hunter Sword. Will be able to chunk down those tankier opponents, such as Cartman on the Grok or Magic on the Terizla. One step forward, but still going to need additional attack speed to pull it off.
And that's usually the problem, though, when you... Oh, actually, as we're talking about that, Mark Cutie using that BMI to get himself out, and gets taken out by Uneven. And I was just going to say, I mean, sometimes it's a problem when you're going for that Blade of Despair because it costs so much, while the other jungler is, or while the other marksman has already purchased the Demon Hunter Sword.
Yeah, and right with that first death, but wait a minute, on the top side...
Yeah, Uneven a little bit of trouble. Taurus Pusins is going to go ahead and finish the job. Uneven gets taken out. A little pop-up from Gals Cutie. Cartman zigzagging his way back to safety.
Yeah, we'll go back to safety, but the skirmish in the mid lane. Magic not finished.
Ooh, Merciless putting on those dancing shoes, able to shake off AggravateOne's Magic and Avery. And now we're going to go ahead and start on this next turtle. Big pop-up comes on to Cartman. He's trying to get vision for his team. Mark Cutie comes in here. That is 3 members. Are they going to pull this out, or are they trying to get in the... Nope, they went ahead and reset the turtle.
Yeah, right now, cool, calm, and calculated from Area 77. Yes, they're up by 1 kill, but I'm just paying attention to DPR. He's still outscaling in the jungle, 2 levels ahead of Black as the battle in the Turtle Pit on the way.
Yeah, big pop-up. In comes DPR, capturing the turtle. We have the Mystic Gush from Jules Cutie, takes 1. DPR isn't finished. He's still trying to make Black pay.
Oh!
Backline, is he going to be able to get away? He is not. An uneven. Looks like he's next on the chopping block. We have Mark Cutie coming in with the ultimate. He's able to get out with the BMI. Just a great knowledge from Area 77 on what their heroes can take and when they need to retreat.
Right now, the lead is increasing in Area 77's favor. They're up by 3 kills, up by 3,000 gold, and 2 turtles for the additional XP boost for the entire team. And you're already seeing them make quick work of the turret on the top side and on the bottom side. Let's look at Merciless just proxying these minions, bullying inside of the XP lane. All he needed was that slight advantage from that early pickoff. And with the Bloodlust Axe that he just picked up, we'll have some additional spell vamp for survivability.
And what Area 77 is so good at doing and that we're seeing here is they don't even need to send for a gank to take some of these lanes. Their laners are able to win and push towers without that pressure. They can do it solo. As we come in here, Avery in a little bit trouble, has to activate those black shoes to get to safety. Cartman sitting there putting a nice little front line for his jungler, but DPR obviously not worried about it, trying to put some damage into this purple buff. We see Merciless onto the back end. Here comes Black. Are they gonna be able to get this purple buff? They are able to snatch it away from AggravateOnes, and now you have a 4v2 and they're still not shying away from this fight.
Yeah, right now, just taking advantage of the objectives. We'll be able to claim the bottom turret, open up the map even more in their favor. Right now, AggravateOne is taking a beating. They need to find a way to turn this around. You're looking at, even though Mark Cutie lost a life, he was able to make up for it from his team, having discipline and taking advantage of the objectives. With those turtles, with those turrets, Area 77 is leading the way in this game. AggravateOne needs to kind of throw off their synergy, find a pickoff, or at least find a trade for the objectives that Area 77 is claiming.
Yeah, very interesting there. We did see those black shoes get activated. DPR gets his 3rd turtle. Mystic Gush is out as well to help them with it. Actually gets the kill onto Black. Hartman gonna use that wild charge. Trying to get himself to safety. Is gonna have to use that.
Oh.
He's not done yet. DPR trying to put some damage on. Uneven in the back, trying to provide support. He is going to be able to escape. DPR dancing a little bit. Blazing duet in the mid lane. Avery might be in trouble. Doesn't have the black shoes. Mark Cutie gets himself to safety with that battle mirror image. And that is a mid tower for Area 77.
A mid tower and a turtle and a kill to top that off. Area 77 5-1, only 8 minutes in. Looking at the marksmen so far, Mark Cutie almost at 6,000 gold, 1,300 gold above Uneven right now. Was able to pick up the golden staff, does have the additional attack speed. While you're looking at Uneven only sitting with that Blade of Despair. Right now, just having an easier time scaling. Mark Cutie will be a problem if left unchecked. All he really needs is to build up some more core items, and we'll be able to burst down the team of AggravateOnes by the mid game if they are not careful.
Yeah, it is 1-5, a 5K gold lead for Area 77, and they are enforcing that will. There's really, there was a point where it was 4 members versus DPR, and they're still not able to burst him down, and that's a bad look right here at almost the 9 minutes, because as this game keeps on getting further, you're getting a tankier front line. You've got Mark Cutie, who is starting to farm up. He hasn't really gotten too many kills here yet. Claude can sometimes be on that little path where he can burst the team down, but is not able to get those kills. He kind of gets them low enough for the rest of your team to kind of come in there, and that's going to be more than enough for Jules Cutie on the gourd to come in.
Yeah, right now, with that 7,000 gold deficit, AggravateOne is going to have to play a little bit more passive now. They definitely can't win when it comes to the 5v5 engagements. They're going to have to wait for Area 77 to make a mistake. We got about 7 seconds until the Lord spawns in, and I don't think this is a battle that they're going to have to take. They may want to kind of translate this into taking a turret instead, as you are going to see Area 77 focus in on the Lord Pit, having such a great start now at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, at this point, it's almost like you want to push the lane, start macroing up, because team fights are just not where it's at when you have this type of deficit. 7K is a big ask this early in the game. You can see Area 77 bursting down that Lord. So smartly, AggravateOnes do not engage. They're just going to go ahead, try to clean up their jungle, and prepare for this defense.
Yeah, Lord has been bursted down, which will give him even more of the advantage than they already had, and now putting some pressure on the tier 2 turret for the bottom side.
Woo! Down goes Gals. A cutie uneven. Gonna have to use that flicker to get out of there. Cartman goes down to DPR as well. That is a 1-for-1 change on the top. Merciless putting some damage on the Black. Black is gonna have to get out of dodge. Merciless has been doing such a great job of pushing and becoming a menace in here. Magic in trouble. Gonna have to use that flicker to get out of that damage. Avery putting on the bombs to DPR. He's now backing up a bit. Still have Lord pushing down at bottom, but the focus turns toward the mid lane as Area 77 is going to make short work of that mid tower.
And now focusing on the last tier 2 for the top side, which will be bursted down from Marcuti, leaving AggravateOne with their inhibitors at the 10-minute mark and a Lord knocking on their doors. Wind of Nature was just picked up by Marcuti to negate the physical damage, and Magic hit by the Mystic Gush.
Over the map and where he needs to be to be that effective person he needs to be against AggravateOne so far.
Yeah, and right now, you know, at 11 minutes, Area 77, checkmate. They got him locked down in their base with only their inhibitors. Oftentimes, we see Area 77 dominate in the early game, but fall off in the mid, and I think that's what AggravateOne has to kind of bank on right now, as you are seeing the siege for that purple buff in favor for Area 77, just having such a great game. But now, where do you go from here, right? AggravateOne, they need to wait, play patient, let them push up these lanes and farm these minions to kind of catch up in the economy. If they can do that, they could possibly turn this around. Area 77 on the other side of the table needs to get this Lord, needs to play patient and push up and clear these inhibitors, as we are now looking at the gold difference. Almost 10,000 gold from Marcuti on this Claude, 7,000 for Uneven. He just picked up the Malefic Roar, which means he will be able to burst down the beefiness, especially from DPR running this Boxia, right? You see the Blade Armor. You also see that Radiant Armor to negate some of that magic damage provided over there by the Lilia. Not something that we have traditionally seen too often, but it will work, especially against that magic damage. But a request for a pause. This will be on the side of AggravateOne. 12 minutes, 30 seconds, 6-2. And an 8,000 gold lead for Area 77.
What I've been seeing here, and like to kind of carry and caveat onto what you were saying about what AggravateOne needs to do. Oh, we can see there too, just for you guys, so that we can calm the masses. A little bit of a giveaway code for you guys down at the bottom while we are in this pause. But what AggravateOne need to do is they need to be patient and they need to get those sets. They also need to not get caught. 90% of these engagements, Avery doesn't even have his ult because Merciless is coming in there with the Paquito, bursting her down to where she has to use the Black Shoes right away. So a lot of these tools aren't even available during these team fights for the side of AggravateOne. And Area 77 is capitalizing on this. They're able to go in. There's already 2-3 ults down, and they're able to dominate the team fights.
Yeah, just the tank mage synergy, and then also the rotation from DPR on this box is something that he kind of provides, jumping into that will and rotating around the map. He's just out farming AggravateOne, and that's kind of where it started, right? Able to get the first neutral objectives, also able to delay and deny the purple buff from Black, who's been struggling so far in this game. I mean, he's died twice, 1 assist, and hasn't been able to claim any of the neutral objectives, which put his team behind. With the new turtles, like we said, that 12% XP boost working in favor for Area 77 as they've claimed all 3 turtles so far on top of the 6 turrets that they currently have. So we can officially say AggravateOne, they have to just be patient. At this point, you don't have the economy, you don't have the farm to take the 5v5 matchup. Just wait for a possible solo pickoff and stay with your team if you want to turn this around.
Yeah, and they're also going to need to kind of find an answer for Jules Cutie into the back line. Like I said before, as long as you have your abilities up, there is an opportunity. Cartman can come in with the wild charge. You've got Magic to come in with the penalty zone, and then Black can work his way through the line, get to the back line, potentially take down Jules Cutie, which will be a big part of their damage. You just need to be able to kind of find it. You need to be able to not get caught by Area 77 before these fights start.
Yeah, and you know, something interesting to kind of mention is Jules Cutie, he picked up the roam on his boots for the magic shoes right there. I did just see him kind of slot that in alongside the Winter Truncheon to possibly bait out some of these ultimates and then pop that real quick to negate the damage, as we are going to go ahead and see Area 77 with little to no contest, take this Lord. And AggravateOne, I admire their patience right here, right? They can't push forward. They're going to have to allow this one to walk. They're on full defense right now, but the question is, can they hold off against Area 77? Area 77, typically through history, we've seen them at this mark around 13 minutes start to fall off and not be able to close out these games when they have all the neutral objectives in their favor. So if AggravateOne has a chance against any team to do this, it's definitely Area 77.
Well, yeah, and it does, especially when it gets to the 13 minutes. That is what a lot of the teams at the top, it's what makes or breaks like top 8 into top 4. Top 4 teams, they know what they need to do at the end and into that late game. Some teams before that kind of get a little complacent. They're in the lead, they start stagnating. At this point, you're allowing the enemy to get full items, and that turns it into like a 50-50 fight. Whoever wins the next fight could actually get away with a victory. We have to see if AggravateOne's, like we said, can be patient enough to allow that to happen without taking too much damage here. It's going to be rough though, because you're already tightening the choke here as Area 77 coming in. Lord up at top. You can see AggravateOne's doing their best to try to defend it. Mark Cutie getting those stacks. Able to see Black coming in, uses that BMI to get out of harm's way before it happens. Now we're focusing on mid. I like the slowness of it as we're gathering in. We're pushing out. AggravateOne, see an opening. Is that going to be enough? Cartman, very low. Is going to use that to get out, and now Mark Cutie diving into the back line. He's going to put the damage on, using that BMI to get out, and AggravateOnes are down 2 members. Cartman and Black went down. Mark Cutie finds a tower at the bottom. Area 77 Chill trying to finish it off. Up onto Uneven, but gets taken out. Merciless finds a kill, and Mark Cutie finds a kill of his own. There are 4 members of Area 77 and a complete wipe for AggravateOnes. This is going to be game 1 going to Area 77.
Man, what a beautiful game so far for Area 77. Textbook, cool, calm, and calculated, focusing on all the neutral objectives. Able to claim game 1 step closer to the losers quarterfinals. And I gotta say, it's looking good for them so far. For AggravateOne, we gotta mention, this team has not been able to claim a victory in any series so far, and this is gonna be their biggest challenge yet, and possibly their last performance if they do not win here. So, kind of breaking down what we've seen right there, right? Area 77, able to win in the jungle. The rotations were just unmatchable for AggravateOne. The Boxia rotating around, getting the neutral objectives, getting the turtle to boost up those side lanes, definitely started the way toward that victory.
Yeah, not just that, but when you create that pressure in the jungle, you force the side laners to come in and try to help. What that does is that means that the other laners, the enemy laners, are getting fed. And then as you started moving on to the 4th or 5th minute, they didn't even need rotations into those side lanes. The XP and the gold laners were winning their lanes alone and able to push towers without ganks. And that spells doom for a team sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, you already seen Mark Cutie. He picked up all those core items, right? The Windtalker, the Demon Hunter Sword, the Malefic Roar, and the Golden Staff alongside the Corrosion Scythe, just dealing massive damage and was left unchecked that entire game. Even though Uneven had a pretty solid KDA, overall, he was just out-farmed in that gold lane. I mean, I want to say around like 7 minutes in, we've seen a 2K almost, or 1K gold difference with Mark Cutie leading the way, and that just led from the economy and the neutral objectives being taken from Area 77. 15 minutes, 11 seconds in, and a victory. What are they going to do to turn this around? You know, as we are looking at the replay of what we just currently seen, the battle pushing through the mid lane and trying to close it out.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing is because you had that very thick front line from AggravateOnes, all you had was Jules Cutie in the back. Mystic Gush is off there. He's burning the entire team down as they try to protect these towers, and it just wasn't enough. You can see these people popping and going down. Gals Cutie sacrifices himself here. Oh, actually, I think that was an immortality that came up. Or no, he actually died there, but that allows Area 77 to come in, scoop up the rest of these kills, and then it's a complete team wipe, and there's nothing stopping them from actually pushing into the core. Now, one of the things here I want to talk about is it doesn't really show too much on the stats for Merciless, but as I was talking about it before, Merciless was around the battlefield, sticking onto Avery, finding Black, making sure that they expend these ultimates before a lot of these engagements happened. So he was doing just such a great job of making sure that these fights were over before they even began, that they were already down cooldowns.
Yeah, and just the itemization was definitely showcasing for the side of Area 77 as well. So it's not over. It's a best of 3. There's still time to kind of turn this around, as we are now getting closer and closer to the LA offline stage. And as the stakes are getting higher, so is the competition. And right now, Area 77 is showcasing they are ready for LA. Now, for AggravateOne, I like to see a little bit more in the early game, right? Put on some pressure. That game ended a little too early for my liking. All the turtles were taken from Area 77, and also all of the turrets as well. We didn't really see a point where AggravateOne had control of that game. So jumping into game 2, maybe drafting a composition that could take advantage of the early game could put a dent in the plan for Area 77.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard when it comes to a team that is out rotating you. And like I said, their lanes, even the matching in the lanes, you had a Terizla there against the Paquito. At one point, he was trying to push up into the tower, got surprised by Merciless, pushed into the tower, took damage, and bursted down immediately. So we have to be safer in those lanes. We got to make smarter decisions during the laning phase, or it's just, especially with a team like Area 77, that's just gonna domino into the rest of the game.
Yeah, domino, that's an excellent analogy right there. Just one falling after the other, and that's what we've seen with the objectives in that game, which led to their victory. And now, something that we kind of seen in the first draft, right? Area 77 was focusing on banning the mages from AggravateOne, right? We've seen them take out the Eve, we've seen them take out the Valentina, and they're gonna do it again, right? They've learned, hey, as long as we get that mid lane uncomfortable, we're good to go. Yeah, we saw the Lilia jump in there, but it didn't really have a heavy impact, which is how overly aggressive Area 77 was playing. And there it goes, the Valentina taken off the board yet again in the first phase of the bans.
Yeah, and it was really interesting to me through a lot of this with the placement is that we weren't able to find a lot of kills or even interact a lot with Gal's Cutie on that gourd to actually get into that back line, because I want to say that was a lot of the damage. He might not have had a ton of the kills, but that Mystic Gush, I mean, that's a ton of damage, a lot of true damage as well that comes out, and the team just wasn't, especially with the front line heavy composition like that, it's very hard unless you have a way to get to that back line. The tools were there, you had a lance, but the execution was a little off. Like I said, a lot of abilities used before these fights and these clashes even happened.
Yeah, now looking at the Bruno being banned out from AggravateOne, trying to limit the marksman pool from Area 77. I'm just looking at where you go from here, right? I wouldn't even say technically it wasn't really the draft. It's like you stated, the execution came into play for AggravateOne, but now looking at what we're seeing on the table, Area 77 yet again is going to go ahead and show their jungler super early. We mentioned in the first draft they picked up that Boxia, and you kind of stated, you know, probably would have slotted that in a little bit later in the draft, but it looks like they are comfortable just showcasing who they're going to run in that jungle position nice and early, and that is going to be that Fredrin. Something that Fredrin offers is survivability and sustainability when it comes to those neutral objectives. He's like a walking Petrify with the energy eruption, and he still can be flexed inside of the XP lane.
Interestingly enough, we pick up the Terizla. We don't have a Uranus ban out there, so he's actually still out there. However, Area 77 was very successful with that Paquito pickup. Like I said, Paquito would come in not only after he started pushing in his XP lane, he was able to rotate around, burst down the mage to where an ultimate would need to be used in the jungle to kind of make sure that the side of Black was having trouble in there as well. So, I mean, he was doing a great job with the mobility of that. I'm not sure if you go with Uranus here, because I want to say, like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. You might want to go back for the Paquito. We do have, oh yeah, they're going to pick up the Paquito. They pick up the Kaja as well on that side. So that's going to be a great displacement there to be able to kind of lock down somebody here. However, like we said, the tools on the side and how you use them is what really makes these compositions. And AggravateOne's taking your advice, get a little early game in there.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and throw in that Martis, right? The motor coils, a little bit of that anti-CC, maybe what they need. Now, I like what I'm seeing from both teams. When I look at AggravateOne, the Terizla, yeah, I didn't have the easiest advantage in the last game, and it was just a little bit of execution that was costly. He definitely got overconfident and then got punished over there from the Paquito, not even with the execution, like just the sprint and just knocking him out with some basic combos is all he really needed to do, especially with the additional XP boost that he was given from his team. But Teresa's definitely can be a threatening factor when it comes to the 5v5 engagements. But AggravateOne has to be able to scale through the times to have a chance to take those 5v5 engagements. If not, they're just going to be playing defensively the entire game, and Area 77 is going to try and close it out nice and early. So looking at this Martis, that can change up things, right? When you take these early aggressive play styles from a lot of the teams trying to lead the way in the early game, the Martis kind of denies that. He can rush in. As soon as you're low HP and he has level 4, you better run away, because that Decimation is looking for any and everybody. Uneven. Picking up this Claude provides some survivability inside of the gold lane, and we don't really know who he's going to be going up against. The last matchup we seen was the Beatrix up against the Claude. I wonder if we'll see something similar this game, but something else I'm keeping my eye on is the Kaja. Suppression is now on the table, which means they can pretty much grab up anybody on AggravateOne who does not have the Purify, which could easily help them win some of these neutral objectives or rotate around and get a pick off in the gold lane.
I'm not even sure Purify helps with Divine Judgment, does it? I'm pretty sure Divine Judgment doesn't it go through Purify?
Oh, does it go through Purify? I thought Purify was the only thing that went through it.
Well, we'll see here as we see Avery is picking up the Faramis. So now they're going to have that Nether Realm Ultimate. It's a Nether Realm Ultimate. I have to keep saying that to myself. It's no longer the Cult Altar. Nether Realm does help with the team when it comes to a lot of that sustainability, being able to kind of keep yourselves up in the fight. But it's when you use that Nether Realm, you want to use it towards the end of a fight. You can't just use it right at the beginning. And if that starts happening, you're basically wasting it. Not only that, but you're actually becoming a nuisance to your team, because you basically inadvertently put a root or a stun on your team when they start to go ahead and come back, and the Area 77 is going to know where they're at, be able to kind of put down that damage onto them. They're going to go ahead and pick up this Irithel as well. Great kiting ability from her, and they have the distance with that Farja pickup. So I like the composition from Area 77 right here.
Yeah, you know, and then AggravateOne, they have some answers, right? I mean, you have Uneven, you do have the Marksman, the Claude. To be able to get to the back line, especially with that Feathered Airstrike, makes you a little bit more stagnant in place. And possibly having a member that can go down there and cancel it out like a Blazing Duet could be an answer, or a penalty zone provided by that Taviza, as we are now jumping into game number 2 between these powerhouse teams, top 8 in North America. Possible last performance from one of them, Area 77 up against AggravateOne.
Yeah, AggravateOne, it is do or die time. This could possibly be their last match for the season. They're looking for at least a victory here to improve their chances, maybe even get that little bit of $100 for each little bit of a victory that they can get here. We're going to see a little bit of a skirmish here already, pulling a Gal's Cutie and bursting him pretty low. Yeah,
you are going to look at both sides revving up, trying to get to that first neutral objective. Double lethal ignition from the side of AggravateOne, trying to do a little bit more early magic damage. Spell Vamp picked up from that Tarizla to be able to keep himself alive in his lane. Now, the Paquito, right? Yes, he didn't have the Spell Vamp nice and early, but then he did pick up that Bloodless Axe to make up for it. But he was still able to burst down magic without it, and you're definitely going to have to play a little bit more patient this time around in the XP lane.
You saw an entire stack of quantum charges on Area 77, so they're going to be looking to close the distance and snatch up somebody from AggravateOne's quickly here. Cartman comes in, puts some damage onto Gal's Cutie, gets some vision on that bush as well. Jules Cutie now fighting it out with Avery at mid. 2 more members of the teams coming in here to provide support.
Yeah, and you know, I'm going to be watching Avery on his pickup as well. That Cult Altar definitely can keep the team alive when it comes to these engagements. The early game is where Area 77 kind of punished AggravateOne, and now having some sustainability on their side could keep them alive in these engagements. I really want to see how this first neutral objective goes, and if Area 77 will still have the same benefit from the last match. As you are going to see Cartman running on Skadita, did pick up the Arcane Boots. We'll have some magic pin nice and early to soak in and deal some damage.
Yeah, we're starting up on these first turtle. It's a 2v3, and we're at the top lane. You see Magic starting his early rotation to come down and help his team. That's 4 members of AggravateOne's. I mean, it's very hard, especially when you're going against a Martis. You're looking for some CC. We are engaging. Here comes the Feathered Airstrike trying to rain damage down onto the enemy team. Gal's Cutie gets picked off by Magic. Turtle is still up. Nether Realm has been activated for AggravateOne's. Merciless picks off Cartman, and the Turtle goes to DPR. DPR again. A great secure for Area 77, picking up a turtle and a kill.
Yeah, able to pick up turtle and a kill. Area 77 still finding the slightest advantage, but Magic will be bursted down by DPR to increase the lead even more in their favor.
Yeah, and right now, Area 77, it's just once you start getting rolling with them, they get the turtle, they realize they have the advantage, so they're going to press that onto AggravateOne, especially because now one of the bigger tools that the Nether Realm is out of use. But we have another engagement here. Big Divine Judgment finds its target, and down goes Cartman.
Cartman already taken 2 deaths super early in this game. Needs to be careful as he's given Area 77 what they're looking for. I mean, looking at the difference so far, Hawes Claws being picked up over there by Marcutie. When we're looking at the other marksman, Claude still hasn't really picked up a core item yet. Went a little bit more defensive and slowly getting there. There it goes, the Demon Hunter sword that we were looking for. Right now, they're still pretty much even in the gold lane, so I wouldn't really say it was one-sided, but time will tell. Right now, this is still anybody's match. Just going to boil down to execution and the rotation from AggravateOne to make the difference. Last game, Area 77 was just on point a little bit faster.
Down goes uneven. There's just a big problem right now when it comes to vision for AggravateOne. The only person you have for that is Cartman, who's going to be on the roam position, but that's a very squishy person to be checking a lot of these bushes. Big pop-up comes down. Goes Gals Cutie 5-2 as DPR finds a kill onto Magic. And that's going to go ahead and put the lead to about a 1K gold lead for Area 77.
Yeah, 1K already, 4 minutes in. That is a very big lead so far. Area 77 trying to repeat what we've seen in last game. AggravateOne, though, they're putting on a little bit more of a fight, but is it enough? We did see the spell vamp picked up, so that may be the difference. Magic over there trying to still fight it out up against Paquito. Merciless, who's just been punishing in that lane. He's already stripped off all the gold on that turret, but look at the turtle play.
Yeah, and this is the thing, too. I mean, you get vision on the turtle, but you already had your jungler at bottom. They're trying to find something. Marcutie gets taken out with a huge decimation. Jules Cutie's next on the chopping block. They're putting on the damage, going with the mortal coil. The ultimate is not enough to save her. And Black still chasing. He's not done yet. Gals Cutie finds an end to himself. DPR unable to find the damage on that ultimate.
And that's all you need, right? Martis could be the difference. We've seen it time and time again, bridging the gap in the early game from over-aggressive teams. Just like that, now tied 5-5.
Oh, DPR's in a bad way between 3 members. Big pop-up lands on him, rough waves, and he does not find an exit. Black cleans that up and is going to be putting the pressure into the enemy jungle, focusing on this orange buck.
Yeah, and now giving them the advantage, not only in kills, but also around the map, and just topped off in the gold lead as well. AggravateOne's a different story from game 1, finding an answer, finding their resolve. Black on fire, 4-0-0, and this all came within the last minute and a half. Did pick up that dominant size, a little bit of that anti-heal in his favor to kind of work against Area 77. But right now, I wonder if they'll be able to hold on to this lead, right? Area 77, they start to fall off toward the mid to late, and right now they're struggling in the early. This could be a chance for AggravateOne to take us to a game 3, but they gotta be able to maintain this pressure.
Well, and that's the thing is right now we have the pressure because of the early game advantage that Martis brings. As we move on, getting maybe into the 9, the 10-minute mark, the Martis is going to start to fall off. You're going to start getting a little bit more defense as we have. Blazing Duet is out for AggravateOne. Merciless tries to find the target. Is not going to be able to, but that means Area 77 has a clear window to take this tower.
Yeah, and with that tower being taken, both teams are now even across the map, but a huge play on the top side.
I'm not sure what happened to Gals Cutie. It looked like did he flicker in the wrong direction? Actually got into AggravateOne's little target range there. Black able to pick up the turtle here. Magic dealing damage. DPR looks like he's in a little bit of trouble. Magic finds the kill there, and Marcutie and Jules Cutie gonna go ahead find an escape.
Yeah, and Merciless now trying to get back, but Avery's not gonna let him recall with ease. Is able to extend that distance, but looking uneven, just trying to probably use the BMI across into the lane. Do they get the kill?
Oh, Merciless still able to find the kill. AggravateOne's misjudged the damage they were going to be able to dish out there and got stunned up under the tower.
Yeah, got stunned up and definitely punished, but Marcuti to make up the difference. 2v1 onto Uneven. Marcuti will pick up the kill.
Yeah, and unfortunately in a bad way, in between two members of Area 77 there, not checking the bushes there. And that's what I was talking about. Just a little bit of trouble here when it comes to vision on some of these bushes. We don't really have that big of a front line. The only person that could possibly do it is maybe Magic. Maybe Cartman could throw an ability into the bush where he's not hard at it. As we talk about that, Marcuti almost gets caught up. Petrify goes out. Cartman's trying to find an escape. Galscutie and Marcuti giving chase. I'm not sure if they're going to go too deep into that. They just wanted to push AggravateOne's back.
Yeah, and definitely pushing them back, not trying to give them any more advantage than they've had already. 7-7 so far, 8 minutes in, slowly transitioning into the mid game, and so far it's pretty even. Area 77 was able to claim one more turret at their disposal. The Lightning Truncheon being picked up. Marcuti picking up a kill on Cartman, and right now you are seeing the battle possibly on the way in the mid lane, just showing some signs of aggression, and this is definitely going to be costly when we jump into the mid game. But I wonder, right? Area 77, they are known to be a little bit more of an aggressive team. As AggravateOne, they're kind of known to kind of play back and be more defensive.
Well, I mean, right now it is a little bit in the favor of AggravateOne. While it is a tie game, 8-7, about 26k gold for both teams, Black still has an advantage, still 4-0, while the kills on the side of Area 77 are split up just a little bit more evenly. So they don't really have that one highlight reel player on their team right now just yet. We're moving into this first Lord. You can see AggravateOne doing a great job picking up the position here, but here comes the entire team of Area 77. Conceal play comes out. Galscutie comes in with a divine judgment on the Avery. And here comes the damage. Julescutie and Merciless find a kill for each other. A big penalty zone from Magic comes in. Marcuti finds a Black and down goes DPR. Right now it is 3 deaths on the side of AggravateOne's. Magic in a bad way trying to fight off 3 members. He finds a kill but dies himself. There are 3 up for Area 7. As I say that, Merciless finds a kill onto Uneven.
Wow, a lot to kind of break down right there, but Marcuti still alive, 5-1-2. Gonna be a problem. He was able to kind of pick up a couple of those kills in that skirmish, and the Lord is still intact for anybody to grab. Right now, you are looking at a little bit of a difference when it comes to the marksmans, right? Uneven, not able to find a kill, but able to deal a little bit of damage for the engagements, but it's just not enough so far. As right now, Area 77 staging and pulling the aggro for a possible Lord play, but don't count AggravateOne out yet, right? They have Black, the Martis 4-1-2, who could be the difference if not careful.
Yeah, Lord is down to about a third health. Big pop-up. Cartman goes down to Merciless. They actually might be in a good way. We have the Netherrealm that has been out. Uneven finds a kill onto the Lord. So AggravateOne find themselves a little bit of an advantage, but now they need to make an escape. You see Area 77, they have not given up yet. They're still trying to put the damage on. They want the kills here. They want to make AggravateOne's pay. Magic gets taken down by Julescutie, and AggravateOne's find a kill onto Merciless.
And, you know, it's funny. Usually you see a tank kind of protect the backlines, but Marcuti and Julescutie just rotating together. Both backlines getting it done, dealing a lot of damage. We're able to pick off Magic as well. I mean, you're looking at a goal difference only by 1,000, but, you know, strength comes in numbers, and it's definitely showing right now. Target prioritization. Julescutie does have the Lightning Truncheon combination to be able to deal a little bit of that echo damage. When you are looking at the mage, Cartman on the other side, speaking of Cartman, Rough Waves on his way out of there, but a contest on the Lord for the bottom side. It doesn't even look like it's going to be able to push into any of the turrets for Area 77.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing about the position that Area 77 is in. They tried to find a gank on the Galscutie. Galscutie able to use that dash to get out of it, and that Lord basically just free gold for Area 77. Doesn't even make it to a tower. We do have the enhanced minions out, though, so they might be able to find something at mid. Still trying to put on the damage. You see DPR coming around to the side. They're trying to protect it, but that's going to be a down tower at mid.
Yeah, Cartman picking up that Divine Glaive. We'll be able to do that additional magic damage in the late game, but is it too late, right? Looking at Marcuti, looking at his KDA, 6-1-4. Merciless right behind him at the 5-1-5. Immortalities are being built up right now. Black picking up his first.
Ooh, and now we use the Nether Realm. That's going to be one that we don't have later on in the fight. And as we see that Magic gets caught up in a Divine Judgment. Black tries to come in. Avery goes down with that ultimate from DPR. Uneven on the side. It's going to try to make his way out. And he gets caught between Gals, Cutie, Jules, and Merciless. And down goes Black. There's only one member, actually two, because of that passive on the Faramis. Avery is back up. So there's essentially only two members for AggravateOne to try to defend these pushes.
Yeah, and right now, Area 77 making the most out of their time. Will push up the mid lane, take the tier 2 turret, may be able to get the inhibitor as well. Avery and Cartman left for the denial, will be able to clear out those minions just in time. We are now 13 minutes in. Area 77, though, able to kind of find their resolve toward the mid game and turn this back around in their favor.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate because AggravateOnes, when it comes to these team fights, they just don't have the damage. They have the sustainability, but that doesn't keep you in the fight for that much longer. That just means you're going to be able to get bursted down. You come back up with that Nether Realm, but you're not putting on the damage where it needs to be. Avery and Uneven, I mean, you can see it from the stats right now. 1, 4, and 5 for Uneven, 0, 3, and 8 for Avery right now. The damage is just not coming out for the team.
Yeah, definitely need to pull your punches. But speaking of punches,
yeah, Gals Kitty gets caught. Rough Waves comes out, but it doesn't even one-shot him down. Merciless comes in with that knockout punch and gets himself to safety. They're now trying to look for a good position here, but you have a Luminous Lord coming up. Look at the positioning here for Area 77. Black takes a little bit of damage, a little bit of a hello there from Marcutie to go ahead and ward him off. And DPR going to go ahead, start baiting out this first Lord, or the second Lord.
AggravateOne in position for a possible contest. They have the vision, but the stun on the Black.
Yeah, Black goes down, and that's going to set the pace here. That means they do not have a retribution. The entire team, they need to, yeah, exactly. They need to lead back up, maybe clear out their jungle a bit so that they can go ahead and get ready to defend.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscalculation. Black was a little too far without his team behind him to kind of have a chance in that engagement, and especially as a jungler at around the 15-minute mark, you can't be picked off that easily, right? You need to have a game plan when you're rushing in for these skirmishes.
Oh, Merciless. I mean, and this is just the confidence that he has right now with how far ahead he is. Against 4 members, goes in there, gets a little bit of shielding as well, but fends them off. Now you have all lanes pushing for the side of Area 77. Lord crashing down at mid. Cartman gonna try to get himself out as Jules Cutie rains down the damage. DPR looking for the front line. He's on the back.
Oh,
comes Magic with the penalty zone. Is it gonna be enough? I don't see that Nether Realm coming out just yet. Magic gets taken down. Marcutie doing a great job of bursting him down. Merciless finds a kill. On the backside, you see Avery go down to Marcutie. Cartman, this is gonna be a wrap, a clean and easy sweep for Area 77.
Yeah, nice and easy, right? Textbook yet again from the aliens. Area 77 landing on Earth's surface and making their way into the losers quarterfinals, taking down AggravateOne in a very smart fashion, right? I don't think they're a little bit of a harder time in game 2, but overall we're still able to take majority of the objectives. Yes, they had a little bit of mistakes, but they made up for it in the mid game. And AggravateOne, it just looked like their synergy was off toward that mid to late game, and they weren't able to take advantage of what they claimed in the early.
Well, and this usually kind of comes down to me, especially when you pick a support roam like Kadita out there. Yeah, you're going to have the damage, but they were well behind because what was really punishing them was the vision, especially there at the end where you talked about it. Black rotating, got caught and picked off. And that's, I mean, that has to come out with the vision that you're giving your team here as we take a look at some of the stats.
Yeah, looking at the stats so far, a 15-minute game, 25-12, but I'm looking at the kills. Merciless 7, 1, and 6, having a great game, but Marcutie yet again, almost doubling that, 11, 1, and 8. The marksman for Area 77, showcasing his skills and getting ready, possibly, for the LA scene.
Yeah, they are trying to keep hope alive. We take a look here at the replay. You saw the feathered airstrike coming out and puts out that nether realm early, which means that as this fight continues, they're not going to have that in there. And Magic getting bursted down. And here, we're already 2K behind, and down comes the Appraiser's Wrath to basically burst down a lot of AggravateOnes. And it was basically a wrap after that. They were just caught picking them off. And this kind of comes with that communication for the side of AggravateOnes. There needs to be a call out there when you're so far behind and you're getting taken out like that for everybody to retreat.
Yeah, now looking at the post-game stats, right? Rich Guy going in Marcutie, 904 gold per minute, and also the carry with the most damage dealt, sitting at 71,000 DPR, eating a lot of that damage over there with about almost 138,000. Jules Cutie, though, the forgotten one, with the most assists, sitting at 17. Overall, a great performance. AggravateOne showing potential. Maybe next season we'll be able to see them shine a little bit more if they stick around or maybe rotate around other teams. But Area 77 looking very promising as they make their way forward in the loser bracket.
Yeah, they're trying to keep hope alive for their hopes to get into the playoffs. This is a very long road that they have ahead of them. Step one is beating AggravateOnes, and they did it very, I want to say, stylishly. They checked all the boxes they needed to, had a very dominating performance. Merciless and Marcutie had some great games with them to be able to kind of take down and pick off the targets that they needed to go for. You can see here from that first game to the close of that first game, a complete team wipe on AggravateOne side. And then here's what we're talking about. We take out that nether realm very early, Jules Cutie on the background, and then you're gonna see that big Appraiser's Wrath come down. Now, DPR dies for it, but he bursts them down enough to go ahead so that the rest of the team can basically take down 4 of them before AggravateOnes can even realize and try to get out of the way.
A great performance from Area 77. Speaking of great things, let's go ahead and move on to our host, Xena Lily.
Yes, amazing plays by Area 77 as they dominoed their way to victory. Our MVP is the damage-dealing Marcutie. Tell me what you guys think of our MVP, guys.
I mean, we were talking about it here. 11, 1, and 8 in the last game. 3, 1, and 5 in the game before that. I mean, we've talked a little bit about how the meta shifts and how marksmen are so important moving into the mid and late game. Marcutie showing how important that role can be. Don't want to say that he shifted the tide for Area 77 because they were already winning, but definitely putting in that last nail.
Yeah, putting in that last nail in the coffin for AggravateOne. And Marcutie, I think it was well-deserved. He's been a marksman that we've been kind of keeping an eye on in plenty professional tournaments and also prior NACTs, and he's been a problem, especially when his team thrives in the economy. That's where he really shines, but he's also one of the few marksmen that can shine in the economy is not in his team's favor, so definitely going to have to watch out for him as we progress through the loser's bracket.
Yes, Marcutie had been an amazing marksman out there. I loved watching his gameplay and the way he just dealt so much damage, just jumping right in, and killing them all. But what do you guys think of who would be second place for MVP in your book?
That definitely has to go to Merciless in my book. While the kills weren't there in the first game, like I said, he was executing his plan to perfection, going against the mage, making sure that she used those ultimates before the team fights were even happening, was even able to find Black rotating late in his jungle. And then the last game, Merciless had a huge impact, a ton of kills, only behind the marksman, of course.
Yeah, I can't agree with you anymore. Like, Merciless has been a problem in the XP lane. He's matched up against that Terizla, and we thought, hey, it wasn't going to work in his favor, especially he didn't have the spell vamp needed, but then he picked up the Bloodless Axe. His team got the slight advantage on that turtle, and he just knocked him out. A clean sweep for that first early kill to get the slightest advantage for Area 77, and he was literally right behind Marcutie when it came to the scoreboard.
Yes. What do you guys think that AggravateOne could have done differently to make it in their favor in any way? Like in the first round, they fully got dominoed, like you said, but what could have they done differently for that?
Well, that's an issue when it comes to the top 8, especially for AggravateOnes, especially for new teams in the top 8. It can be difficult when there's a lot of those mistakes that you make that usually you might not get punished elsewhere, but here at the top 8, things like vision, things like rotating without checking a bush, we saw a lot of that. There's little fundamental problems that end up, as like I talked about dominoes, that they add up and they add up, especially if you don't fix them by the mid or the late game. Yeah.
Well, we've got a NightHorde versus Bloodhounds up next, guys. These two are trying to make a comeback to see who will prevail. We'll be back in a bit.
KnightsofFate, will it be Bloodhounds? All of them very low. Tyrants rage onto the wall. Zero takes down Dino.
Tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship, and you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT Fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%. Good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Right. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene, and I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Tefel, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT Falls, all of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up, guys? I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors. BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. Bloodthirsty Kings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history. In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
KnightsofFate, Philippine Bloodhounds, all of them very low. Tyrants rage onto the wall. Zero takes down Dino.
upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%. Good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Right. Hi everyone, I'm Atarna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene, and I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Phil, and here's the thing: we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up, guys? I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors. BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. Bloodthirsty Kings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history. In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
KnightsofFate, will it be Bloodhounds? All of them very low. Tyrants rage onto the wall. Zero takes down Dino.
Upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara, wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship, and you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT Fall Season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%. Good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait, sorry. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene, and I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LLBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Fel, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT Falls, all of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up, guys? I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors. BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. Bloodthirsty Kings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history. In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
KnightsofFate, Philippine Bloodhounds, all of them very low. Tyrants rage onto the wall. Zero takes down Dino.
Welcome back, guys. Sorry for the delay, but we are ready. We know the timer said 8 minutes, but we just couldn't wait. We just wanted to jump right in because we want to see what our predictions are. Just kidding. Let's look at our caster predictions to see where we stand in our guesses. My choice was in Bloodhounds. They did take a match from the Ohio brothers. That's why they are the choice for me. But what about you guys?
Well, I mean, it's no surprise there. Yui going for the NightHorde, but the story tonight is about a lot of these teams that have a very close chance of still making it to the playoffs in Los Angeles.
Yeah, and you know, I'm just a numbers guy, and right now Bloodhounds on paper, we just see them doing a little bit better. And also, if we take a little bit of a rewind, they did go against each other in phase 1. It did end up 2-1 in Bloodhound's favor, so I'm not going to count out NightHorde too much, but definitely you are going to be looking at Bloodhound having the slightest advantage.
Yes, they may have a chance here. We never know with these games, right? You would think last season that, you know, the Ohio brothers was going to take it. DTK came around and showed them that they still have what it takes, right? So in this one, same thing might go. Bloodhounds and NightHordes. NightHordes, they come back.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting. Both of these teams have something here to prove tonight. A little bit more so, like I said, for the Bloodhounds. They did get beat in the last weekend. They got beat by was it the Knights of Fates? No, it wasn't the Knights of Fates. Or I'm pretty sure. Well, they got dropped down here to the lower bracket. They're looking for a way to get back here. And if they do well enough here, there is the possibility of there being a 3-way tie for 3rd and 4th place, which is really interesting. It just depends on how well they do here and in the rest of the night.
Yes, we shall see now, guys. And now the battle is going to begin between NightHordes versus Bloodhounds. Let's get it started.
That's right, as we are now jumping into the second series of the day, Bloodhounds and the NightHorde, best of 3 in the losers bracket. Now, looking at the NightHorde, they haven't had the easiest ride, similar kind of to AggravateOne. They were like a little bit above them by able to take a victory in a match, but they're still struggling to win a series so far. Bloodhounds, they've been on a rocky ride, some ways working in their favor, but others being their demise. Like you mentioned, Bloodhounds is a team that has a chance to have a seat in Los Angeles, but in order to do that, they have to take down NightHorde and climb pretty high on the losers bracket. So this is definitely going to be one of the hurdles they have to jump. For the NightHorde, though, even though they've had a little bit of a harder record so far, they can be a gatekeeper to hold Bloodhounds back from going to LA.
Yeah, and when we talk about some of these players here, the big news, especially last week, was a lot of these roster changes. A lot of new faces for the NightHorde. When you change up the rosters there, you kind of lose a little bit of synergy. You have sometimes a little bit of issues when it comes to your rotations. Bloodhounds, they are kind of going with the same roster that they had before. Last week, they had Sir Bossy in for the roam position. Now we have Coppola back in. So we're kind of, I want to say, back where we were before we took the break for IESF, where these guys, they know each other, they know how they play, and they know how to execute their game plans during it. A little bit of a focus for the NightHorde onto that Valier that Boca Roscoe has been using to a great result here in the NACT. And then on the other side, Bloodhounds have taken out the Fanny and taken out the Kaja.
Yeah, and you usually see Bloodhounds take out the Ling against the NightHorde as well, so I'm wondering if they're going to kind of repeat what we've seen in Phase 1 when they went against each other. And honestly, the bans are pretty much the same. The only difference here, though, is that Bloodhounds decided to ban out Kaja instead of the NightHorde. If not, that would have been all 3 bans from the last series when these two teams fought out. But they're going to go ahead and go in for that Franco. That is 2 roams with the ability for suppression, which will lead a little bit of an advantage if you do want to run with an assassin playstyle.
Yeah, interesting here. We take out both suppressions on the side of Bloodhounds, which tells me that maybe we are looking for a little bit more mobility on our team, somebody fast, maybe even possibly a Joy jungle, something that's going to be able to kind of dance around that you don't want to get nailed down with that suppression from Franco or from Kajan.
Yeah, and I'm going to kind of be keeping my eyes on that, right? I mean, when we're looking at Bloodhounds, we've seen them run the Fredrin, we've seen them run the Martis in the jungle. NightHorde taking out that Martis. It was picked up 2 times against them when they were going against the Bloodhounds last time. So it's a little bit of respect bans and homework and kind of patching up those wounds from the first series when they fought each other. Now Bloodhounds going to go ahead and pull out this Valentina, right? That's going to provide some draft pressure, meaning NightHorde's going to be a little bit more cautious on the heroes they slot in, considering Valentina can use any ultimate and profit against you that you slot on your team. I think it's a good pickup from the Bloodhounds, but there's still some answers. We like to say when there's a Valentina you're going against, you can either pick all heroes that she profits on to overwhelm her, or pick no heroes at all that she can profit with.
Yeah, it's not surprising that we start off with a comfort pick for Boca Rosco. Get him on something that he's going to be good with. Prioritize that, because in some ways, Boca Rosco is one of the top and highlight players for the side of Bloodhounds. You still got Easy Peasy, who's also gotten a Savage on when he plays a jungler. Coppola's taken home an MVP as well. But Boca Rosco has been, I want to say, one of those just standard throughout all of the games. He's always one of those mage players that even when his team loses, he doesn't take a lot of deaths. He's usually an outstanding and a class act for his team.
Yeah, he's definitely been a problem, right? He's not a new face in the NAC. We've seen him compete in a lot of professional tournaments. He's been a Supreme Mage as well, a wizard in the making. So when left unchecked, he can be the difference in closing out the game in the Bloodhounds' favor. But speaking about closing out the game, they're wasting no time. They're just jumping through this draft. Looks like they already have a game plan. Dino, or at least the Bloodhounds, are going to slot in the Uranus for some survivability, right? We've seen the Uranus be a problem, pretty much the unkillable, able to kind of rotate around the map. I mean, we've casted even just last week together. We've seen the Uranus go inside of the base, eat up all of the minions, and not allow anybody from the opposite side to farm, and it made the difference. And then, looks like they're going to showcase their marksman up against the Bruno by slotting in the Melissa.
I was actually going to question, does the Melissas go away outrange Bruno's auto attacks? I'm not sure how that works, but I mean, you're still going to have an answer for that go away when the going gets tough here. We're looking for that last pick for the NightHorde here. They've got the tankiness, they've got the real burst damage in that Bruno, and now we have a good setting potential on their side with that Eve pickup.
Yeah, and you know, the Eve is usually slotted in not for the damage, but for the utility, like you mentioned. Able to provide that slow to the team, control an entire zone, especially for the neutral objectives, or rotating around and getting that pick off that they're looking for. Now, they are going against the Valentina, not just any Valentina. This is Boca Rosco, one of the more known mages in the North American scene, so they will have that manipulation on their side also. And just looking at the ultimate stat Boca Rosco could choose from, I'm definitely going to be going in with that Eve. So far, with the first picks being slotted in from both teams, they have answers. Now, I do want to see, you know, I'm asking the same question as you with the Bruno going up against the Melissa, who has a little bit more of that range in the gold lane. But for Sleeps, and the same thing for the marksman for Bloodhounds, and the same thing for the marksman for the NightHorde, the Bruno and the Melissa, they both got to worry about the same things. Where is the mid laner going to be? Where is that manipulation going to drop down? Positioning is key for the gold laners.
Well, not just that, but you're going to be able to have to watch out for that yourself as well. Boca Rosco going to be able to use that IMU to take that away from them. And honestly, from the composition we're looking at right now, it looks like that's pretty much the optimal path to go, to take that ultimate. You don't really want the Appraiser's Wrath. You're not going to be taking enough damage to really kind of set that off more. And then the Worldy from a Bruno. I mean, you're still going to have the physical damage. Your magic damage gets turned into physical damage when you use that IMU. But I mean, when you're talking about what you'd want to use here, the priority definitely goes to that real world manipulation. Looking for one more ban on their side. Looks like we took out Bane and Boxia on the side of the NightHorde, and Bloodhounds going to focus down on those assassins.
Yeah, I mean, taking out the Hayabusa, they went against Hayabusa up against NightHorde in phase 1, so just kind of looking back to the past and saying, hey, this worked last time, let's try it again. The Hayabusa was a little bit of what gave them a cutting edge, but let's not even give them the opportunity. And I like what I'm seeing from both teams. Honestly, it's research, it's homework, and it's looking very promising. Now, something that we did see when these two teams fought against each other was the Bloodhounds twice out of the 3 games they played picked out the Grok in the roam position. So I'm wondering if that's going to happen again. And the NightHorde actually picked up the Minotaur in the last series that they played against each other, but they didn't pull it off. The Bloodhounds was still able to close it out with the Grok, and also, but this was the difference was they had the Valir on their side, but the Valir did get did get banned out on this one, so that's not going to give them that advantage. But nonetheless, it's very similar to what we've seen last time. It did go to a game 3 though. This was the only team that the NightHorde actually pulled off a win against, and I'm not talking about series, just a win in terms of a match. So it's still anybody's game. It's just going to boil down to execution.
Right here, what we see on the side of the NightHorde with that Minotaur pickup, we've got an insane amount of CC, and that's what I'm trying to look for from the side of Bloodhounds. We need some type of CC. Uranus, great job of being that tanky frontliner, but he doesn't have peeling. He doesn't have CC, and here, yeah, and now we're starting to pick up that CC. We're gonna have the wall. We're gonna have that wild charge. We're gonna have a little bit of slow coming from the Leomord, and then, of course, when he activates that Phantom Steed, you're going to have a little bit of slow and pushing from that as well. So good pickup from the side of Bloodhounds to kind of even out this composition.
Yeah, you know, the Grok was something I could have expected. I mean, we've seen the Grok, like I said, 2 out of the 3 games they went against the NightHorde. They pulled out the Grok, and they only lost 1 against them. So I want to see where this goes. The Leomord, I like to see it, right? The Phantom Steed could be the deciding factor to possibly pull this out. Not too many teams have been running the Leomord, so I'm always excited to see things that we don't watch every single series, especially everybody out there in North America. We love seeing new heroes just jump in and mix things up. So speaking of mixing things up, 2-2-1-3 combo, we are going to go ahead and see the last pick for the NightHorde being the Paquito.
Yeah, and really interesting too is that NightHorde just has an insane amount of CC here, which is very interesting. You've got that big burst damage from Matt4U on the Paquito and Jolie on the Bruno. So, I mean, I do like the composition here. However, what we've talked about and what you talked about a little bit before is that when it comes to the execution, sometimes some of these teams can be lacking. We need to see if NightHorde has closed some of those gaps, if they are able to kind of take advantage of a very impressive lineup that they have here.
Yeah, and you know, with this being possibly their last game, they have a lot on the table that they need to showcase today, right? NightHorde hasn't had the easiest ride, but may be able to change it near the end as we are now jumping into game number 1 of the losers bracket. Currently watching Bloodhounds going up against the NightHorde in a best of 3.
Yeah, best of 3, and if whoever loses this match will be finding themselves an early exit from this NACT, and we're going to go ahead and start things off here. Going to have a typical start for both of these teams. You can see both roams kind of hanging around the mid, trying to get that vision, trying to put that support, but let's take a look at some of these emblems.
Yeah, you are seeing a lot of the emblems being slotted up, a little bit of variety all across the board, some Impure Rage, some Quantum Charge. You know, you see that triple tenacity, though, for the side of Bloodhounds to be a little bit more sustainable during these fights. But what I'm going to be keeping my eyes on is the rotations, right? I mean, you've seen both junglers start on the same side of the map, which means they are going to be clashing over here toward the XP lane here eventually prior to this turtle spawning in.
Yeah, and you can see already Dino doing a great job cutting the lane, and now he's going to go ahead, create that pressure for Myth right now. Is he going to be able to pick that up? And it does look like he's able to get that orange buff, but now we're starting to clash out. Easy peasy comes in there, throw some damage on Matt4U, a little low. Dino's chasing him down. Are they going to be able to get the kill? Easy peasy finds and delivers the damage. In comes the Phantom Steed, trying to put the damage on the Reckless, who's trying to escape. They're not going to be able to find the kill. But man, what a start for Bloodhounds.
Yeah, and able to draw that first kill to give them the slightest advantage in the XP lane. But on the bottom, the 1v1 matchup, you are looking at Sleeps, you're looking at Jolie showcasing their pressure in the gold lane.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do too, is kind of keep that pressure on the Bruno in the early game, because once you get to the mid game, once he starts landing and getting all that crit, he's going to be basically throwing planets at you with the damage that he causes there. A little bit of a skirmish here. NightHorde do find themselves an escape, but it's going to open up and set the tone for this first turtle fight. Dino going to go ahead, zone out the rest of NightHorde. Reckless in a bad way is going to have to expend that flicker. Dino's not taking screwing around. He's going to try to chase down, but is not going to be able to find the kill. Meanwhile, on the other side, easy peasy finds the Bloodhounds a first turtle.
You know, and I like what I seen right there, right? Even though Dino wasn't able to get the kill, I admire the pressure by forcing them back into the mid lane to create the opportunity for easy peasy to take a Lord with little to no contest, and already showing promising things for the objectives for the Bloodhounds. The NightHorde, though, they gave that up. We got to see how they will respond. They need a trade, or they're going to find themselves in a deficit.
Yeah, and that's going to be the problem for them. And that's what we've seen so much with a lot of these teams, is once they get that ball rolling, it's very hard to kind of counter it out if you keep on making the same mistakes. Right now, things not too far out of their hand, but a a little over a 1K gold lead so far for the Bloodhounds. Myth and Dino fighting it out here, trying to punish him. Dino in here, and Myth is going to go ahead and find his escape. I'm not sure if Dino was actually able to get that minion.
Yeah, and you are going to look at easy peasy, picking up an item. Both teams currently just waiting for a mistake to happen, but Bloodhounds being a little overly aggressive, right? Gonna go ahead and proxy those lanes. I mean, look at the team synergy. A 3-man rotation trying to help out Sleeps any way they can, but they're now shifting over focus into the jungle, right? They're trying to delay the farm from the NightHorde. They already had the advantage of taking the first turtle, but it looks like they are trying to climb on more objectives super early to take advantage of this game.
Ooh, we got 2 men in there. It looks like NightHorde kind of sensed something off. Bokarasco's gonna come here. 4 members about to land onto Myth. Phantom Steed is out. Big pop-up onto Myth. Here comes the real-world manipulation. It is not enough to save him. And the rest of the Bloodhounds are just taking it to the NightHorde. They claim 1 kill, and they're gonna chase off the rest.
Yeah, able to get a kill. Didn't even get phased by the Minoan Fury and a manipulation used against them. Just showing you that Bloodhounds is comfortable. I mean, look at Sleeps already chipping a lot of that gold off that turret, and nobody there to stop him. Copla in a great position, stopping Reckless, stopping Jolie from getting to Sleeps. He was able to get all the gold off that, which is going to lead in the economy. They're already up by over 2,000 gold.
And what I like to point out there is Copla doing such a great job of making sure that Sleeps had vision there. He was going ahead, ticking away at the tower, and Copla up at the top lets him know, hey, NightHorde is coming. Let's go ahead and back off there. And that's what kind of separates a lot of these teams and what kind of allowed NightHorde's jungle to be invaded there. There's nobody in those bushes. There's nobody kind of checking and forcing them out. And you can see here, next turtle on the way. NightHorde looking to try to contest it. Not sure what we're going to be able to do. There goes the turtle. Easy peasy, gets that very cleanly.
And that was just a difference of retribution, right? Myth was in position to take that away from Bloodhounds, but just showing easy pieces a little bit quicker for those objectives and on his battle spell. But look at Dino all the way on the opposite side of the map, providing the pressure with this Uranus.
Yeah, he's doing that, and while we have a cutting a lane for Matt for you, so he's trying to match it up. We're gonna see as we start getting into these fights how much pressure that we can get from either of these. The tankiness from the Uranus or that damage that comes from Matt for you. And we do see this Myth actually still able, despite having his jungle invaded, still able to pick up that buff. Dino in a little bit of trouble, does get a pop up there, but that's a tanky boy. And we're only at the 5-minute mark, and he's already able to tank the damage from 3 members of the NightHorde.
I'm kind of keeping my eyes on Matt for you. He's just sitting there in the tier 2 turret right now. I'm wondering what's going on. Maybe talking to his team, but they're definitely going to be losing in the rotations. On the top side, though, Sleeps is going to go ahead and clear out these minions. You're looking at Myth rotating to the top side for the denial. You are going to see that Guardian's Barrier drop down from Copla, though, trying to help proxy the lane. 2-0, Bloodhounds up by about almost 6,000 gold. We are only 6 minutes in. Oh, big wild charge.
Big wild charge comes out there. Phantom Steed follows up. Bokarasco finds a kill on to Reckless as well. And Myth, this is not something he's going to want to be a part of. He does find a little bit of damage there, but this looks like, oh, was he actually able to get that? No, he wasn't. That's going to be an orange buff stolen from him as the marksman for the Bloodhounds finds another tower.
I'm just looking at Matt for you. I'm just going to move from the tier 2 to the mid lane and just, kind of wait around. But right now, Bloodhounds is not waiting at all, applying that pressure and taking this match in their favor. So you are seeing the clash in the mid lane.
Yeah, Matt for you comes alive with a little bit of damage, but not before the Bloodhounds come in and clean his clock. Now we're seeing the damage from that Melissa. Sleep's doing a great job. Bokarasco finds a kill onto Myth. Real world manipulation from Bokarasco is set down to off the escape of the NightHorde, and we're trading some kills there, but easy peasy finds, is that a triple kill for him? Sheesh.
Not just a triple kill, but a 1 HP escape and a wipeout against the NightHorde. 9-1 for the Bloodhounds, took the mid lane, and now I'm going to take the tier 2. Overall, a dominant performance so far. Bloodhounds trying to claim their seat in Los Angeles as well. NightHorde needs to find a way to turn this around, but the bigger this league goes, the harder it will be to kind of close that distance. I mean, we're only 7 minutes in, and you're already seeing such a huge gap, even in terms of gold, up by about like 1,400 gold in the marksman lane for Sleeps. just dominating on this Melissa. Bloodhounds, very comfortable so far.
Yeah, 7K right now for the Bloodhounds. We're only at the 8-minute mark. Now we're engaging at the mid. Reckless goes down. That's a tank that you no longer have. Myth follows suit, falls to the ground as we are continuing on the pressure. Oh, Copel actually in a little bit of trouble. Here comes a real one. Inflation takes him out, but not before Dino able to put the kill and find himself a double.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. 8-0-5. For the jungler of Bloodhounds, showcasing a Leomord and the Phantom Steed at its finest right now. A stallion in the Land of Dawn, as you are going to go ahead and see him pick up this Lord for his team. With that Lord being in their favor, they will be able to push through and possibly take some of these tier 2 turrets. The NightHorde trying to find their synergy, trying to find their composure, but is it too late?
Yeah, right now, especially now, you can see how they're going against a Dino. Phantom Steed comes out, easy peasy on the back line, takes out Matt for you. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath from Myth, does not find a target. Dino actually taken really low on the side, sleeps, finds the flank, putting on the damage. Kola finds a kill. Sleep next onto Myth, finds a kill as well, and down goes Reckless and Saku. That is a complete team wipe for the NightHorde.
A complete team wipe and domination from the Bloodhounds. Another wipeout within the past 3 minutes. That's 2 wipeouts for the Bloodhounds, and now with the Lord crashing through the mid lane and the inhibitor taking some serious damage, Bo Carrasco eating those hits. They're risking it all. They are going to be able to open up the base for the NightHorde.
Yeah, that's a Bo Carrasco tanked a few hits just to ensure that they can get that down. They're not looking to mince words here. They're looking to close this up at the 10-minute mark. Phantom Steed is out. Dino comes in to tank the damage. Big pop-up onto 2 members of the NightHorde. Saku finds a kill onto Dino, but 2 members of the NightHorde are down. 10% left onto the core. That's going to be an early game for the Bloodhounds.
10% onto the core in 10 minutes. At that, a great finish for the Bloodhounds for game number 1 in the losers bracket up against the NightHorde. A one-sided story to be able to close that out, and a fast finish at that. Now, Bloodhounds definitely getting comfortable, trying to get ready to book their ticket for Los Angeles, but they still got another match to go. Looking at the NightHorde, right? Gonna take a little bit of a second and break down what I kind of seen. First of all, Matt, for you, I'm not sure what was going on right there, but he looked like he was trying to book his flight to LA in the mid lane for a second in the middle of playing, but you can't do that, right? So for game number 2, when we talk about keys of victory, definitely stay in your lane and protect your lane at all costs to give your team that advantage. That made the difference, but overall still, the synergy, even when Matt for you was there to fight it out, was just huge for the Bloodhounds to take advantage of. They took all the neutral objectives, they claimed all the turrets, and were able to close that out in a 10-minute mark.
What I like especially about the early game is Easy Peasy and his knowledge on the Leomord. It was basically a race for him to get to that level 4, and as soon as it happened, he was absolutely dominating here. We can take a look at the stats here. 9-0-9 for Easy Peasy. I mean, I'd love to say I'm surprised, but I'm not. Easy Peasy has been a dominating force here for the Bloodhounds, even able to get a Savage on Martis in days past, and a great job. Even Bo Carrasco there sitting at 4-0-9.
That's right, and now a little bit of a blast from the past as we look at what led to this one-sided story. Dominant finish from the Bloodhounds for game number 1. The push through the mid lane and what led to the full wipeout for a closeout. You're looking at Bloodhounds just comfortable, right? They know they have the advantage. They are already up by 6 kills. Mind you, this is only 7 minutes in, and Easy Peasy with the huge Leomord play with that Phantom Steed for that triple. Gets out with 1 HP, almost gets bursted down right there, but able to pull it off. And that's what we love to see, right? Your non-traditional picks that we've seen so far in the North American scene work in your favor in a great gameplay.
Yeah, and no surprise here, Easy Peasy takes the rich guy and the carry. Sandbag going to Myth, and Forgotten One for Dino. Damage, most of the stats in the hand of the Bloodhounds here, except for that damage taken, but that doesn't say much because the NightHorde were on the back foot most of the game, only able to get out 3 kills. It was domination from the opening minute and then closing it out at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at the Turtle Lord turret combination, right? 2, 1, and 8 over there from the Bloodhounds. 0s all across the board for the NightHorde. So that's definitely gonna have to be something we watch out for. Now, I want to kind of keep our eyes on Dino, right? He was running this Uranus. we've seen Uranus be a problem time and time again in the NACT fall. We've seen some teams try and find answers for it instead of just banning it, finding a possible counter. One of those was the Dairoth that me and you saw last week slided up against the Uranus, and the Dairoth actually did a little bit of damage to make it work, but not too many heroes can go toe-to-toe with the cutting ability and the sustainability that the Uranus provides.
Well, it wasn't just the Uranus, it was the fact that the entirety of the Bloodhounds set up for that early game. Immediately, Dino went in to cut the lane, and from the opening minutes, you had 4 members of Bloodhounds in the NightHorde jungle. Immediately, you had Uranus there who had already built up his stacks from cutting the lane. Then Easy Peasy finds his first kill, immediately gets himself his ultimate, and then was able to dominate the NightHorde. And from there on out, it was just the NightHorde could not catch their breath, and that is just a huge in part to the Bloodhounds and the pressure that they were able to exert.
Yeah, I like to say pressure, right? It either bursts pipes or makes diamonds, and right now they are flooded in diamonds. May be able to buy the most expensive skin in Mobile Legends after that performance. You know, looking at the prize pool, speaking about diamonds, there you go. First place getting that $10,000 cash prize and 100,000 diamonds. But I like to start at the bottom, right? 7 through 8, $500 and 15,000 diamonds. Everybody wins in this situation, no matter where you fall at on the prize pool board. Another cool factor about this is the first ever NACT where you get money just for winning a series. That's right. Every series that a team wins is $100 in their pocket.
Yeah, $100 in their pockets, just to give them some incentive throughout a lot of these matches. As you move on to 5th and 6th place, they're going to be getting $1,000 and 20,000 diamonds as well. 4th place gets $1,500 and 25,000 diamonds. These prize pools have been getting bigger and bigger throughout every single time we have another season, and all these players have something to walk away. This is the first time, and that's what I really kind of appreciate about the prize pool, is that this season, everybody's walking away with something in their pockets.
Yeah, not even just the players, the casters as well, man. We get a trip to Los Angeles, California. I'm excited about that. I know everybody out there in the audience is excited as well. Hopefully you guys can go out there and meet, myself alongside Private Dancer, probably catching some waves on our off time from casting, but also getting to see 4 teams make their way into the offline event. The first time ever that we have done this for North America.
Yeah, if you guys don't know that, in the description, you guys can find out, get your tickets now for that LA event. In the description of this stream, click on it, reserve your seats, get everything ready, because there is so much going on in Los Angeles there. But right now, guys, we have a little bit of a giveaway for you, the 40 codes for you guys. Redeem, we have in the description of this, there's also a place for you guys to go ahead and redeem it. You have the Dark Rose, Professor of Hell, Glassblade, Space-Time Shadow, Fierce Dragon, Major General, Spear of Bone Dragon, and Fire Chief. 40 giveaway codes, try as fast as you can. There's a ton of viewers, so I mean, fast fingers will get you that money. But like we were saying, LA gonna be a huge event. A lot of people, there's a huge community in Los Angeles as well. So this is going to be, I think they said, double the seats. So it's going to be a huge crowd, and I am super excited about this.
Yeah, double the seats, double the competition, and I can't wait to see where it goes as well. I mean, we even have casters on the desk who are out of California as well. You've got Eunice out there, you've got UA representing from that area, and we get to step over there and meet them, and some members of the community as well. But something else that is exciting is to see who's going to represent us for North America, right? What it's all about. Who will take that additional step and showcase what North America represents as a region in M5. I can't wait to see where that goes. Nonetheless, speaking of the offline event, it is in Los Angeles. The path to M5 2023 NACT fall season. Definitely mark this on your calendars and book your tickets. I'm booking mine as I'm currently reading this right now, but nonetheless, 4 teams to go out there, and that's what we're going to be figuring out today. Who can climb up that ladder and hold their spot in the top 4? We know pretty much from what we've been seeing so far, BTK and TOB, the powerhouses, always making a way into the offline event, whether that's going with Outplay, TOB, the Valley, BTK, usually the same familiar faces, but this time around, with 2 more additional teams, can change the entire dynamic.
Yeah, it was a huge event even last season. There was even some Filipino viewers who were making some comments about how big the event is, how professional it looked. So if you guys are interested, like I said, the link in the description, get your tickets now for the amazing event that's going to be happening on the 1st, I believe. That's when it starts. And of course, we're going to have the cosplayers. But Wheezy, I think we're ready to get into this draft.
Yeah, ready to jump into the draft in the best of 3. Remember, this is the losers bracket as they're trying to claw their ways to the top to potentially earn a spot in Los Angeles. We are looking at the NightHorde going up against Bloodhounds in game number 2 of the second series for stage 3, day 3 of the NACT fall season.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to go ahead and stick to that Valir. It's amazing for me is that when a player has such an effect on a character that the enemy team is forced to ban that out. And something you don't always see, which is that Valir ban. The second one comes to mind would be Zero. They ban out like some off-the-wall bans just to take care of Zero. But for here, the Bloodhounds, Boca Roscoe has been a menace. Like I said, he want to say like number 2 for the last game because easy peasy went off on that Leomord. Okay, I think I know you
Nani?
see it. So, so a little bit, I guess a Layla ban. I'm not sure where that goes or what the. Go ahead and break that down for us, Weezy.
All right, well, for those who don't know, Layla, just within the last 30 seconds, when we did see Matt for you over there waiting in that mid lane, he was actually constructing a Layla in a new way to be the most dominant hero in Mobile Legends Bang Bang in the early game. So banning it out, you know, it makes it. No, I have no idea where this is going, but and the Zylong to top that off. But I do know one thing: it's keeping it entertaining. So with those being banned out, it's gonna open up some of the meta picks to walk with in favor for the NightHorde, but also in favor for the Bloodhounds.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very interesting matchup here. I'm assuming that there was probably an error in there. Bloodhounds do look like a little bit more standard when it comes to the bans. We've got the Franco, we've got the Kaja, which is basically kind of mirroring what they did in the first draft. They took out that suppression just to make sure that they kind of had free reign when they dove in, which was basically, I want to say, the recipe you needed for a Leomord. If you have a Leomord, you get that Phantom Steed, you dive, especially with how he dives under the tower and what Easy Peasy likes to do there. If you have a Franco or a Kaji, you kind of throw yourself in harm's way there. So we might be looking at something maybe the same way and maybe a little bit familiar from what we saw in the first game.
Yeah, and right now something a little different than what we've seen in the first game is the Cho pickup for the NightHorde, right? Is going to be in that roam position, possibly could be flex to XP, but typically we see it more in the roam position. It does work for single target CC, right? You use the Way of the Dragon, get that knock up and displacement at your team's advantage, but it means they're going to have to make up for it in their draft with something that'll provide the group CC, whether that be the mage or the jungler. Something like a Fredrin or a Kadita may possibly be on the way.
Yeah. And Bloodhound's picking up that Martis early, basically with the statement there. Easy peasy, we've seen how comfortable on it. He's gotten the Savage before, gotten an MVP, I want to say in stage 1 as well. So, I mean, and especially Xborg on the other side there. I believe that was banned out last time as well. Xborg has made a slight return to the meta as well, especially when you talk about the late game. The amount of damage and true damage he can do mixed in with how a lot of these people play with that movement speed on Xborg makes him an absolute menace into the late game.
And not just any Xborg, but Xborg for the Bloodhounds, which is one of their pocket picks that they're known for. If we take a little bit of a rewind back into the first phase when these two teams went against each other previously, Xborg was banned 2 out of the 3 matches that they fought against them with, and it was banned for a reason. But this time, since they banned out the Layla, since they banned out the Zylong, that opens up the opportunity for meta to slip through the cracks, and now we're going to see why teams ban out the Xborg for the Bloodhounds.
Yeah, if this isn't a redraft, there might be some problems for the NightHorde, or maybe they're just looking to go out with a bang here tonight. They have the Hanzo and the Paquito picked up there. I mean, there's some obvious, I mean, you don't usually see a lot of these picks out there often, but there are strengths to them. Hanzo, depending on when you can throw out that Master Assassin, he can, and the positioning of it, you can kind of keep yourself away from a lot of damage while still being able to put a lot of poke onto the enemy team there. Paquito already has his obvious choices there. Cho, we don't see too often. He has his little, there's certain players in North America that can really juggle around with a great Cho. Usually, I want to say in that tanky, heavier Cho. It's just, he's used more as a utility than we usually see him.
You know, something interesting though is when I'm looking at the Hanzo, I don't really see anything to get to the back line to stop him. So, I mean, there is CC though, so you can definitely kind of chain him up when he does try and go for these neutral objectives, but I don't see anything to pick him off, especially since that X-Borg was locked in. He's not really the most mobile hero. So looking at the Bloodhounds, I see great early game. You have the Martyrs with the Valentina. I think it's one of the best combinations to kind of secure your early game, not only damage, but pressure, right? It's anti-invade. You have that Terrify from the Valentina. You have the Motor Coast for the Chain CC from the Martyrs, and it gives a lot of teams a problem. But speaking of Valentina, kind of keeping my eyes on her. Right now, when I'm looking at the NightHorde, the best ultimate to really profit on so far is going to be the Way of the Dragon for that single target CC.
Yeah, the Way of the Dragon would definitely be my bet as well. There's not really much that you could profit off with the I want to say knockout punch from Paquito, that Master Assassin from the Hanzo. It's going to be interesting to see where we go with this. But I mean, what more do you need than that Way of the Dragon for it too? It's a great utility to have, to be able to isolate one person, kick them back to your team, especially with how great Bocarasco has been in a lot of these mages. You know he's going to have the skill to be able to do that. On this end now, we see Bloodhounds picking up Akai.
Yeah, the Akai will be slotted in, and from what I'm seeing, will be the roamer, unless they want to, yeah, that's definitely going to be the roamer for their team. So that will provide a little bit more additional CC than what they already had for their team. Looking at the NightHorde, it's definitely interesting. It's unorthodox, but I definitely agree with you with what you said. They're going out with a bang and full of surprises. They're going to go ahead and lock in their marksman, though. It is going to be the Claude, guaranteeing that late game damage.
And they have the setting potential now with Eve. I mean, it's not the most orthodox kind of composition we've seen from the NACT, but I mean, what better time to do it when you're looking at potentially your last game? Go out with a little bit of pizzazz there. This is going to be game 2, though. Like we said, do or die for the NightHorde. Bloodhounds are up by 1.
Hey, anything's possible, right? It just depends on how bad they want it, and I can't wait to see where this goes between both of these teams. But let's just kind of talk about what's on the line, right? Bloodhounds, they're trying to claw their way up to the top 4 position. This is just one of the hurdles they have to jump forward to in order to move on to the next stage. The NightHorde, they kind of fell short on points, haven't really had the easiest time claiming a series, so pretty much can kind of guarantee that they won't make it into LA. But what they can do to work in their favor is gatekeep teams from getting there. So kind of like Lamey Top from last season, right? Trying to drag everybody on the ship that's sinking with them, then maybe able to do it with the Bloodhounds. But with this composition, I'm wondering how it's going to go. But hey, they're full of surprises, and I'm kind of hoping they pull it off because I'd love to see something interesting.
Well, we've seen certain teams be able to pull out some of these outside the box compositions. Historically, it used to be, I want to say, Deuce Knights used to do it. Right now, what we have in there is Knights of Fate usually pull out some outside the box compositions. And what better time to do it right now? NightHorde's got, I mean, nothing else to lose here. And it's not the craziest composition. There's not too much burst on the side of Bloodhounds to be able to, like, maybe be able to make their way to the back line, find Hanzo and burst him down until you get to the mid and late game. So maybe they have a chance at kind of really flooding up this early game. But that all depends on their ability to protect their jungler. As we saw from last game, there was a lot of, I want to say, opposition and offense from the Bloodhounds right from the opening minute. But this is going to be the NightHorde. This is not a reset, folks. This is a real draft. The NightHorde taking on the Bloodhounds, possibly the last game for the Horde, as we have one up for the Bloodhounds.
That's right, 1-up, sitting at match point and 1 step closer to a ticket to Los Angeles is the game plan for the Bloodhounds, but the NightHorde with a different objective, throwing a little bit of razzle-dazzle inside of the pot to kind of keep things interesting on their way out up against Bloodhounds right now with the unorthodox composition. As we are seeing the emblems on the way, a lot of tenacity again, this time on the side of NightHorde with 3 members running it. You've seen that early flicker from Reckless, almost got bursted down.
Yeah, and now you've got 3 members here. Oh, Myth goes ahead, eats up that Litho Wanderer, so he's going to be just slightly ahead of the Bloodhounds. But we're talking about a Martis here who just absolutely shines in the early game.
Now, I will want to see how Myth kind of plays into this, right? I don't see anything getting back to the Hanzo to stop him. There's not really much dive, so I do think he can have a little bit of an easier time, but it is a very strange composition, but interesting nonetheless. But look at Easy Peasy dealing some serious damage.
Oh, yeah, Reckless doesn't have the flicker to get himself away and is caught by 4 members. Speaking of which, 4 members diving under the tower. Jolie, oh, what a bait out of an ability there. Myth comes in and Easy Peasy misses the decimation on him, but what a great play by Bloodhounds to bait out that BMI.
Yeah, wasn't able to pick up a kill, but may be able to see another on the way. It's Easy Peasy and Reckless fighting it out inside of the jungle. Now, Jolie, even though he did fall, he was able to pick up a kill, right? Took down Coppola, so he found the trade he was looking for. May not have been the best one, but at least he got something before falling.
Oh, yeah, big damage onto Dino there. Maddie, for you caught in the pixel bush, and looks like Bloodhound setting up for this first turtle. 1-2 now in favor of the Bloodhounds. We're going to see if the NightHorde has anything in store. Myth looking for a good position before he releases that ult. The rest of the team, oh, Reckless gets some vision down to 10%. Matt, for you finds it. That's going to be an easy lord for Easy Peasy. Coppola caught in the middle, heavy spin out. Oh, Myth actually a little caught out there for a moment. Is going to go ahead and get to the safety of his clone.
Yeah, a little bit of timing was the issue for Myth right there. He was just so focused on that creep, but speaking of focus, Easy Peasy, first down, Matt, for you.
Yeah, and great kill there. It's 1-3 right now for the Bloodhounds, and unfortunately, we're not really taking off with this Hanzo pick just yet. We can take a look at some of these early items, though.
I mean, you're looking at Beatrix already up by almost 1,000 gold, working up onto that Legion sword, trying to get that Blade of Despair, and taking some serious damage to Jolie.
Yeah, and now Coppola and Sleeps here. Sleeps actually gets taken out by Myth. We're up to a 2-3 game right now, but here comes Easy Peasy. Reckless gonna get the heck out of Dodge. Doesn't want to go ahead and take that on. Doing a decent job right now of the roam, getting the vision, making sure that his team knows when it's coming around. But Easy Peasy turns his sight to the orange buff. Myth is there, is gonna be able to get it, and the kill onto Myth, and that's gonna be another kill over for the Bloodhounds.
Now, look, I've heard about Grand Theft Purple, Grand Theft Orange, but not Grand Theft Jungle. They just went in there and just decimated the jungler for the NightHorde. But speaking of decimation...
Ooh. Yeah, a little bit of a misplay by Coppola there. Looks like he was trying to use that heavy spin. Oh, we do have a Way of the Dragon that lands on the Boko Roscoe. Here comes the Sleeps to provide some support. Are they going to be able to get it? Big fear and right now to Reckless, who's going to be able to Jeet Kune Do his way home. But I wanted to say Coppola looked like he was trying to get that heavy spin onto Jolie to push him back towards his team. He wasn't able to get it and then took too much damage from the tower, and the NightHorde able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, and now looking at Easy Peasy again, invading the jungle for the NightHorde, taking advantage and bullying on these buffs, is going to go and pick up that purple buff and now rotate over to this turtle. Bloodhounds starting to kind of pave their mark for this match, leading the way in the early game. We haven't really got to see Myth profit yet with the Hanzo.
Yeah, and another good and easy pickup for Easy Peasy there. Bloodhounds are sitting at 3-4, about a 2K gold lead for them here at the 5-minute mark. Not only are they getting their jungle, but they're also able to invade without getting punished. Reckless in a bad way here, trying to use that Jeet Kune Do, is not able to get out, and Boko Roscoe picks up the kill. A little bit of dancing moves there from Boko Roscoe. Down at the bottom, Easy Peasy comes in, has the timing down for this orange buff. In comes Myth. Is he able to get it? It doesn't look like he was able to get it, or actually he was able to get it, so he gets his jungle there. So he's not doing awful just yet.
Yeah, And the funny thing about this is where I kind of mentioned the Hanzo, right? There's nothing to really get to him when he does go to his other form, which could work in their advantage, but it's going to boil down to execution. Now, the later this game goes, the bigger the gold gap is going to be for the Bloodhounds to get an early finish, and I don't know if the NightHorde will be able to close that distance, especially at the rate of the objectives being taken in the Bloodhounds' favors. I mean, they're up by about 3,000 gold right now. Yes, Myth did pick up the Demon Hunter's sword, but still needs some more additional items to even really do any damage. But speaking of damage, heavy spin on the way.
Yeah, I want to say a little bit, Copla not as smooth and fluid on with Akai in that heavy spin, because you could see him there trying to go ahead and push them back. Oh, big actual, oh, we do have a way of the dragon that locks on the Copla, and down come the real world manipulations. Easy peasy finds a kill. Saku finds one onto Copla, and easy peasy finds a double. Myth actually able to take down Sleeps. It's not pretty, but the NightHorde a little bit ahead. Myth in trouble here, gets frightened and taken out by Easy Peasy. 3 kills for Easy Peasy at the 6-minute and 30-second mark.
He's just racking up his KDA right now. 7-0-1 for Easy Peasy, who once showcased the Martis with the Savage in Phase 1 of the NACT fall season, and may be able to pull that off today yet again if the NightHorde is not careful. You are looking at a huge deficit right now as Easy Peasy does take the turret on the top side with little to no contest, but on the bottom side, Jolie having a little bit of a hard time defending up against Dino on the 1v3.
Yeah, we're at about a 2K or a 4K gold lead for the side of the Bloodhound. Sleeps is going to find a kill onto Matt for you as they're going to go ahead and try to take this next turtle. Dino in trouble. Blazing Duet comes out, but a real world manipulation to secure the escape for the NightHorde. And look at Copla. This is the thing. It's like NightHorde don't even realize how close they were if they make the wrong rotation.
I'm just looking at Dino right now. 1v3, fully comfortable on the export. Flickers out like an instant transmission with barely any HP, but now the siege for the mid lane turret possibly on the way for the Bloodhounds as they invade the jungle.
Oh, Reckless comes in. This is the second time Copla was in position with that heavy spin before Reckless could get that way of the dragon out. Copla just some expert positioning and knows where he needs to be to kind of counteract Reckless.
Yeah, Reckless already taken his 4th death within the last 8 minutes. Not a very good look, but speaking of looks, the stun out, taking out the shadow form. Matt for you does find Sleeps in the 1v1 matchup off screen.
Yeah, Pinnacle Ninja just got destroyed, and Myth is trying to get his escape. Easy peasy, putting on the damage, gonna find the decimation onto Saku, and now moves on to the rest of the jungle. Big pop-up onto 3 members of the Bloodhounds, where the dragon is out, finds Dino. Down comes the real-world manipulation from Boca Roscoe, finds the kill, and puts some support for the kill onto Reckless, and that is 3 down for the NightHorde, and Dino down for the Bloodhounds.
Sandwich play from the Bloodhounds to pick up those 2 kills and now possibly siege the turret in the mid lane, but the Blazing Duet from Jolie for the denial. Some great defense, but is it enough? Look at Copla, heavy spin for Matt for you.
I mean, it's like that SpongeBob scene. It's like, how many times do we have to keep teaching you this lesson, old man? He checks that bush, gets caught again by Copla, who is getting pretty comfortable in there. Pitching a tent, got a little fire going, and ready to knock out the NightHorde's roam. Mid tower goes down for the Bloodhounds.
15-7, 9 minutes in, a snipe on the Saku. Takes him down to about half HP, but Bloodhounds inching their way toward the base for the NightHorde, and in a great fashion too, right? They haven't really lost much. Sleep's able to claim the tier 2 turret on the top side, and Boca Roscoe, he's gonna go ahead and take the Pinnacle Ninja away from Myth with the IMU.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting usage. We're going to see how that works out. Myth trying to clean up this mid, trying to get some pressure from the macro. Here we have Dino. See if he can take on 4 members of the NightHorde. They don't want any of this. They're trying to escape. Saku going to use that flicker to get out of harm's way. Down comes the real world manipulation. Oh, and the snipe from across the map. Sleeps, finds a target, and Copla with the heavy spin on to Reckless, who's going to go ahead, use that decoder. Oh, just kidding. Actually gets caught by Boca Roscoe.
Oh, just kidding, you know, just another kill for us as Bloodhounds inches their way up the map. 10 kills now in the siege for the tier 2 turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that Pinnacle Ninja not really helping. We have Jolie with that Blazing Duet. Another Blazing Duet IMU from the Bloodhounds. And we do have a kill onto Copla. So, Matt, for you doing trying to go ahead and put some defense on here as we have a minion wave crashing down at mid. Lord up at top that the NightHorde has to answer.
Yeah, Easy Peasy is going to pick up that Malefic Roar, but also pick up his 10th kill so far in this game. Now hitting double digits on the KDA. Look at that Sleeps, though. He's just been having target practice out there with the Renner's Empathy. I'm just waiting for one of these shots to land and pretty much destroy anybody it hits. The Sleeps will claim the tier 2 turret on the bottom side. Oh!
Oh, look at the snipes, the assist from Sleeps before Easy Peasy goes in to secure the kill. This package deal is just hurting for the NightHorde.
That's that 2-for-1 discount right there, working in the Bloodhounds' favor. That's kind of that caster curse as we were talking about the Renner's Empathy from Sleeps and showing how much damage it's already dealing at the 11-minute mark as they are now stripped to their inhibitors for the NightHorde.
Yeah, real manipulation for Boca Rosca to zone out the rest of the NightHorde. Still trying to put some pressure onto these lanes. Ooh, actually sitting in the middle, taking a lot of damage from that tower is Dino. The rest of the Bloodhounds going to go ahead and disengage.
9,000 gold lead in the making for the Bloodhounds. 6 turrets down in their favor and 3 turtles to none against the NightHorde. This is match point, and they are ready to move forward in the loser's bracket. But the NightHorde, they still may be able to turn this around as the fight does go on the way.
Oh, heavy spin onto Reckless. That's going to be a burst down. Sleeps, finds the kill there. The rest of NightHorde actually looking to make something happen here. Members of Bloodhounds are a little low. Myth not able to close the distance. He's trying, but can't get close enough. But you can see that on the back line, Bloodhounds looking to try to get onto his real form. Not able to close the distance fast enough. So at a little bit of a stagnant here for both teams.
Speaking of stagnant and things that I've been seeing so far, both marksmen did pick up the Wind of Nature to negate the physical damage. So that could be a little bit of defense on the way, prepping for the next skirmish. But speaking of the next skirmish, the next fight, you're looking at Bloodhounds up by almost 10 kills right now, or a little bit more, right? They're just having a great game as the Lord does spawn in, not just any Lord, but the Enhanced Lord to work in their favor. And if the NightHorde is not careful, they may be able to close this out. They only have their inhibitors behind them and a hope and a dream to turn this around.
Yeah, there's not really much to contest here if you're actually looking to make something happen. The NightHorde, if they have any hope of trying to win this game, it's going to be on the back foot and during a defense here. Fortunately for them, I want to say Myth and that Hanzo kind of excel when they're on the back foot, especially when they have that high ground tower to protect Hanzo's real body when he enters that Pinnacle Ninja form.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting because Myth is 3-3-1, not the worst KDA. I'm looking at Reckless, though. 8 deaths so far, not having the easiest game for his team. Half of his deaths led to half of the kills for the Bloodhound so far in these 13 minutes of engagements. But now, with the Lord making his way on the top side and the inhibitors for the NightHorde, is it enough to hold back the Bloodhounds from closing out this series?
Yeah, a nice little synergy here with all the lanes for the Bloodhounds, putting up that pressure and the whole lanes of the NightHorde. Dino comes in with that last insanity, puts a little damage on the Myth. He's going to use that flicker to get away. Reckless in the midst of the battle gets caught with the heavy spin again.
Easy peasy!
Taken down. Easy Peasy is ready to show the world, and Jolie actually finds a kill onto Boca Rosco. Easy Peasy with a decimation to take on the NightHorde's marksman. Easy Peasy's going to get himself out of dodge. Coppola actually very low.
Sleeps!
And we are still putting pressure onto the core here. Sleeps trying to put on the damage. In comes Dino. Another last insanity as they decide against pushing any further. They got all the high ground towers. It's just the core left for the NightHorde.
You gotta admire Sleeps right there, right? Use that Wind of Nature at the last second to deny the damage from the Pinnacle Ninja from Myth. He tried to get that early pickoff onto the back lane, but wasn't able to pull it off, and just shows you how much itemization matters, and Bloodhounds being one step ahead, if not several steps ahead, for this game so far. With the base crack completely open for the NightHorde, they only really have one option. Play safe, group up as a team, and wait for a mistake, and also hope for this to work in their favor. With this unorthodox composition, it's going to make it even harder for them to turn this around. But I never like to say something's impossible, right? I mean, there is a chance that Bloodhounds could mess something up, or, you know, potentially want to take this to a game 3. But nonetheless, I gotta give credit to the NightHorde for making this match entertaining.
I don't like to use the word impossible a lot, but 12K gold lead is a lot to be at a deficit at the 15-minute mark. The NightHorde, I mean, you could play the defense game, but you're basically allowing them to constrict tighter and tighter. No more inhibitors left. I feel like this isn't even a defense game for the NightHorde. You need to make something happen at this next Lord, or the game is pretty much over for your team.
Look at Bloodhounds already stacking up, protecting what matters most, the Lord, as they are going to go ahead and take this. I wonder if the NightHorde will even push in for the contest. Look, they are going for the solo pickoff, though. 4v1 on a Dino.
Oh, yeah, they're going to put the damage onto him. Blazing Duet onto the background as well. Dino going to use that flicker, still gets taken down, but it allows the Bloodhounds to go ahead and get that next Lord. Oh, look at that conceal play. Myth gets taken out quickly. And now here comes the rest of the pack. Saku gets taken out by Easy Peasy. They look for another Savage. Not going to happen this time. Sleeps finds a kill. Blazing Duet on the back line. Reckless is the next to go down. Only one more member for the NightHorde. Jolie alone against 5 members. 6 members now if we include the Lord. And that's going to be all she wrote. A clean sweep for the Bloodhounds.
A clean sweep indeed, and one step closer to their seat on the plane in Los Angeles as they move forward in the losers bracket onto the losers quarterfinals. That was going to be the last time we seen the NightHorde appear in the NACT fall season. Definitely was a journey, and an interesting one at that, as they went out with a fashionable finish.
Yeah, I went out with maybe some comfort picks, maybe just some outside the box, maybe just having a little bit of fun with it. But the Bloodhounds, they came with a goal in mind. They cashed that check early in the first game, and the second game wasn't really too different. And especially with Easy Peasy on that Martis. He's shown how skilled he is with it. We talked about that Savage he got there in the first game. He looked like he was gunning for another Savage, but I mean, Sleeps had something to say about it too, because he was just a menace on that Beatrix as well.
Yeah, and you know, looking at the post-game stats, one thing I want to kind of break down is I see a lot of times everybody wants to see unorthodox, non-meta picks or things that you wouldn't have expected. And hey, there you go. You guys manifested this into reality. The NightHorde showcasing some things we don't really see too often. But overall, Bloodhounds, a great finish at the 16-minute mark, 25-10, leading the way, taking 9 turrets, and pretty much dominating in every single objective of this game.
Yeah, unfortunately for Reckless, I want to say a lot of this advantage from the Bloodhounds came from some missed Way of the Dragons from him, which, I mean, you see we had it here. He did find a Way of the Dragon onto Copla, but Copla's still able to try to tank a lot of that damage, which left it open for the Bloodhounds to really find a lot of these kills. We did see Myth actually able to find a kill onto Sleeps there, but man, a lot of the rest of the game was Sleeps finding these incredible snipes. Here, Myth too slow to be able to get away, and that's the big issue, the big counterpoint. I know Assassin Dave is crying right now seeing his buddy Hanzo getting taken out like that.
You know, it's funny because we mentioned with North America 3D drafting, and the draft right there from NightHorde, I would consider that 4D drafting, as I couldn't have even predicted that one. But now, with the post-game stats on the board, the rich guy, Easy Peasy, known for his Martyrs across the land of Dawn in North America, one of the only ones to pull out a Savage outside of DPR. Just a great performance. He even got the carry. Most damage dealt, sitting at 68,000 damage. The Sandbag was Reckless, and then right behind him for the Forgotten One, with the total assists racking up to 14, Copla himself.
Yeah, I mean, a very strategic game here. Here's from the first game, Easy Peasy, right from the get-go. Diving under these towers with that Leomord, Easy Peasy was just a dominating force. And then after this, there's just nowhere safe for the NightHorde. They don't dive into this tower, but look at on the back line, Easy Peasy going for the flank, catches the 3 more kills there. Absolutely a dominating performance by him. And then here into the second game, you see Matt For You out of position, goes up, dives deep into it, and then in comes Copla, tanking the Way of the Dragon while the rest of the Bloodhounds flank the position, waiting for Easy Peasy to get the kills, and then chasing down Myth.
And if you thought that series was exciting and special, wait to see what we have in store as we swing on over to our host, Xena Lily, for a special guest interview.
Hey,
Hey everyone, we have a treat for you today. If you watch Mobile Legend Twitch streamers, you should know the beautiful Koopman. How are you doing today? Ooh. Ooh.
Hello, I'm sorry, I didn't know I was muted.
No, it's okay. How are you doing today?
I'm doing really good. How about you?
I'm doing good too. So, can you give everyone a little bit of introduction of yourself?
Hello, my name is Koopman. I play Mobile Legends. I stream on Twitch once in a while.
She streams on Twitch once in a while, and she's in the chat with everybody's, whoever streams on Mobile Legends. She's in the chat, so you guys can chat with her in there. So you were helping with last season of the NACT Spring. How did you get involved with the community and all of that?
So I was actually looking for people to hang out with when I go to the NACT. So I was just telling a lot of people that I will be there and that I want to see them in real life. And then I think Badcat heard about it, and one day she just contacted me and said, "Hey, Koopman, there's this spot for you. If you're interested, you could work for NACT and, you know, meet more people." And I was like, "Oh, sounds fun. I'll join."
Yes, it was super fun meeting you there. We hung out in the backstage in the top.
Yeah.
Yeah. Had so much fun.
Pretty Camilla. Yes.
Oh, thank you. So what did you like most about the offline event?
Well, I really got to see people in real life and talk to them in real life and got to know them better. Like online, I don't know, maybe I have some stereotypes for some people, but I got to meet them in real life, and you know, Sina is like sweeter than she is online, which was surprising, and you know, more things.
You're so sweet. Oh gosh. Are you able to see are we able to see you at the upcoming event? Are you going to be there this time?
Yes, I will be there again for the NACT in LA, and I will be working again.
Yes, I'll be working alongside you. Super excited then. So,
same.
Who do you think is going to win this NACT? Who do you think are going to be the champions?
I don't really know, to be honest. I was watching till phase 2, stage 2, and then my school and everything started, so I kind of lost track. But I still think the top 2 is TOB and BTK, right? So
yes,
I think,
but out of the 2,
I was rooting for BTK last time, so maybe TOB this time, you know?
Oh, okay, fair enough. All right, and lastly, do you have any shout-outs you'd like to give to anyone?
Oh, shout out to Sina Lidi.
Oh god,
and
shout out to Koopman, guys.
I don't know, everyone I know and I like are already in the stream right now, like Private and Weezy. So, oh, and Nami, and Assassin Dave, and more. Oh, Alice, Jeffrey, yay! Yes.
Well, there are these shout outs, guys. Can you tell everyone where they can find you? What is your Twitch handle?
Yes, so if you want to come see me in pain in ranked modes, you can come find me at Twitch, Koopman, KOOKMON_. And yeah, that's it.
Alright. Be sure to find her on Twitch, guys. She's super fun to watch and she's a sweet person. Very fun and just overall one of the best Twitch streamers, I'd have to say. But bye, Cookie. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bye. Alright, and moving on to our MVP, Bloodhounds takes it. So they are a force on the battlefield, so they're not going down that easy as they fight their way to get into the top 4. The Punisher, easy peasy. What are your thoughts on his hero choices for these matches, guys?
You said Punisher, and that kind of reminds me, I mean, he does have a little, all he's missing is that little skull on his chest there. But man, a bunch of games here for him. Leomord in the front, 909 on the Leomord, and then his comfort pick on that Martis. I mean, I wish I could say I was surprised, but easy peasy has been dominating when it comes to these Bloodhound victories.
Yeah, I mean, a phenomenal victory for them, right? 15-0 for the next match with the Martis, and one of the few junglers to be able to pull off that Savage. I've been keeping my eye on Easy Peasy, and he's been nothing short of exciting to watch, right? He's just been able to scale through the times and has been a problem inside of the jungle. Now, I can't wait to see where they go. When we're looking at their team, right, the Bloodhounds, it's not over for them yet, but it's also, they're not at top 4 yet, so they have to continue to rise. And just seeing his performance today is looking promising for them to have a seat in Los Angeles.
Yes, it is looking promising. And congrats to the Bloodhounds for continuing on. Thank you to the NightHordes for their participation in this tournament. It was fun to watch you guys out there. We've got the Knights of Fate versus Area 77 up next. So the Knights of Fate has been doing a wonderful job this season, and I enjoyed watching their matches. But will they be able to make a comeback? We'll find out after this short break.
Tyrants rage onto the wall. Zero takes down Dino.
Upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship, and you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT Fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow. And especially when we're looking at the top 1%, good luck to all of you guys, and especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Alright. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Fel, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up, guys? I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors. BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th.
Now, up next is our caster roundtable, guys. This is where our casters will be chatting about the top 4 MVPs of the season. If you see one of these 4 players on the battlefield, you definitely should be afraid. Private Wheezy, please tell us who they are.
Well, guys, there's a few things as scary as what we have next up here. If you see these players, you should be running and hiding. These are the 4 horsemen of the NACT. The most MVPs and listing it down. Best player with 5 MVPs, Zia, the marksman for the Ohio brothers as well. ISO, the marksman for BTK, and Fallen, the jungler for Avalon.
And, you know, just looking at these MVPs, and this is for the entire season, something that stands out to me, or a couple of things, is, first of all, 2 out of the 4 players selected are both from the same team. Best player and Zia from the Ohio brothers, the team that is sitting at the #1 position. Right behind them, ISO, the marksman for BTK, starting to kind of show his play style and growth in the North American scene since the last NACT, and nonetheless, a great player. Another thing that stands out to me is also Fallen. We've seen him play in the last offline event, the second to last offline event, and the first ever offline event up against the Valley, when he played on the side of Fallout. It was that assassin playstyle that we all recognized him for, that masterling in the jungle. Just seeing right now the showcase of mastery at its finest. And I gotta point it out, that's 2 junglers and 2 marksmen spearheading the way.
Yeah, and that just kind of speaks to where the meta is right now. Jungles have taken that big roll back when it comes to, especially when it comes to assassin junglers, to have that focus on them. They have that offense, which leads into the late and mid game where marksmen are able to take off. And we saw it in the last game as well. Sleep's doing a great job toward the mid and late game. But here, this is the reason too. You touched on it a little bit. The Ohio brothers have 2 people up there, and that's because it's always the focus on them, and that just kind of tells you how well that team knows how to execute their plan. And it's always based around best player and Zia getting fed and getting those kills and making sure that those are the people that are getting those kills and getting those highlight reels.
Yeah, it's the little things that matter. I mean, me and you cast together last week, and we got a taste of what Zia could bring to the table for the Ohio brothers, right? Just dominating. No matter who he went against, he was always finding a way to outmatch his opponent in the gold lane, and also finding a way to open up the map for his team, focusing on those objectives. Time and time again, we see teams at the caliber like Outplay being able to pull that off, but seeing team members from other teams is what kind of sparks my interest as well, right? Looking at Avalon, looking at Fallen. He's been a great jungler, but he's kind of similar in play style to Best Player, right? They're known for their assassin type of methods, and honestly, it's been showing to work. Now, keep in mind, guys, this is just MVPs. This is what Mobile Legends itself deemed the MVP based off their gameplay and all the statistics pulled into there. We're all aware there's great players. Everybody in the top 8 is a great player, and not the easiest thing to do, but these are players that have stood out based on their statistical standpoints. Almost choked on that word, but like I said, just a great overall performance from each and every one of them, and 2 marksmen, 2 junglers.
Yeah, and it tells the story there. You mentioned a little bit about the statistics, and ISO, and we can touch on that one a bit too, is that ISO, while we've talked about it before, while he doesn't stand out sometimes, if BTK isn't doing well, ISO sometimes doesn't always do well as well, but that kind of speaks for the whole of BTK and how they've been able to kind of capture and move ISO forward when they're in these victories that they've had. ISO has come up and gotten a lot of those kills for his team. So I mean, it does tell little difference of stories there when it comes to some of these teams at the top four, and especially when it comes to those MVPs.
Yeah, and MVPs in the making, but there's still some future MVPs as we push forward through today. But speaking about pushing forward, let's go ahead and swing on over to our host, Xena Lily.
Thank you, Easy. Remember, guys, the semifinals and grand finals will be held at Thunder Studios in Long Beach, California. While you're at these events, be sure to take pictures and submit it to our Mobile Legends group on Facebook. Also, at the event, you can also be given free tickets to the playoffs and free diamonds, so you really do not want to miss these freebies. Use the link in the description to sign up for this event, and don't miss your chance of being part of this offline event. I hope to see you guys there. So what do you guys think about this news, guys? Will you guys be submitting your photos to the Mobile Legends Facebook group?
I'll have to go ahead and submit something for it. I'm just really excited about a lot of these offline events that are happening. Mobile Legends kind of expanding out here in North America. States all around the US have been having meetups here. And then, of course, when we're talking about next month, early next month, when the playoffs start, going to be huge in Los Angeles.
Yeah, it's just showing you the growth for North America. Been on an uprising ever since our first ever offline event, right? And just to be able to see where we're at now versus where we were then is nothing short than amazing. And Los Angeles, California, we're on the way. And, you know, the big question of the day is what 4 teams are going to make it there?
Yes, what 4 teams will make it there? But we also have a giveaway for you guys on the screen right there. 30 codes. Be sure to redeem it. We have the link for the redeem in the description. So be sure to click on that link and put in this code for your chance at that permanent Liquid Fire Thamus skin. Only 30 can get it, so be quick about it. So what do you guys think of Thamus? Or Thomas, I can't even say the word. The name Thamus Thomas.
Well, he hasn't had a big role in the meta so far, but there was my big experience with him was when Yin was announced. I think the first thing that came to my mind is let's go ahead and try to see how he does against Thamus. But mostly my games with Thamus aren't too great.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm an XP lane myself, main, and I like Thomas. He definitely shines from time to time, but we haven't really seen him too much in the NACT Pro scene like Private stated. But I will say Thomas has one of the coolest skins out there with that Kung Fu Panda skin that recently dropped not too long ago.
Yes, that skin is super cute. I love watching it, but I love seeing him in action on the battlefield. Just see him running around. But anyways, let us get into the standings real quick, guys. In first, we still got the Ohio Brothers. Second, Bloodthirsty Kings. Avalon, KnightsofFate, still taking up the top 4 spots. We've got AggravateOne and TheNightHorde eliminated. They do not have a chance. Thank you for participating. We appreciate you guys being here. But Bloodhounds in 5th right now, and then Area 77 up in 6th. What are your guys' thoughts on this?
Well, right now, this kind of speaks and tells you it is a very close race depending on how these next matches go. Bloodhounds still have a chance. So does Area 77. I want to say Area 77 has a steeper hill to climb than the Bloodhounds do, but both of these guys are still looking to get over on 2 very impressive teams that we've had the pleasure of casting against.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, right now, 1st and 2nd pretty much confirmed for the Ohio Brothers and BTK, but that 3rd and 4th place is where we're really keeping our eyes on, right? Avalon and KnightsofFate, they have to gatekeep their seats, and Bloodhounds in Area 77 definitely eager to take it. I mean, even with the last match that we seen, Bloodhounds had a great performance. It was 2-0, and y'all saw Mr. MVP himself, easy peasy, dominating, unkillable in both matches. Looks like they're ready to kind of fight it out as we're moving forward into the losers quarterfinals.
Yes, and
Yeah,
yes, and we are going into predictions now, guys. We had everyone vote for who they thought would win Area 77 or Knights of Fate. My prediction was for the Knights of Fate this time because they were the ones that made me lose. That was the number one right there for me. What for you guys? Why did you guys choose what you chose?
It's been hard to kind of guess against the Knights of Fate because for me, they've shown the most growth here through the NACT. A couple of shaky games, but it's something that I noticed right from the qualifiers. Watching them play, I knew that there was something special about them when it came to their draft, when it came to their picks, and how they played a game. So that's basically where my vote went.
Yeah, I was kind of caught in between both of these teams. It was a really hard one for me to vote, but overall, Knights of Fate, I feel like they've just been a little bit better. I'm a fan of Area 77. I was diehard Area 77 in the last NACT, and I was a little bit disappointed. But, you know, from what I've been seeing so far, at least recently today, it's looking a little bit more promising, but Knights of Fate is a little bit more consistent for my liking, and that's why they earned my vote. But I don't believe it's one-sided. I think it's just going to be a battle of execution.
Yes, it is a battle, and speaking of battles, we are about to get started in getting into ours right now. Let's get into the draft, guys. Knights of Fate versus Area 77.
I'm actually very excited about this match because both of these teams have something to prove. Not only is one of them going to be going home here, well, actually, yeah, if Knights of Fate lose here or Area 77 lose here, both of them would be knocked out, I believe. So it's going to be very interesting to see what we go here. Area 77, my big question is, how do we handle Zero?
Yeah, me and you kind of spoke about Zero last week and also a little bit today, and he's been on fire with his picks inside of the mid lane, right? Running that Gushin and just keeping you on your toes on what he can bring to the table, and he can be a problem if not left unchecked over there. So focus in on Zero and watch out for his hero pool is definitely where you start at. But for Area 77, I'm going to kind of throw in a player myself, and that's going to be Marcuti, right? We've seen him pretty much dominate in the gold lane. Whether his team was at a deficit or if they had the advantage, he was always profiting. So if Knights of Fate wants to have a chance and have a seat in the top 4, they got to jump this hurdle and pretty much dominate the gold lane.
Yeah, one thing I noticed right off the bat is we are still rocking Sir Bossy, who's I'm assumedly going to be going into the roam lane. Powerless, otherwise known as Ooga Booga, going to probably be in that marksman position. And the thing too with Zero is it's almost like you can't ban against him. You have to deal with it during the actual games because his pool is just too deep. You're going to try to take out Harley. You're going to try to take out Gujin. You're going to waste bans on those when you open up other picks for the team. It seems unlikely, and you're going to need to kind of deal with it in another way. If anything, maybe we can try to expand on some of the weaknesses that we've seen from Knights of Fate, where it comes with the synergy. Sir Bossy, a great XP laner. Maybe having a few hurdles to go over when it comes to the roam position here, and then Powerless. I'm not sure how deep. We know everybody loves seeing that Hanabi pick from him, but how deep is that marksman hero pool, and is that a position that possibly they could exploit during these games?
And speaking of exploiting, right? I'm keeping my eyes on DPR as well. He was the first player in the NACT fall to get that Savage, and it was with that Marta's pickup that kind of showcased nice and early in the fall season. So eyes on the prize right there. We've seen how much a Martis can dominate just from the last series that me and you had the joy of casting together. And now looking at this series, both teams have equal footing. They have equal loss and equal gain from this series. They have to be able to push through this if they want a chance to move on to Los Angeles. And this is one of those games, if not the game, which will change the entire dynamic of the NACT playoffs. Are we going to see Area 77 there? Or are we going to see Knights of Fate? It is up to both of these teams to paint that picture.
That's interesting. We can see here Area 77 focusing down on that triple fighter composition that the Knights of Fate have run before. So they're going to go ahead, take out that Freya, take out that X-Borg, which have been huge menaces. But what this opens up for the side of Knights of Fate is going to be that assassin mid that they like to roam. And that helps Zero be able to rotate to the top and bottom lane. Sometimes I have seen him use that Esmeralda in mid lane too, though I want to say Esmeralda just hasn't been as successful for him. Still something pretty dominating. And you talked a little bit earlier about Mark Cutie and that lineup. Like I said, powerless. A lot of people like that Ooga Booga Hanabi pick, but is that something you want to pull up against that a marksman the caliber of Mark Cutie, who arguably is in the top of the marksman's pool in North America?
You know, it's funny because I was scrubbing through phase 1, 2, and currently phase 3, and these two teams have not fought against each other yet. So this is going to be the first time that they do go head to head. They are always missing each other slightly in the bracket on how it was kind of scheduled up. And now to see them fight head to head, I really want to see where this goes. This is why I had a hard time voting on who I thought would be able to take this one. I think they both have potential, and obviously that's why they're sitting at a possible 3rd and 4th position if they play their cards right. But right now, speaking of cards, we're seeing some showcased. Boxia picked up, will be the jungler most likely for Area 77, and then they have the Valentina. And there goes the roamer, the Kufra, and not any Kufra. That is going to be the Gauss Cutie Kufra. A really good roamer. I think he's good when it comes to the micro, but it's just going to boil down to Area 77's execution. If they play like they did so far from the series we've seen today, they may be unstoppable in the early game, but we'll see how Knights of Fate responds.
I like this pickup from Zero when it comes to Valir, because that Vengeance Flame, if Kufra's able to come in with a Tyrant's Revenge, that Vengeance Flame is going to be that Purify for Zero, be able to push the entire enemy team away, which will start off a cascading effect when it comes to these team fights. Very interesting pickup there. DPR, I don't know if this is the first time I've seen him pick up a Boxia. It's just an interesting pick to me, mostly because I think it's almost kind of like looking at Zero because of how lethal he's been on a lot of these mages. And it's something that can kind of offset that. Not just that, but kind of offset a lot of the sustain that we usually get from Knights of Fate's drafts.
You know, and it's interesting, you kind of jumped in on this on some of the previous series, is picking up the Boxia super early. Like, could he have waited and still been able to pick up that option? I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't have been banned out, and he could have still profited and maybe slotted in something else, but it looks like they're very comfortable with it. Like you stated, it could have been a plan for Zero, but I'm right beside you with the Valir pickup. It's a great matchup when it comes to that frontline composition, to be able to push them back with the Searing Turret, hit them with the Burst Fireball for the additional CC. It's an answer. Area 77, though, speaking of answers, we got to see where the Mage is going to really profit on, the Valentina. How are you going to kind of jump into this engagement? I wouldn't really go in for Valir or the Bruno. So right now I'm kind of seeing maybe the Terizla could work in their favor with the penalty zone, but we still haven't really seen the true roamer slotted for the Knights of Fate.
Yeah, interesting thing is like, yes, you have the penalty zone. It depends on how this early game goes for Area 77. Are we getting caught on the Valentina a lot? Do we take like maybe 3 deaths in the opening 4 minutes? Then you might actually think about getting that Vengeance Flame from the Valir so that you have a Purify in the pocket to get yourself out from some of these team fights. Right now, we are focusing down that marksman lane from the Knights of Fate. Definitely doing their homework. Knights of Fate have their eyes on Mark Cutie and his hero selections.
He's unbannable. I mean, he plays too many heroes at the top of their craft. I don't really think that's gonna affect him at all. He's just known to kind of dominate no matter what marksman you kind of throw in his hands. But hey, I get it, right? Limit some of them where you can, but you're still gonna probably see him profit. Mark Cutie, though, speak of the devil, not wasting any time, is gonna go ahead and pick up this Beatrix, a marksman who's been showcased not even just in this NACT, but the last NACT and the one before that. Just been known to be one of the safer options with the versatility from all the different weapon types.
I think we're about to see a Hanabi. Are we about to see a Hanabi? Is that why we were trying to counter out the Clinton? Because I'm trying to think, you're right. It doesn't make any sense to just counter out marksman, especially when you leave Beatrix open. Brody's still open. So it's really interesting to see them go that route. Still waiting to see that marksman. the patience right now. On the other side of Area 77, a very typical draft. We have, especially as Lapu, a very standard XP laner, very very strong and able to dive into that back line as well. And also his ultimates, once you get into that bravest fighter mode and then you try to activate your ultimate again, you're not going to be getting pushed back by Valier. So it's going to be you're going to have to be very careful if you're a Valier. Oh, it looks like we're not, we already have the marksman. I'm dumb. We're going to be going, we have the Franco Roam. Sir Bossy, not your typical roam, but had a very good showing with Franco when we saw him last week.
Yeah, and I like to say with Franco, it's hit or miss, right? Especially with those hooks and that hook rate. And the scaling Franco is a thing. If he can lead the way and get some early pickoffs from those iron hooks, it can definitely decide this game. And you mentioned his Franco performance last time wasn't unimpressive. It definitely caught our eye, and it shows the possibility for some answers with both of these drafts being finalized, though, and we make our way into the Land of Dawn. Let's just kind of paint the picture of what's at stake right now. Area 77 and Knights of Fate, their first time ever fighting it out all the way inside of Stage 3, Day 3 of the NACT Fall season in the losers bracket. One team will be moving forward today, and one will be sent home, who will be able to push through to the losers semifinals.
Yeah, this is Area 77 taking on Knights of Fate, and we have to see what Area 77 has left in the tank. They have a high road ahead of them, so do the Knights of Fate, but I want to say Knights of Fate just a little bit more comfortable. I do like this draft from Knights of Fate. It's not as like outside the box as we usually see with them, which kind of tells me Knights of Fate are all business here tonight.
Speaking of business, the double tenacity for the emblems on the side of Area 77. A little bit of a mix in the pool from Knights of Fate. You're looking at both teams revving up, getting ready. Speaking of revving up, a knock up on the Surviving nice and early over there from Gal's Cutie, and now the slow from the bouncing ball.
Yeah, Powerless actually putting a big chunk in on there. Oh, Merciless gonna have to use that dash. Ooh. Actually taken very low. Gal's Cutie, speaking of low, hook from Sir Bossy. Shades of things to come here for the Knights of Fate.
Yeah, that was a close call. If he would have landed that hook, definitely would have led to a kill, and that's what we talk about, the scaling Franco. But you have to connect with those to make the difference, as there it goes again, not able to hit that hook.
Oh, and in a bad way between three members of Area 77. Big pickup early for the challenging team.
Yeah, Area 77 able to get that nice and early kill onto Sir Bossy, and now Powerless. A little bit of a power struggle between him and Marcuti for the gold lane.
Yeah, but on the backside, DPR comes in. Powerless trying to get away. Gonna use that dash. Tortoise Poosins out. Gal's Cutie gets juked, but Powerless goes down nonetheless. Sir Bossy not gonna be able to find the hook to make them pay. Zero coming in on the back end. Great early pressure from Area 77.
You know, I'm not trying to throw the caster's curse out there, but the hook rate so far is just not up to par. Definitely gonna have to be a little bit more accurate as we are making our way through the early game. But the turtle aggro has been pulled in favor for Knights of Fate. Even though they're down by 2 deaths, Kai can make up the difference from claiming the first neutral objective.
Yeah, still keeping the score pretty even, and gonna go ahead and shake off those early 2 deaths. I mean, it's not out of the woods yet for Knights of Fate. I do like seeing this style from Area 77. A lot of pressure in the early game just to make sure that Knights of Fate don't take off. Speaking of which, we're already in the jungle. Zero comes in, not gonna be able to stop DPR. Sir Bossy in some trouble, gonna have to expend that flicker, gets frightened instead. He's gonna use his ultimate. Jules Cutie finds the kill as well, and we have a huge battle here.
Oh, Marcuti.
Zero finds a kill onto them. Zero finds another one onto DPR as well. 2 in the pocket for Zero. Powerless might be in trouble.
Oh!
Flicker finds a kill for Marcuti.
The hunger is there. The big bear, Marcuti, able to pull off that kill on the Powerless, who's now sitting 0-2-2, working his way up to those Legion swords. Did pick up the Swift Boots for some additional attack speed. You are looking at a difference in already 600 gold in the bottom side for Area 77's gold laners. Now, 4-2 on the scoreboard. I wouldn't say it's really one-sided, but something that's standing out to me right now is Sir Bossy's accuracy, not only on the iron hooks, but also how fast he's fallen so far in the past 4 minutes.
Ooh, big hook there lands for Gal's Cutie after putting Powerless against the wall. Ult has been used up for both roams. Gal's Cutie going to be able to go ahead and cover the escape on the backside. DPR looking for some damage on the Franco. Sir Bossy goes down. And Powerless is alone between 4 members. Still finds a kill onto Gal's Cutie, but that's going to be all she wrote for Knights of Fate Marksman.
Area 77 just bullying on the bottom side, focusing on delaying the gold lane and taking that in their hands. And they're going to go ahead and just do that, right? With little to no problem. Leading the way by 3 kills and a turtle spawning in. They may be able to claim this objective as Cutie bursts down the first turret in the gold lane.
Yeah, and I was talking about this during the draft, a possible weak side being Powerless in that marksman position. That Area 77 is doing a great job. DPR in trouble here, goes a little too deep onto the enemy jungle. That's going to allow a kill for Knights of Fate and a turtle for them.
Yeah, that's a 2-for-none trade working in their favor. Even though they had a deficit so far in the early game, that may have made up for it by not only getting that turtle, but also getting a kill on top of that, taking down the jungler for Area 77. The map is opened up in Area 77's favor, though, especially with Cutie on the bottom side taking that turret. And speaking of pickoffs, Sir Bossy, there goes the hooks we were looking for, but nobody to really follow up.
Yeah, and I want to say, I mean, Knights of Fate, all right here. They're starting to kind of, I want to say, weather the storm here. Sir Bossy, we're going to have to see how these hooks kind of land. He has been, the only 2 hooks that he has landed, I want to say, have both been on Gal's Cutie. And as we move later and later into the game, Area 77 is going to be able to punish him more and more when he hooks up that roam. Going on to mid, we're seeing a little bit of a struggle here, but Area 77 able to clean it up without incident.
Yeah, able to clean it up. And I don't know about you, Private, but I'm keeping my eyes on Cutie right now. He took that turret, which means he does have the advantage in terms of gold, and we both know how much damage he can deal with. Let's check. But speaking of damage,
yeah, conceal play comes out, and they're still not able to bring down DPR. Big focus on the Cutie. He's gonna flicker out, gets taken out as well. Team is diving under the tower. They're gonna find another kill on to Gal's Cutie. That, I believe that was 2 kills for Powerless, and now we're trying to put some damage onto this mid tower. Comes out, lands on a minion. Oh no!
Wait, no! That's a big brain play! He hooked the minion, so there were no minions in the turret for Area 77 to take it! That did work in their favor, not what I would have expected. I'm not even sure if that was on purpose, but it did work out. They were able to not only claim a turret, but deny the pressure from Area 77.
Yeah, Powerless in a little bit of trouble here. You can see how how he's chunking down DPR. Knights of Fate in a good position here. Big pop-up lands onto the Franco. Sir Bossy. Oh, that's a lot of energy. That's a lot of energy wasted on Sir Bossy, who is the roam. That means that they don't have those ultimates and are not going to be able to contest this turtle, easily picked up by the Knights of Fate.
Ooh, and also able to claim yet another turret in their hands, and now they are leading the pace and fighting it out with an advantage up against Area 77, who is now on the back end, as you are seeing the siege onto that mid lane. I mean, just look at the damage from Powerless on those soccer balls right now. Not only is Cutie a threat, but now Powerless as well. Knights of Fate leading the way up by 2,000 gold.
Powerless getting a few little marks in there. Oh, big suppression lands on the Gal's Cutie. That's the roam, though. Sir Bossy's going to have to get out of dodge here. Is going to narrowly avoid that ultimate. Oh, lands a hook on the DPR, and down he goes. Knights of Fate going to use this advantage. You see Gal's Cutie warming up. Do they know? Kai at the bottom here trying to put some damage on a Merciless. Merciless taken very low, and a hook lands onto Jules Cutie. What a fight for the Knights of Fate.
Yeah, the power of the Impure Rage to deal that additional burn damage, but they're not done yet.
Yeah, Gal's Cutie in a bad way gets taken out as well. And just like that, the Knights of Fate have swung this match in their favor with a 3K gold lead.
You give them an inch, they take a mile as they go in for the tier 2. No minions there, but still taking the damage, and now the battle on the way.
Yeah, and a great job. Oh, man, the rest of Area 77 bit down on the bait, and they're too close. They can't escape. Cutie still trying to put on the damage, but there are 4 members here. He flickers out, finds a kill. Ultimate comes out, and he finds Powerless. Great job by Cutie, the little razzle-dazzle before he meets his end.
Yeah, able to open up the map even more for the Knights of Fate so far. They now have 4 turrets to 1 on Area 77 and are up by a lot of kills and also gold, leading by 4,000 and also 7 kills. This is where they need to be, but this wasn't a one-sided story. It's been pretty much back and forth, but speaking of back and forth,
Oh yeah, conceal play up at the top. Merciless dives into the back line. He went into the bush. I think he was hoping that there was a Knights of Fate member, one of the squishies, kind of hiding in there, but he finds nothing. I want to go ahead and applaud Area 77. They went for a play. They checked the bush. They found out that they didn't actually have the advantage that they thought, and they all disengaged immediately. Smart play by Area 77.
yeah, Marcuti is going to pick up that Malefic Roar to be able to soak into the tankier composition, especially with Mikasa on the Starizla and the Fredrin, mind you, Serbasi on the Franco. Definitely some itemization maybe working into their favor. Divine Glaive picked up from Zero for some additional magic pin as we are now getting to that 10-minute mark. Lord spawned in and aggro pulled from the Knights of Fate.
Yeah, Sir Bossy might get caught here on the backside. Looks like he catches DPR on the backside. Ooh, a big stun lands out onto Mikasa. Gals Cutie in trouble, activating that immortality. Knights of Fate still find the Lord, and down goes Gals Cutie.
Yeah, just having a hard time staying in there. I mean, between Gals Cutie and DPR, that's 10 deaths that have been racked up as we are now looking at some of the differences, not only in itemization, but also in terms of gold. 7,000 gold for Marcuti, but Powerless up by 800 as we are now seeing the Lord march his way down the mid lane. Hoss Claw's been picked up. You also have some anti-heal from Powerless as well to kind of negate some of the healing effects that Area 77 provides, but DPR now in a hard situation.
Yeah, big suppression lands on the DPR. You can see the CC coming in. In comes Gals Cutie, but he gets pushed away by Zero, and down he goes. Appraiser's Wrath is out. Down goes DPR. And a great job by Knights of Fate there, because they're not done. They're diving in for this. A flicker comes in. Zero finds the kill. Lord at the mid-high ground tower. There's only 2 left for the side of Area 77. Ultimate comes out. Marcuti's gonna have to create some distance. Now down goes Gals Cutie, and that's gonna be it for the core. Knights of Fate at the 11-minute mark find a victory.
My goodness, Knights of Fate showing the world, hey, we're ready for that top 4 position, taking the advantage in this series up against Area 77. It is now 1-0 in this best of 3. Now, I wouldn't say it was a one-sided story, but there was definitely some mistakes from both sides, but overall, Knights of Fates with one mistake took that extra mile and closed it out with a fast finish.
I want to say Area 77 had the right game plan here at the early game. Go ahead, put that chokehold onto the marksman lane and keep on pushing. Unfortunately, as it started getting a little bit further into the game, it wasn't just on Marcuti. Once we got out of the laning phase, you really saw where the Knights of Fate composition came into play.
Yeah, and speaking of plays, post-game stats right there for you guys across the land of Dawn. And Powerless, 9, 4, and 8. I was keeping my eyes on those soccer balls. Yes, you mentioned they had the right game plan for Area 77, but you saw them rotating around, trying to shut down Powerless nice and early, but they were not able to stop him toward that mid to late game as he got on fire with those soccer balls, and his team behind him rotating around. I mean, look at the 4-0-7 KDA from not only Mikasa, but a 5-0-12 from Zero. Overall, just a little bit better synergy toward that mid-game for the Knights of Fate to be able to close it out.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for Area 77. The game plan kind of fell apart as these team fights started coming out. Great job by Zero again. Deathless in this entire game. 5-0-12. A little bit of a shaky start for Sir Bossy, and I want to say sometimes there's a lot of missed hooks that happen across the land of Dawn when it comes to Franco players. But I do want to say he was there for a lot of those good hooks as well to kind of aid in the team.
Yeah, 13 assists, and those racked up pretty fast. I mean, it looked a little bit shaky, like you mentioned in the beginning. He took like 3 early deaths and also had some questionable hooks in the beginning, but then he had that big brain play on that hook to delay Area 77 from pushing in the mid lane, and his team made the most out of the situation, got some kills, and overall were able to close it out as we are now panning over to the replay for game number 1.
Yeah, and here you see the immense amount of damage, even for DPR, who's playing that tank jungler. Gal's Cutie comes in, but it's not enough. You see Zero able to push him away, and then they take him out, and here, they're just diving under the tower. They are not giving up, and no matter how deep in the base, they have to go. You see, they're putting the damage onto the tower, and then just decide, screw it, let's go all in, and this is going to go ahead and wrap up the game for them. 6 members of the Knights of Fate, including the Lord, and knocking on the door of the core for Area 77.
You know, it's funny. You're watching Zero. He flickers in for the kill, and he's playing the Valir like it's a Gushin with how well he executes it for that final hit. Now looking at the post-game stats, that was an 11-minute game, barely scratching the surface for the mid-game, and you're looking at double digits in terms of kills for the Knights of Fate. The rich guy, powerless, gold per minute, 849, and also the carry with 63,000 damage dealt. The Sandbag, DPR, taking over 100,000 damage. And then the Forgotten One with the total assists racking up to 15, Kai01.
Yeah, a great job by them. And Powerless, able to kind of snatch away that MVP despite the amount of focus that was paid to his lane, which really shows kind of the focus and the patience that the Knights of Fate have when it comes to executing a game plan. I've said this before. I've watched Zero on some of his streams when he plays with his team. The biggest difference you see between him and other players in North America is the calm he has for his team. Even when they're in a losing scenario, he's very calm, lets them know where they have to go. We just need to get to this minute mark. I just need to get this item, or he needs to get that item, and then we'll be able to change the thing. He's always got a plan, and he's always very calm with it. And I feel like that's what was happening during that game as well. It's like, all right, Marksman's getting handled right now, but guys, we just need to make it to this point, and we'll be able to pop off on him. And that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, I would say Zero is one of those mages that just stands out with his gameplay, not only from picks, but execution. And that Impure Rage on the Valir, dealing that additional burn on top of the flicker for the overkill is a lot to deal with. And that just shows you that he's ready to play these heroes at a higher level of mastery. But speaking of mastery, looking at these two teams, right? Yes, they both have hit top 8, but where do you go from here? They're battling for the top 4. This is the first time that we've ever seen them go against each other in the NACT fall season in Stage 3, Day 3. And this is where everything's on the line. This is their possible gateway to being able to step on the plane to Los Angeles between who wins the series. And now, Knights of Fate, match point. They only need one more to get a clean sweep against Area 77. Can they turn this around?
Yeah, I mean, you said it was their first time meeting. That's a heck of a hello from the Knights of Fate for that first match. Weathered that early storm, came back with a vengeance here. Knights of Fate gonna go ahead and they're sticking kind of towards the same bands that they were. I'm wondering if we're gonna focus down. I'm still curious about those marksman bands there too as well. Maybe it's something that we hadn't seen before. That's a really big counter for the Bruno. Powerless, like I said, still kind of a I want to say an issue, something that needs to be addressed on the Knights of Fate when it comes to Area 77. We've talked about it before. Mark Cutie is a great marksman, and when it comes to the lane, if you leave them by themselves, I want to say Mark Cutie comes out on top. Not just that, but Area 77 looks like they were focusing on it too. It might not be as lucky this time for the Knights of Fate during this match if they don't have an answer or at least some type of defensive plan for Powerless in that marksman lane this next match.
Yeah, and you know, you've seen a little bit of pressure over there from Area 77, even though Mark Cutie, traditionally we see him kind of win in his goal lane matchup. I would say Powerless was doing okay. He was holding his own, but he had to deal with a lot more than Mark Cutie had to deal with, especially with those early rotations. I mean, we seen him get sandwiched like 2 or 3 times in that bottom side, and Knights of Fate didn't have an answer on the opposing side of that map to help him out, but they were able to make up for it with the neutral objectives. We've seen them time and time again getting turtles. They got the first 3 turtles of the game, and Area 77 didn't get a single one. Could that have been the deciding factor to give them that additional boost to close it out the 11-minute mark? Possibly, especially with how me and you've seen the new turtle kind of been implemented with the additional XP boost for the entire team. Maybe that made the difference, but I would say something I would like to see for the Knights of Fate is a little bit more pressure to help out Powerless. If everybody's going to be on that bottom side, you need to either match it by having your roamer down there or get a trade on the opposing side. But I will say, in terms of the neutral objectives, that's where Knights of Fate shine. So maybe Area 77 putting too much focus in the gold lane could have been a possible issue.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up, is that might have been the problem, is that Area 77 said that they were probably not going to win these early turtle fights. Let's just put let's just put all of our offense down, because they were coming at all angles from the gold lane. There was nowhere, literally nowhere for Powerless to go. It was just like, well, I guess this is a gank. But then on the other side, Knights of Fate were still able to get those turtles. So maybe that was the problem for Area 77, is that, yeah, you get those early marksman kills, but you didn't push the lane. You weren't actually able to make anything happen when it came to objectives through those. And as we know, especially at this high level of game, kills don't really mean much unless you're able to transition those into objectives.
Yeah, and speaking of objectives, looking at the pick so far, wasting no time, gonna go ahead and slot in the marksman for Area 77. They're gonna go ahead and pick up this Bruno. We've seen the flaming soccer balls deal a lot of damage, but last time we saw it in the hands of Powerless. This time we're going to see Area 77, Mark Cutie, pick it up. Is this a statement from him as he's confident in winning that lane?
They pick up the Valir. I guess saying anything you can do, I can do better. Or at least they're hoping to kind of take away some of these picks. Maybe kind of sticking with the same thing. I'm assuming when it comes to all or nothing here for Area 77, we might start seeing a little bit more comfort from them as far as the picks. Probably DPR might be looking for that Martis in the early game. Knights of Fate, we're still waiting. They do secure that XP lane. Very strong pick for Tarizla there as well. Not really much matching him in that XP lane. I noticed that we didn't go for the Freya ban here. We went for the Fredrin on the side of Area 77, which means we could possibly be looking at that triple fighter composition from, oh, no, we're just going to go, we're going to get a typical assassin from Kai.
Now, they did ban out the Paquito, though, which I guess was a threat to that Tarizla in the XP lane. We've seen it just today. With how well a Paquito can execute onto a Tarizla. But speaking of execution, Area 77, they're going to do what we've seen similar into the first phase. DPR picking up this Martis. Mind you, the first player in the NACT fall season to get that Savage, and on that hero as well. Can that be what Area 77 needs to even out the series?
Well, this is exactly what I was talking about. This is the last, technically, this is game point for them. They need to win this. Why not go for what you're comfortable on? Why not go for what you're best at? DPR going to pick up that Martis. And I do believe, I want to say Knights of Fate, they had to have read this out. They know how great he is on Martis, so they're going to probably try to weather that early storm. A good pickup too with Hayabusa, so he's going to be able to try to get into that back lane, try to close the distance between him and Bruno without taking too much damage, immediately go in with those quad shadows and then into the shadow kill as well. It's just going to be up to how this early game goes for Area 77 and if they can capitalize on it, because we just saw, Knights of Fate are not afraid of a bad early game. They can weather the storm and find those little power spikes that they need.
Yeah, and right now, I'm paying a close eye over to this Valir pickup. We've just been seeing it kind of profit time and time again. It's been banned a lot in the NACT as well. Having the Searing Turret to be able to push them back and keep them at bay with the CC could work in their favor. But it was funny, like you said, anything you can do, I can do better. As we did see Zero dominate last game with the Impure Rage, just showcasing his mastery in the mid lane on that Valir pickup. So can Area 77 pull off the same thing? Speaking of same things and repeated patterns in the NACT fall season, there it goes, the Edith pickup.
I'm a little hesitant. With this much CC, sometimes it can be, especially with an Edith, she can kind of be countered by a lot of mobility. Heroes that can dash around and kind of, because a lot of her abilities, they take time. It's like, and there comes a stun. And you can definitely read her little flip up as well. You've got Zero on this Valentina. You've got Kai on the Hayabusa, two of the most mobile games mobile heroes in the game right now. So it's going to be Merciless going to have to be very patient to find these opportunities.
And speaking of opportunities, I'm keeping my eye on Sir Bossy. We mentioned he wasn't traditionally known in that main roamer position. It kind of reminds me of BTK with Chicken running in the roam position, right? Kind of a similar type of situation. They did ban out the Franco, though. Area 77 must have thought it was a possible threat and they took it off of the playing field. Maybe it was that big brain play on that minion that we saw that decided it, but they do have the Hayabusa to work in their favor for the Knights of Fate. He will have that mobility, like you mentioned, and not really too much to stop him. There is the Martis with the mortar coils for the chain CC, the searing turret to watch him out for, and the burst fireball. So I guess there are answers, but are they the right answers? It's gonna boil down to execution, but with the draft being finalized for Knights of Fate, they go a little bit more in the front line yet again by picking up the Grok alongside the Bane.
Now Area 77 going to round out their composition with the Queen of Poke here, the Novaria. I do want to say I'm a little hesitant. I love Bane. It's one of my favorite picks. And I basically one-trick him in ranked. However, when it comes to this level of play, he's not, he can be prone to getting ganked in because he's so squishy. We saw Powerless pick this up against the Ohio brothers, and we know how those matches went last week in Ohio brothers' favor. Some of the quickest matches we've ever seen. So I hope we have a plan for, especially when it looks like we're kind of building towards a decent amount of team synergy. But ladies and gentlemen, this is do or die for Area 77. They need a victory here against the Knights of Fate to keep their hopes alive for the playoffs in NACT.
That's right. Will the extraterrestrials be able to stay in the Land of Dawn, or will they be sent back to their home planet by the Knights of Fate, as we are now jumping in to game number 2, match point for Knights of Fate. Now, as we paint that perfect picture and what kind of has to happen on the board, at least for Area 77 to stay in this game. First of all, looking at the emblems, a pretty much around the board showcase from all of them on what they decided to go for. But they do have Killing Spree, which is what I'm kind of keeping my eye on. Not for one hero, but for two. DPR and also Marcuti, as they plan on racking up those kills and also being able to sustain themselves. The double lethal ignition from Knights of Fate to be able to deal that additional damage. But speaking of damage, it was no secret in game number 1 that there was a lot of pressure inside of the gold lane. Area 77 trying to take down Powerless, and that could have costed them that entire game as they left the turtle, the neutral objective, into the hands of Knights of Fate with little to no contest in an 11-minute finish.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how he go here. Powerless actually has the Impure Rage, which means he's trying to kind of keep up that mana in the side lane, especially against somebody like Marcuti in the lane. It's going to be very interesting to see how this goes on. You can see already Powerless getting chunked down there. Like I said, very interesting pick here from Powerless. We're going to see, we have a big gank possibly incoming here. Gal's Cutie on the back end senses something is going to go ahead and provide some support.
Yeah, Knights of Fate already showing that they're going to try and prioritize that gold lane nice and early. They know that's where they can profit at alongside the neutral objectives. We got to see where Area 77 responds, what they decide to trade and focus on for the early game. But speaking of focus, some damage nice and early from DPR.
DPR almost got caught. In comes Merciless with a big pocket up onto 2. Now activates that Primal Wrath, but gets taken out. Gal's Cutie finds a kill. DPR finds one onto Mikasa. 0-3 for Area 77 in the opening minutes.
Now you see, this is why you don't give DPR the Martis pickup. That's 2 kills in 2 minutes. I literally blinked for a second and he made the most out of the situation. Not only getting the kills, but picking up the first turtle.
Yeah, and already that means that DPR is going to be on a roll here. And we were talking about that comfort that he has on that hero. Has a Savage with him already. Powerless kind of struggling here in a lane. Not able to put on an adequate amount of damage to really make Marcuti, I want to say, fear him in the lane right now.
Yeah, speaking of lanes, as we are seeing some of the items be picked up on the board, right now you are still seeing Marcuti and Powerless pretty much even in the gold lane. Even though he is running that Bane, who we don't traditionally see, he's not falling behind, and I think that's one of the key things to kind of focus in on, is he did get the Hunter Strike as well to be able to get some additional speed and deal some additional damage nice and early. That cheap item to be able to pick it up and have the slightest advantage in his lane. But speaking of lane pressure, I mean, look at Sarbasi and Gal's Cutie, both of them protecting their ADCs.
I do want to say Knights of Fate probably doing just a little bit of a better job protecting that marksman lane this time. Sir Bossy going to come in, does get a little bit of damage on there. Crab Claw Cannon connects on both members of Area 77. Here comes the damage onto Sir Bossy, but Zero here trying to provide some support. Gets caught up in the bush by DPR. Now that it's 4 members, they might actually be in a bad way here. Out comes the ultimate. Sir Bossy in a bad way. DPR gets the decimation onto Powerless. And in comes the quad shadows from Kai, trying to fend off the rest of Area 77 so that they can escape.
Man, and DPR just being scary on the Martis, gets a pick off, does some additional damage with a double decimation, and gets out of there with no penalty. Now sitting at 3 kills, leading the way so far on the scoreboard. Matter of fact, he has 75% of the kills in this entire game between both teams, since there's only 4 kills on the board, and he has 3 of them. But looking at Knights of Fate, this is a little different than what we've seen, right? It was pretty much an even matchup as they were trading for objectives, but right now, no objectives have fallen into their hands within the past 4 minutes.
Yeah, and now Area 77 free to start this next turtle. 4 members in great position here as well. Here come the rest of Knights of Fate looking to try to make something happen. Are they going to be able to contest this? Big pop-up lands on a Mikasa quad shot. Sir Bossy finds the turtle. Great job by him. Zero comes in, finds a kill onto Merciless. DPR is trying to escape alongside the rest of Area 77. Galsky almost got trapped on the wrong side of that Grok wall.
Yeah, and a little bit of a wasted flicker, maybe a little bit of a panic on that battle spell for Area 77, but hey, a kill and a neutral objective, I'll take that any day, but Jules Cutie from a mile away gets the snipe onto Kai in the mid lane.
Yeah, a great synergy from Gals Cutie to be able to push him out, and Jules Cutie hit him on the button.
Yeah, able to take him down. The first kill for Knights of Fate, 5 kills for Area 77, but now the siege for the bottom side is Sir Bossy in position, but Mark Cutie there for the assistance and the denial. Now, Gals Cutie did just pick up that Ice Queen wand, so he will be able to deal some additional slow to the team of Knights of Fate as they do try and rush in with the triple frontline composition, the Terizla, Sir Bossy on the Grok, and also the Bane by Powerless. He's not really going in for the damage. He's going in for the utility, and that could potentially slow them down in their tracks on these engagements.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it before. Area 77 can get the early advantage. Knights of Fate will sit, be patient until that late game. But, I mean, you have to have something left for that late game. Powerless on the wrong side of a little bit of fire there from Gals Cutie. Mikasa comes in for the support for Sir Bossy. 3 members in there. Gals Cutie putting something on to Sir Bossy, but not enough to find a kill just yet. I want to say great job by Sir Bossy to kind of provide that support here. I mean, they were able to get a lot of that gold off of the tower, but still a great job of being able to protect Powerless, hoping that he can get into that late game.
That's right, and both teams trying to find a way to open up the map as no turrets have fallen so far within the last 7 minutes. Both teams able to claim a turtle and only about a 1,000 gold difference for Area 77, leading the way by 4 kills, but this all may change in the blink of an eye as the next turtle has spawned in and in the mid lane.
Oh no, not able to kind of get the finishing touch with that shadow kill. Looking for, Kai just narrowly avoids orb from Novaria. We got DPR settling onto the turtle. Zero on the backside, putting the damage onto Gals Cutie. Is that going to be enough? Uses an ultimate against the Merciless is in with that Primal Wrath. Gets caught with a deadly catch as well. The damage spreading to the rest of Area 77. That is 2 members down. Merciless down as well. Powerless finds a kill on DPR. Mark Cutie down as well. Only Jules Cutie left from Area 77, and we were talking about it. Knights of Fate with those power spikes swinging around in their favor.
Everybody wanted a piece of pie in that engagement. That was a full 5 versus 5 in the turtle pit, but only one team profited. 4 kills going to the Knights of Fate and a turtle in their favor to give them the advantage and also open up the map in the mid lane as we are now looking at the item differences, right? Blade of Heptases, Hunter Strike picked up from Kai will be able to do some massive damage on the initial engagement as he rushes into any of the members of Area 77. Powerless in the gold lane, running the Bane, building up the Blade of Despair, already has the Hunter Strike and some additional cooldown reduction from the Magic Shoes. On the opposite side of the playing field, though, Mark Cutie a little bit behind in the farm now, as you are seeing Powerless trail by about 1,000 gold.
Yeah, and I want to say, as much as Bane sometimes has issues, this is where he really shines. He's no longer confined to a single lane for the laning phase. He's able to rotate around and put that massive tower damage he can put out to start macroing up his team. Now we're coming on to Merciless. Zero finding him. Beef gets flipped up by his own and taken out by Merciless there. A great pickup for Area 77. Kills narrowly in their favor now.
Yeah, a little bit of crit on the way as well. Mark Cutie picking up that Berserker's Fury off screen. But looking at what we're seeing, almost at the 10-minute mark, getting to that mid-game, and Knights of Fate applying that pressure. They are dominating. It is bleeding blue in terms of the turrets. Right now, Area 77, they're not out just yet. It is currently match point, though, and right now it's in Knights of Fate's favor. You can definitely see their momentum boost thriving. But Area 77 still has a chance to turn this around. We've seen a little bit of flicker for hope, especially with DPR on this Martis when he opened it up with a 3-0 answer. But the flicker in, the shadow in for the denial in the jungle.
It's just petty to take a jungle minion there to come in there. Sir Bossy doing a great job at the front line, gets popped up for his efforts. Kai actually takes a huge amount of damage from Novaria on the backside. Lord down to about a quarter health. Quad shadows are out. Oh. He does use that shadow execution. DPR finds the kill and the turtle. Mark Cutie finds a Sir Bossy as well. Mikasa in trouble here, is going to use that penalty zone to get away. He just a narrow sliver of health. Jules Cutie lining up a shot, finds a kill onto Powerless.
Wait a minute. A slight miscalculation from the Knights of Fate was devastating as you see 4 members fall. Area 77 not only taking the Lord, but opening up the mid lane by taking the first and the tier 2 turret. Now leading by 5 kills in 10 minutes. Now they have the advantage. We talked about a flicker of hope, and there it was. Area 77 now leading the way, looking to take this to a game number 3.
Yeah, Lord is up at the top. A little bit of a miscalculation by Knights of Fate. Ton of CC kind of coming out there, especially when it came to that Lord take for them. They're going to go ahead and hold the Lord at the top tower. And it does seem like the battle has kind of switched off. We only had the first set of towers for Area 77 down, and look at how things have shifted now with that first Lord.
Yeah, and right now you're seeing the Knights of Fate patching their wounds, rotating around, clearing up these lanes, and trying to kind of maintain some type of pressure, but it's definitely leading in Area 77's favor right now, right? I'm kind of admiring how they pulled their punches and they're playing a little bit more passive. They're not being overly aggressive. They're just waiting for Knights of Fate to make another miscalculation where they can profit on. But Knights of Fate, they've shown what they're capable of in the last game, and they have a little bit of insurance knowing that this is match point, and regardless, they have another game to play, whether that's game 3 or moving on to the losers semifinals. Area 77, though, their backs are against the wall, which means they're a little bit more desperate, which means they're going to be playing a little bit more safer, but also being very careful on these skirmishes.
Yeah, then you find a flip onto Sir Bossy. Now we're starting to fight over this purple buff, looking for a big fight. Sir Bossy comes in with the wild charge. Merciless goes down. Kai picks up the kill there. Mikasa with the huge penalty zone on the back line. Zero finds a kill onto Mark Cutie. DPR is in the back line looking to end his hunger there, but gets taken out by Kai. That is a 1 for 3 trade so far. Area 77 going to have to retreat.
Give me an inch, I'll take a mile, says the Knights of Fates, and that is what they needed. This is so back and forth between these teams that you never really know who has control of this game. But speaking about who has control in terms of the economy, as you are looking at the gold difference, I like to kind of focus in the gold lane, right? They're pretty much even, and we were wondering how this Bane would have played into this. Now, having a little bit of that anti-heal at his disposal. You did see the Hoss Claws picked up over there from Mark Cutie. Maybe that's what that was for. Time will tell, but you are going to go ahead and see both of these teams are revving up to almost full build at the 13-minute mark. Lord has spawned in. Who will be able to take this objective? Will we see Knights of Fate turn this back around in their favor, or will Area 77 be able to claim this objective?
Well, they've got 2 members up at top, which means this is an uneven fight at this Lord Pit for the Knights of Fate. I think Area 77 might realize it. You have 4 members coming in here. Sir Bossy at the front. Merciless dives into the back. Big wild charge comes out, but down goes Sir Bossy. Out comes the deadly catch and finds a kill as well. DPR finds the Lord, and this is bad news for the Knights of Fate. They're going to go ahead and disengage.
A misplay from Kai, taking down the jungler from Knights of Fates, denied them the opportunity for the retribution, and now you're running on the Hayabusa. I would have liked to have seen that be a little bit more patient, right? You have that quad shadow to be able to get in the blink of an eye to take that Lord, and I feel like they put their foot on the gas a little too early without their team ready to kind of take that fight, and now Area 77 will profit with this Luminous Lord marching down the mid lane, and Knights of Fate down to their inhibitors. It's a tier 2 falls on the bottom side.
Yeah, Luminous Lord crashing down at mid, putting on the damage with a charge. You can see the rest of Area 77 trying to force this at the bottom, but such a great job by the rest of Knights of Fate to go ahead and clear out some of these lanes. Next wave crashing in is going to be up at the top.
I'll tell you what, Knights of Fate must work in the medical field because their first aid is on point when it comes to kind of putting some band-aids on their wounds. But speaking of band-aids, huge damage on a powerless.
And this is what I was talking about with Bane. He's still squishy even here into the late game, especially when you're playing him as a physical build. Doesn't really have that regen that you get from the magic build and doesn't have the tank items you usually see with a jungle Bane. So you're just talking about a literal glass cannon.
Yeah, speaking of cannons, there goes the Divine Glaive picked up from Jules Cutie for the additional magic pin and the late game damage. I like to say with the Navaria, it's kind of like having a 2-for-1 in the jungle. The damage from that sniper can definitely steal the neutral objectives and catch you off guard for a pickoff. I mean, you've seen how much damage he did alone. Just the powerless in that mid lane. Now, we are looking at the 15-minute mark, and right now, it's still back and forth. As we say, the later this game goes, the objectives start to not matter. It just depends on the skirmishes. The respawn timer is too high for anybody that falls.
Yeah, we have the ultimate from Navaria out. Sir Bossy in a little bit of trouble. Wild charge catches 2 members. Deadly catches out. Is it going to find the members? DPR is diving deep into the back lane. Decimation catches Sir Bossy. Zero finds the kill onto Area 77 jungle, but he might be taken out himself as well. Narrowly gets out of harm's way, and a great job by Mikasa, but it looks like he's going to pay for that with his own life. Powerless trying to zone out the rest of the team, but is not going to be able to do it. Catches some damage for his efforts.
Rose Gold Meteor picked up from Marcuti, providing a little bit of that additional shield, especially when his HP gets very low. But looking at that engagement, we were just talking about the power of the sniper from Jules Cutie, able to get that kill at the last minute from afar. 10-14 right now, and honestly, this is just a flip of a coin on who can execute better in these engagements. We're about 17 minutes in. This is late game. This is full build from both teams, as we are going to be seeing this Luminous Lord spawn in, and right now, Area 77 maintaining pressure on the map. I mean, just look at the minions crashing in to almost the base for the Knights of Fate in all 3 lanes. You're looking at Area 77 definitely being very comfortable and pulling the aggro for this Lord.
Yeah, it's going to be the 3rd Lord for Area 77. Sir Bossy trying to get the vision is not going to be able to find it fast enough. And here's the problem with a late game Novaria is you're basically going into every single team fight with like half health on one of your members, as she's able to snipe from like a great distance. Now, I want to say this is not where you want to be as either of these teams, because like we were talking about, it basically comes down to a fight. You've evened it up. You're at the 17-minute mark. There's only so strong that you can get with itemization, and now we're just looking at basically how these team fights unfold.
Speaking of team fights, keep an eye out on DPR. He's been such a crucial factor for Area 77. 8-3-2. The decimation has not had an answer to Knights of Fate as the skirmish now on the way for a possible ending.
Yeah, Shadow Kill comes out. Great job by Kai to go ahead and clear out those minions. That's not going to be able to save this top tower, though. And in comes some damage. Powerless gets almost taken. Gets taken out by Merciless. Finds the kill there. And this might be also for Knights of Fate. They're trying to hang on. In comes Kai. Shadow Kill, but Mark Cutie finds the kill. And down goes Mikasa. That's all she wrote for Knights of Fate. Area 77 still alive. Take game 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to game number 3 between Knights of Fate and Area 77 as they were able to fight it out. The aliens, the extraterrestrials from another planet, don't plan on going home anytime soon.
Yeah, 3rd and 4th place, highly contested here. And something I want to bring up too, Area 77 have been able to take Avalon to 3 games every single time as well. This might be the slight edge that they're looking for. An upset over the Knights of Fate might be able to set the tone when it comes to these standings.
Yeah, setting the tone is definitely what we're seeing today between all of these teams and what we've seen in the second match and the first one as well. I want to say that one was a lot more back and forth from the first game. Area 77 able to kind of make the most out of the situation though and close it out when the pressure was against them and a possible chance at losing a spot in Los Angeles. And it just shows you that they're not going out without a fight. As we are now looking at the post-game stats, 18 minutes, 19-10. Right now, Jules Cutie, the unkillable, 3-0-12 on that Navaria, fighting from the back line. But I gotta say, DPR on the Martis, unstoppable.
Yeah, there's definitely need to have an answer for it too. Unfortunately, I want to say as far as that marksman lane went, they really allowed Mark Cutie. I want to say because Powerless had some issues. The Bane, especially when it came into the late game, the biggest damage that you get is from that Crab Claw Cannon, dealing 200% with the ricochet. He was not even able to get close because Jules Cutie was always there with the Navaria to chunk him down to more than half health. Here you can see, I mean, it's still having issues. Kai comes in and I believe this gets stolen by DPR and a kill onto Kai there. And that's unfortunate. You were talking about how Kai needs to go in, get that shadow kill, but Area 77 didn't even allow him that. They were always trying to preface these fights with attacks of their own so that Kai was not able to answer it the way he wanted to get those shadow kills right when he needed to.
Yeah, just having the advantage and making the most out of the situation right there on the 1v5. You might as well just let that one go. But nonetheless, excellent gameplay to be able to close out that match and even out this series. Is now moving on to the post-game stats. Rich Guy going to Mark Cutie. Jules Cutie, the carry, the sandbag. Mikasa taking over 135,000 damage. But let's not forget about Gals Cutie, the forgotten one, racking up those assists up to 16.
Yeah, it's as we move into this 3rd draft phase, I have to say there's probably gonna have to be a Martis ban up there if we don't have a proper plan for it. I think we're starting to also see the limitations of Powerless's gold lane too as well when it comes to possible hero pool that he has out there. Like I said, we saw Bane against the Ohio brothers as well. Did not perform the greatest.
Yeah, and you know, it was interesting. We were kind of watching it, and it was pretty even in the early phases of the game. I feel like you couldn't really tell if it was going to profit or not, but you could definitely tell the difference the later the game went, right? Just having that marksman on your side was what they really needed. The Bane just kind of fell off. Yeah, it wasn't really like a problem in the beginning. He was doing what he needed to. He wasn't losing in the lane, but the late game is what we were worried about, and that is what made the difference over there for Area 77, the extraterrestrials, to push through and even out this series. And speaking of series, we're on game 3, the first game 3 of today, and not only game 3, but again, painting that picture for what is on the line for these two teams. They're fighting it out. Both of them have a potential chance to fight in Los Angeles, and to go to a game 3 just shows you their tenacity. It shows you their passion to fight it out, and neither of them are ready to go home just yet.
Yeah, not ready to go home, but from these bans, it's very interesting. We're still kind of sticking with the typical bans we had from the last 2 games. Fanny Open with the Kaja. Man, there's talk sometimes when it comes to when teams kind of face certain teams that are their kryptonite. And I want to say that Area 77 seems like kind of the perfect match to be able to take down Knights of Fate, despite their outside the box picks and things like that, just because of that kind of issue we sometimes have with the marksman lane. That forced Knights of Fate to kind of cover down on that lane, and they had weaknesses everywhere else, especially when that early game came and Martis was able to basically traverse the entire map, racking up those kills in the early game. So it might be a case of Area 77 is just that kryptonite that Knights of Fate are going to have issues with.
You know, it's funny, like we stated previously, this is the first time that we've seen both of these teams fight it out in the NACT fall, and I wonder if we had seen them fight earlier in some of the phases, could it have changed the entire dynamic of the point system, as they're pretty much even right now 1-1, and I would say possibly one of the closest teams when it comes to synergy and matchup, where you don't really know, okay, Knights of Fate is going to win this for sure, or Area 77. We're just so indecisive on who we could really side by. But again, it just boils down to the little things, and I think for the last match that we watched, I can agree with you. I think it was the Bane pickup, not something we traditionally see, and I feel like it's a little risky, especially considering, look, if you lose this, you might not even go to Los Angeles. I don't know if I would be willing to take such a risky pick when I already have one win on my side. But as we now are evened up, I'm expecting for Knights of Fate to be a little bit more safer in their gold lane pickup.
It's kind of crazy the priority that comes out here from these guys is now that Area 77 has first pick, now Zero's like, whoo, I get to pick up my Valir again. And so now they're trading the spots there. I'm wondering what this first pick is going to be. Maybe, possibly, we're going to take away the Martis pick from Area 77. Nope, we're just going to go for some heavy CC from the XP laner on the Mikasa.
Interesting is definitely the word to kind of put here. I don't know if I would have went in for the Edith this early, especially like you mentioned. The Martis is definitely on the table, and honestly, the Martis is a problem, especially for DPR, and it has not been banned out. They could have used it against them. I feel like you could have did that and still had the same possible outcome in the draft as you would have had with the Edith. But looking at what we're seeing so far, the Unkillable has been slotted in. Uranus will be in the XP lane for Area 77.
Yeah, very interesting there too. We have the Navaria out as well. I mean, had such a huge role in the last game of making sure that heroes were chunked down before a lot of these fights even started. So a good pick up there by Area 77. We're going to see what Knights of Fate want to settle on before we move into this second banning phase here. Already have the Valir, so we're going to be able to kind of push off this front row. But the problem is right now, I don't really see too much. I see a lot of poke. So, I mean, especially when it comes to, we're anticipating a front line from Area 77 because that's really the only way that a Bruno works. He doesn't really have the speed. He has to get close, pretty close for most marksmen, which puts him in a lot of harm's way. So we're anticipating that. And Powerless is going to go ahead and pick up the Clint.
Yeah, I mean, just like you mentioned, the Bruno requires you to play a little bit closer, and the Clint can profit from that as he has a little bit more of that extended range, especially with that grenade bombardment. So I feel like right now, that's just a little bit of a winning matchup over there for Knights of Fate in the gold lane, and also some comfortability for Zero on this Valir. Now, I will say, though, I'm looking at the XP lane matchup, and so far, we don't really see too many answers for the Uranus in the XP. I'm expecting the Edith to be slotted as the roam position for the Knights of Fate, so they still have a lot on the table to be able to pull out in the XP lane, but can they match the rotation over there from the Uranus, especially when we've seen it cut so far into the back line, able to pretty much keep all the minions at bay and open up the opportunity for your team to rotate around?
Interesting that Area 77 leaves, doesn't pick up the Martis in the first wave, and Knights of Fate go ahead and take it out in the second wave of bans there, following up by the Lancelot there as well. We did see in the first game, Knights of Fate did focus down a lot of the assassin junglers there. We still do have some up there for Area 77.
Now, I will say with the Navaria pickup, I expected them to kind of slot this in again. I mean, Navaria didn't die that entire game. Pretty much just had a really smooth sailing time in the backline. Just going in with the Astral Echo, sniping from afar, and nobody really there to punish them. So, hey, if that worked, why not pick it up again? It definitely helped out the team. Looking at Knights of Fate, though, they're going to go ahead and pick up the Boxia. So that is another frontline hero. Going to be slotted in that roam position. Going to have some additional CC as well. and also has the mobility. Can it get to the back line and get to Navaria? Possibly. I mean, it's definitely one of those heroes that has mobility in their favor, but we have yet to see what jungler will be slotted in for Area 77.
Yeah. My thing here is Novaria needs an assassin against her if you really want to be successful against her. Otherwise you're looking at like really diving hard to try to get her if you're trying to push through, especially with a Boxia. And on the side of Area 77, they're gonna go ahead and pick up a Bane jungle. Why not? Why not? Last game of the series, game 3, Area 77 taking on the Knights of Fate, and they pick up the gourd as well.
I'm kind of divided on this one because I feel like there's not enough. There's CC on the table, but it's just like weird CC synergy from Area 77 to be able to set a full team, especially on these neutral engagements. I mean, the Uranus is just going to provide a little bit of slow rush in there. You have the Astral Echo for the slow as well from, you know, the Navaria. You have the Mystic Gushin to be able to rush in and deal some damage, and the Bane with the Deadliest Catch. Like, it all is CC, mind you, but I feel like it's not the easiest synergy to be able to pull off, to be like, let's focus on this person or set the entire team. When I'm looking at Knights of Fate, though, they have the Terizla, they have the Edith. Both of them can get massive sets on the team, and then you also have the Valir, who can rush in with the Searing Turret to push back an entire team as well. And they have 2 mages, right? You have the Navaria, you have the Gourd. Both of them have to play from afar. So when you're looking at who can kind of take that fight up close and personal, it's really going to boil down to Merciless, which, yes, I guess the Uranus is kind of unkillable, but sometimes teams like to just rotate around the Uranus and go for those behind him because he doesn't really deal that much damage.
This really depends on Area 77 landing that stun from Gourd. I want to say, just because if you land that stun from Gourd, there is an immense amount of damage that can come out from that team. You have the Bruno, who can dish out a ton of damage. Novaria can dish out a ton of damage. The Mystic Gush from Gourd. It really depends on how well they can land these stuns and if Knights of Fate can kind of get around that.
That's right, as we are now jumping into game number 3. This is the NACT Fall Regular Season, Stage 3, Day 3, Area 77 up against Knights of Fates in the loser quarterfinals. One team will be sent home while the other will carve their way to the top in the losers semifinals.
Yeah, I like the pressure that's being put on here from the side of Knights of Fate. Actually, Merciless, this is very interesting too. Oh, almost gets taken out there from Mikasa.
Yeah, and 3 killing sprees on their side as well, as we are looking at some of those emblems being showcased. A lot of flickers for mobility from both sides of the table as well, but like you mentioned, it's going to boil down to Jules Cutie and how he performs. If he gets picked off early, it's not going to look too promising for Area 77, as they don't really have your traditional go in and set a team composition.
The only thing for me, though, is I feel like Powerless is the only real big damage on the side of Knights of Fate. Well, actually, as I say that, Knights of Fate come in here and are going to be able to find the first kill onto Mark Cutie. A little bit of a change up from what we saw from the first game, where Area 77, and as I say that, Deadly Catch comes out, Flicker unleashed from Zero. He is trying to find himself an escape, and Sir Bossy doing a great job being that on the side. Kai comes into the back lane looking for a kill, able to disperse that. The juking from Sir Bossy avoids a sphere from Gals Cutie. Powell is trying to put on the damage. You see him sitting in that pool from Gals Cutie looking for a sphere. Is he going to be able to find it? Finds one on the Powerless and some damage from Mark Cutie on the Bruno. I love the amount of pressure that they continue to put onto this gold lane.
Yeah, and looks like they're still going to go in for the 2v1 situation.
Yeah, Powerless going to go ahead and use that little bit of a dashing ability to get his escape. And Knights of Fate using this as an opportunity to find the Lord. Kai picks it up. In comes a penalty zone onto DPR. Deadly Catch is not going to be enough to save him.
Yeah, not going to save him. 2 kills so far for the Knights of Fate and the first turtle. And then on top of that, they were able to get a kill onto Mark Cutie, the marksman for Area 77. And this is where I feel like their composition's just a little too awkward for my liking. Mark Cutie is one of those players who keeps Area 77 glued together, and taking them out early definitely disrupts their synergy.
Ooh. Gals Cutie actually in a little bit of trouble there. Kai able to steal the orange buff of DPR, so doing a good job. And this is kind of the problem sometimes with a Bane when it comes to a lot of these, I want to say, invades from the enemy team.
Yeah, right now they're just kind of falling behind in a lot of the major factors for the early game, right? Marksman did fall super early, and then they lost the first turtle. Their hope is in the hands of Merciless, though, on the top side. It looks like he's putting in a lot of pressure against Mikasa, but Mikasa does have a kill to give him the slightest advantage against him. And speaking of Mikasa...
Oh, deadly catch comes out. It's not going to be enough to save Merciless. A good team up there from Kai and Mikasa to find that kill. That's going to leave open the top lane as we see some pressure coming down here at the gold. It's a 2v2, so they're not going to be able to push too hard, are the Knights of Fate.
Yeah, and that's going to force DPR to the top side, kind of patch some of these wounds by clearing out those minions, which will delay his farm.
Ooh, Mystic Gush comes out. Zero's gonna have to expend. Gals Cutie looking for the lineup. Misses just wide of Zero. He's gonna find himself a quick light. Oh, Gals Cutie out there catches some vision. He's looking for it, but he's not gonna be able to find it. And maybe going a little too deep. A flicker by Mikasa. Penalty zone finds the kill onto Gals Cutie. Too hungry for the kill onto Zero. Misses a rotating Mikasa. As we say that, Zerbasi comes in. Stunned out by Jules Cutie, but deadly catch. DPR trying to disengage. So squishy. Sir Bossy finds the kill. Another cleanup by the Knights of Fate.
Yeah, that one definitely hurt for Area 77. Mark Cutie, though.
Yeah, Mark Cutie is going to have to expend that flicker. He was trying to get out of there. I like that he waited for Sir Bossy to activate that ability before he used the flicker. Sir Bossy in a little bit of trouble here. Kai picks up a turtle. Shades of the first game where the pressure was on the gold and Knights of Fate used that to take the turtle.
And now focusing to the objective in the mid lane, may be able to seize this turret as the deadliest catch does go out to do some damage, but not in time.
Yeah, Mikasa comes into the back line with a penalty zone. That's going to find a kill onto Gals Cutie and to DPR. Jules and Merciless alone here to try to defend. They're trying to protect this purple buff, but that's going to be a dying cause. In comes Mikasa. Look at how he's chunking down Merciless. That's a Uranus getting chunked down there.
Yeah, and you know, right now, Knights of Fate making the most out of the draft. Again, Area 77 having a hard time getting online. The knock-up on a Marcuti and the shutdown from Sir Bossy. That was like an alley-oop from the Knights of Fate for that kill right there. And they are going to be able to claim that turret on the bottom side. This is now 8-0, 6 minutes in, and no answer for Area 77.
Oh, Jules Cody gets taken out there as well. Deadly Catch comes out powerless in a little bit of trouble. Gets taken out by DPR. Sir Bossy is next on the chopping block. Lands a pop-up on the DPR. He's charging forward. Gals Cutie with the snipe steals the kill away from DPR.
Kill Stiller. You're going to see Gals Cutie pick up that kill, increasing their kill score to 2 compared to 9 of the Knights of Fate. And you definitely can tell they're comfortable right now pushing forward. I mean, looking at the gold difference, let's just look at the marksman. 3,800 gold compared to 4,400 over there from the Clint. He did pick up that Blade of Heptases. He knows he has the advantage in gold. Why not get the Blade of Heptases and deal some additional damage on that initial engagement? Whereas you're looking at the Bruno picking up that Hawes Claws instead. But now, speaking of Bruno, speaking of Marcuti, dealing some damage on a Marcuti, and Area 77 may be able to rotate around for the kill.
Ooh, Mikasa in a bad way here. Deadly Catch and the Mystic Gush is out. Mikasa's going to be taken out here. We're hoping Zero comes in there, does activate that Vengeance Flame, pushing away the members of Area 77, but this is not a fight that he wants against. There's 4 members of Area 77. A little bit of a stun, lands on the Zero. He's not going to be able to protect this tower.
Yeah, that tower will fall. Good play from Area 77, taking their first turret so far of this game. But right now, Knights of Fate, 3 turtles in and also 1 turret ahead of them and leading by 3,000 gold at the 7-minute mark. This is not traditionally what we see from Marcuti. He's been having a little bit of a harder time getting online. Currently sitting at 0-2-1, but Powerless getting a little bit comfortable running the Clinton, having the advantage from his team profiting on these neutral objectives could be the difference. This is game number 3, though. Anybody's game, but only one will be able to push forward. The other one will be sent home.
I want to say there's a little bit of frustration from Mark Cutie. There was a point where he got baited into trying to attack Powerless, and you had Sir Bossy waiting in the bush to go ahead and CC him into a coma. So, I mean, they just need to get their kind of wits back about them. A good early push for the Knights of Fate. Like you said, it's about 3K gold lead for them, and they're doing a good job. They're still kind of getting caught when it comes. Oh, as I say that, Mystic gushes out Kai in the back line. Mikasa in trouble. DPR is putting on the damage, finds the kill, and on the other side, Kai in trouble between 3 members of Area 77. That's going to be a wrap for the Knights of Fate jungler.
Yeah, 2 members falling, none on the side of Area 77. Definitely able to profit from that engagement without losing much from it. And these are the kind of plays they need to close the gap, the 3,000 gold lead that Knights of Fate has, and also the 3 turrets that they have up against them, as well as the Turtles. Now, it's still anybody's matchup. If Area 77 can continue to play passive and wait for Knights of Fate to overextend like they have been doing for the last 2 minutes, it will tip back in their favor in terms of scales. But speaking of scales,
yeah, Powerless in trouble here. Got caught in the wrong side here. Deadly Catch is out. Sir Bossy alone against 3 members again. Is going to get taken out. This does not bode well for this next Lord of fight. And not able to make Area 77 pay for it are the Knights of Fate. They're going to have to step away from this Lord, possibly give it away for free. You can see on the back end, Kai looking for his orange buff. So I don't think this turtle's actually going to be contested.
yeah, definitely won't be contested. And Area 77 somehow found a way to turn this in their favor. An unorthodox composition, but what looked like it wasn't going to work is now working in their favor. With this Lord on their side, may be able to open up the map and claim some of these turrets that they were struggling getting so far in the past 10 minutes. I'm wondering with Knights of Fate, they need to play a little bit more passive and regroup on their synergy, as it's definitely a little shaky right now. Maybe the pressure is what's getting to them.
Yeah, you can see they're looking for a push at bottom, Lord at top, so they're trying to split up the priorities for Knights of Fate here. Bottom tower goes down. 3 members of Knights of Fate here trying to protect against it. Deadly Catch comes out. The damage onto the turret. You see Mark Cutie lobbing balls at it, and down goes 2 more towers for the side of Knights of Fate. Area 77 doing a great job of macroing up. Still got this mid tower. Merciless caught in a bad way. Tortoise Pooson's out for Kai, and they're starting to defend. They're still holding on to this mid tower amazingly.
And this is getting scary for Knights of Fate. I mean, they have way more damage dealers on the side of Area 77, and if they can tip the scales, which they already are starting to, in their favor, the damage is what's going to be a problem for the Knights of Fate, especially as we get closer to that late game, just now passing the 10-minute mark into the mid game, and now the siege for the mid turret.
Oh, a big penalty zone lands in with a flicker on the backside. Mystic gushes out. Mark Cutie finds a kill on to Mikasa. Gals Cutie finds one onto Kai. This is not what Knights of Fate want. Powerless able to take out Area 77's marksman, Mark Cutie, and they're able to hold them at the line there. 2 members left at 0 and Powerless possibly. Oh, Powerless comes in from the flank trying to put the damage on. Deadly Catch is out. Powerless narrowly avoids it. You can see the damage coming out. 0 tried to protect it. That mid tower is no longer with us. Powerless trying to do his job. Flickers out. All the incredible damage. The zoning ability from Jules on this Novaria is keeping Knights of Fate marksman at bay.
Yeah, and also the rotation from Merciless on the Uranus as well, proxying those minions from even making it to the mid lane to allow Area 77 to open up this map in their favor. You're definitely telling this is a boil of shot calling from Area 77 on these small things, and that is what's going to make them go the extra distance. Speaking of extra distance and extra things in the game, is we are now seeing the gold populate on the screen. Right now, Mark Cutie now finding a way to turn this back around in his favor. We said it didn't look really profitable for him in the early, but now able to kind of out-farm Powerless. Definitely leading the way in the goal lane, and it's also the damage that I'm going to be kind of keeping an eye on. You're looking at 2 Ice Queen wands picked up from the Gourd and the Navaria for the additional slow, and a lot of CDR from those magic shoes to be able to provide even more CC against the Knights of Fate. Yes, it's an unorthodox composition, but it's also overwhelming for the Knights of Fate to deal with.
Yeah, and DPR right now is running a super tanky. Look at how fast he's chunking down this with Mark Cutie. That's another Lord uncontested for Area 77. And Knights of Fate, they're going to need to find a plan here because running in with the penalty zone seems like a problem when that deadly catch comes out from DPR. He's, like I said, he doesn't really have that great a damage, but he does have a huge tanking ability and that deadly catch to kind of offset those gank attempts by Knights of Fate.
And we are going to see the Lord now spawn in, making his way up the top side for Area 77 to be able to possibly take one of the inhibitors if they can pull it off. And you are seeing them prepare exactly for that, trying to get a little bit of sinkage in lane. Now the bottom will need to be cleared out. It looks like it is going to be cleared just in time to be able to match up with this Luminous Lord. And Knights of Fate, put with their backs against the wall, need to be able to defend.
Yeah, you see Merciless doing it. This is the problem now. Look at how quickly they're able to take down that mid tower. There needs to be a gank onto somebody here. Zero does take that sphere from Gal's Cutie. Lord coming in, looking for the charge. Charges up into the top tower, and now they're putting the damage on. Minions coming in to all lanes. Can Knights of Fate fight this off, or are their playoff contentions and hopes ending here at the hands of Area 77? You see Merciless down at the bottom trying to put on the damage. Minions at the towers right now. They're going to go ahead and disengage and start clearing out Knights of Fate jungle.
You know, it's not the set potential, but it's the push potential from Area 77. That is so scary, stacked up with the damage and a 5-man Astro Echo.
Oh, a big pop-up lands on the Gal's Cutie. He goes down quickly, and Knights of Fate trying to put on the damage. Kai goes down from Jules Cutie. Mikasa in a bad way into the back line. There's only 2 members left, or 3 members, Powerless, Zero, and Sir Bossy. For Area 77. They are trying to close this up. Mark Cutie, ooh, almost baits out Sir Bossy, creates some distance, and out comes the deadly catch to push away the rest of the Knights of Fate. That is the next high ground tower for the Knights of Fate here. A lot of damage coming out. All minions crashing into the tower. Powerless is alone. They're trying to focus him down. Mystic gushes out. That's it. Game over. Area 77 take the victory.
Phone home, as the extraterrestrials don't plan on leaving anytime soon. Push through in the best of 3 into the loser semifinals, taking out the Knights of Fate with a great finish. Textbook. It didn't look like it was going to work in their favor. Me and you both looking at their draft, scratching our heads, but hey, they pulled it off, and that just shows you why they are the pro players and we're over here as the casters. And nonetheless, some flawless execution, and nobody can say they didn't earn their spot and one step closer to being in the top 4 for North America.
Yeah, amazing game by Area 77. Unfortunately, Knights of Fate just could not catch their breath here. You can take a look here at the stats. I mean, a great job by DPR. Still, amazing 5 kills on basically a full tank Bane. Just amazing to watch.
Yeah, 11-11 on the scoreboard. Both teams tied up in terms of kills. A 15-minute finish. And I mean, even if you look at the items, right? A lot of magic damage over there from Area 77. And then the Bane to kind of keep them on their toes. Not something I would have even expected to really profit on. And somehow Area 77 able to make it work in their favor. Knights of Fate, 2 losses back-to-back after they had the first game in their favor. Hard defeat, but it's been a pleasure being able to watch them through the NACT fall season. But now with Area 77 moving forward, they are definitely looking like a problem and could possibly be one of the top 4 teams in North America.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting because this match, I mean, not the way Knights of Fate were looking to end this series. Unfortunately, I mean, we saw it from the draft, not a lot of damage. And once this game got into the late game, there wasn't much that they could do to burst down Area 77, to handle Jules Cutie, Gal's Cutie, Mar Cutie. So much damage coming out of that, especially when you're only really looking at Powerless and Zero. The rest, as soon as Mikasa came in, he was just getting burst down. It was, I mean, kind of a faulty game plan here. Even when you come in with a great pop-up into a penalty zone, it just wasn't enough here. You can see how quickly they were getting burst down, especially when it comes into this late game. On the backside, they're able to take down Mikasa while zoning out the rest of the Knights of Fate, and this was basically the beginning of the end.
Yeah, and there's just a lot of range damage from Area 77 on those skirmishes, and just how fast they could just push through those turrets for that game winner. As we are now moving on to the post-game stats. Rich Guy, Marcuti, 769 gold per minute. The carry, DPR, the first jungler to get a Savage in the NACT fall season, strikes again. The Sandbag, Merciless with the most damage taken, sitting at about 124,000. And then the Forgotten One, but we gotta give him credit with the total assists, 7 for Gauss Cutie.
Yeah, amazing job by both teams here, but Area 77 here, I mean, we talked about Mark Cutie and his prominence in that gold lane, and it showed here tonight, especially kind of some of the off-brand picks from Knights of Fate. Not really off-brand, but I want to say like kind of the compositions and the synergy there. You can see from the first game, I mean, Area 77 had a little bit of a problem here. Knights of Fate able to really clean up, found that little switching point and that power spike for them to able to come in. But then, I mean, Area 77, such a great job in the next 2 games, found the answer.
Yeah, and speaking of answers, there's always one hero that stands out. Let's go ahead and figure out who that is as we swing on over to the MVP.
Yes, what a series, guys, and way to give me my second loss in predictions. Area 77 denies Knights of Fate the victory and claims the win for themselves. They eliminated the Knights of Fate off the board. The OP DPR is our MVP. What made him the MVP here, guys?
Well, he's been just one of those statures, those prominent figures when it comes to these games. Whether it was that Martis from the second game, Martis 9-3 and 4 did such a great job of being able to get those kills in the early game and making sure that when Knights of Fate wanted to kind of turn things around, they weren't able to because they were at such a deficit, it didn't matter. In the third game, I want to say picked up the Bane, but then did something we don't usually see on Banes too often, not just like some tanky items, but full tank. And his only real purpose there was 1, to get out that deadly catch, but 2, to really burst down those objectives and those towers.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, the proof is in the pudding, right? He's definitely known for that Martis, and I think one of the things is respecting what some of these players are comfortable running on and not allowing them to pick it up, is it's almost proven for them to win when they have those heroes at their disposal. And nonetheless, congratulations to the extraterrestrials. Area 77 is there one step closer to Los Angeles.
Yes, congrats to Area 77, and thank you for being part of the NACT Knights of Fate. We appreciate you being here and participating, and we hope to see you in future tourneys. But we've got Avalon versus Bloodhounds clashing up next to avoid a knockout. We'll find out who will stay on the board when we come back after this short break.
Very low, Tyrant's rage onto the wall. Zero takes down Dino.
upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%, good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Right. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene, and I heard you guys are coming to ISL, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LLBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Phil, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up guys, I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors, BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. Bloodthirsty Kings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history. In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
KnightsofFate, Philippine Bloodhounds, all of them very low. Tyrants rage onto the wall. Zero takes down Dino.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT Fall Season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%. Good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Right. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene, and I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Phil, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up, guys? I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors. BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. Bloodthirsty Kings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history. In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
KnightsofFate, Philippine Bloodhounds, all of them very low. Tyrants rage onto the wall. Zero takes down Dino.
upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that announces the winner.
Hi, I'm getting Q.
Welcome back, guys. We just got finished with the Knights of Fate versus Area 77, and Area 77 took that win. Next up, we got Avalon versus Bloodhounds. Who do our casters think will avoid a loss this time? Let's check it out. My choice here was my choice here was Avalon because they were higher up in the leaderboard. This one's like 50-50 chance. So what do you guys think? Why did you guys choose who you chose?
I know for me personally, I chose Bloodhounds just because of the spiciness it's gonna add to it. Them winning here puts them in a tie. Initially it was gonna create basically a three-way tie for third and fourth place. That's no longer the case here now. But I feel like with the jumbling around of the rosters, Bloodhounds have a good chance of kind of taking advantage of that.
Yeah, and we're kind of split down the middle with this one. I'm going for Avalon on this, but it's a close and hard decision to really make. I mean, both of them have been showing promising things so far. Yeah, they make a few mistakes, but they make up for it with their execution, and this is really going to be a flip of the coin on who can pull this one off. But nonetheless, like Private stated, anything is still up for grabs for a top 4 position.
Yes, anything is going to be up for grabs here. You never know, because in the last match, I thought the Knights of Fate had it in the bag, and next thing you know, Area 77 came back and was like, nope, that's ours. This is our win, So I love how it can go either way. You never know who can take the win.
Yeah, and a little bit of information. I'm going to try to explain it as clearly as I can here. A little bit of an update on the standings. Knights of Fate took a very surprising loss, and there was a scramble for us to do all the math here. Knights of Fate here right now, basically this match between Avalon and the Bloodhounds could possibly decide if Knights of Fate are still in it. Bloodhounds
Private. They're ready to fight now. I'm gonna have to cut you off here because I know what the viewers are here for, and they're here to watch a battle. And right now, let the final battle begin of the night, and it'll be Avalon versus Bloodhounds. Fight.
Yeah, like I was saying, Bloodhounds need to win here to tie with the Knights of Fate. If they win the next series too, they go ahead and they steal away that spot from the Knights of Fate. So there's a lot on the shoulders of Bloodhounds here and Avalon during this game, Wheezy.
Yeah, Avalon a little bit more safe for sitting at that number 3 position, but Bloodhounds, like you stated, they got to get 2 games, right? They got to continue winning, and we've seen them in their growth in the North American scene. Back from a team who just wanted to make it to top 8 and always falling a little bit short to getting to this moment where they have a chance to make top 4. They got to jump through this hurdle. They'll jump through Avalon if they want to make it. On the other side, though, Avalon full of some teams that have made it to the champion stage before. A lot of members, actually. They have over there Basic, Victor. Both of those members have played internationally, right? They've represented us inside of the World Series, and I can't wait to see where this goes. But nonetheless, between these two teams, high caliber gameplay. Bloodhounds is known for their synergy time and time again, but Avalon is known for some of their household names and also some of the things they bring to the table. It's not a secret on why they're sitting at that top 3 position. It's going to be the biggest challenge that Bloodhounds has had yet, and like you stated, the difference in what can send them home.
Yeah, and that's the amazing thing here right now. Avalon, very secure. If they beat Bloodhounds here, that's going to be the end of the night and the end of the season for the Bloodhounds. If Bloodhounds win here, there might be a huge shakeup with some of these standings and who makes it into 4th place. Avalon does have those household names. A lot of those names that people recognize. Basic, Victor, Toinks was on Ackerman last season as well. Tarzan has been around too. While some of them might not have made the world stage, a lot of them do have a ton of experience as well. Bloodhounds are kind of new. They've not new to the scene, new to the top 8 of North America, but they've kind of shined here where others may have faltered at the top 8 or top 4 of North America. Bloodhounds have really shined and really made a huge amount of progress from what we saw from last year. You can see on Avalon a couple of smart pickups there for the bans, kind of focusing down a little on Boca Rosca with the Navaria and the Valir banouts.
I was thinking that exact thing, right? This is definitely a Boca Rosca ban right there. The Valir alongside the Navaria. We know he's a master in the mid lane. It can definitely be a problem. You know, something funny about this matchup, Private, is if Avalon wins this, then I'm tied with you in predictions. Oh, yeah. But if Bloodhounds wins this, then you're up by 2. So I guess we're both hoping for different things on this one, as I'm still going for that caster predictions, right?
I just went for the spicy one this time. Just wanted to see a couple of tiebreakers come out there. We are going to go ahead. We ban out the Valentina. We're going to see where this first pick, if we're banning out kind of a lot of those mages, I'm wondering if this first pick is going to go ahead and focus down on that XP lane, especially with somebody as strong as Victor there.
Yeah, we've seen Victor and just how much he can dominate with the Uranus, and I mean, it's still available for grabs. Bloodhounds maybe want to slot that up. That's something that Victor profits on, and he definitely picks when it's available. So there it goes, manifesting it into reality. The Bloodhounds is going to go ahead and take that up, and honestly, that is a good option, right? You put that in the hands of Victor, and that just increases the success rate of Avalon tenfold.
Well, there is sometimes that problem sometimes too. If you try to pick something, you better be able to play it to a crazy degree, especially against somebody who mains that pick, because of course they already know all the weaknesses of their favorite hero. So hoping that Dino or that the side of Bloodhounds can definitely make up for it. And then a big early game, easy peasy, another person that coincidentally has a Savage on that Martis as well.
I'll tell you what, Bloodhounds so far, they're very explosive with these first picks. You can tell they know everything's on the line and they're not risking it. We're not seeing something that's out of the ordinary right now. We're seeing like pure probability on success with these options that they slotted in, right? They go in for the Martyrs. You mentioned easy peasy, one of the only junglers outside of a DPR to get that Savage with them. And then Dino picking up that Uranus, you know, for their team. They better be able to execute it to its full maximum potential, especially going up against Cardi or Victor, mind you, who is running in the XP lane now for Avalon, which may be the difference in what they needed to keep them in that 3rd position. But I really want to see how Victor responds to this. We normally see plenty of these XP laners have an issue up against the Uranus and not really ever having a direct answer. The one that we did see was that Dairoth matchup, which did okay, and now looking at what we're seeing so far, it looks like he is going to go in for the Paquito to go toe-to-toe against it.
Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting thing, because what you can do with the Paquito against the Uranus, while you're not going to have that lane matchup, you do trade that in for an ability to move around the map, put on a lot of damage on somebody, and then get back to your lane as well. So it's kind of an inadvertent trying to counter Uranus out by attacking different angles of the team. Moving into this second ban phase, we go ahead and see the Boca Rosca picked up. I'm actually not sure if that's going to be Boca Rosca on the Kadita, because that could very well be a roam Kadita as well.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. It's still a flexible pick, keeping Avalon on their toes. It does provide some additional CC, but also some damage. Right now, Bloodhounds is going to need something to kind of bridge their way toward the late game if the game does go there. For Avalon, though, they do have this Eve. It is going to provide that zoners pressure with the manipulation, but there is some answers, right? Easy peasy on the Martyrs, has a Mortal Coil, so he won't really be slowed too much from Demon, but that's just it. We're talking about Demon here, one of the more aggressive mages, and usually profits when it comes to their opponents. I can't wait to see what happens. I think Boca Rosca is one of the few mages that can keep him on his toes in the mid lane, so like you said, it's going to be a little bit of that extra spice, and I can see why you would vote for the Bloodhounds and why I would vote for Avalon. It's definitely a spicy match on the way.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. We do take out the Kufra from Bloodhounds as well. Coppola, I mean, like you said, he's gotten the MVP from the Bloodhounds as well. A great roam for them. And one of the things that kind of shines for the Bloodhounds right now is they've kept the same roster that they had before our break. So that synergy is still there. That growth is still there. While Avalon may have some weaknesses that can be exploited that come along with some of the synergy and some of the rotations. We do know both of these teams put in some heavy games when it comes to scrims, when it comes to practicing. So it might not be as big of a factor, but I mean, it's something to think about when we come in here. You mentioned already, Boca Roscoe, easy peasy. I want to say Kadita and Martis, good picks when it comes to the Eve, because once that real world manipulation comes down, these two have some good and easy ways to get out of that. Uranus, you're not really worried about until he's like really low to really kind of get caught up in there. So it's going to be very interesting to see what Avalon picked to kind of round out this composition to kind of set the tone for those real world manipulations.
Yeah, and right now, Bloodhounds is fresh off of a sweep up against the NightHorde, so they do have a little bit of that momentum boost that's been going for them today. Whereas Avalon, this is their first appearance today, so hopefully they're warmed up and they've been practicing behind the scenes. As Bloodhounds, they're ready to go. I mean, you see Sleeps picking up that marksman, is going to go in for that Claude, that late game damage with survivability, and then paired up against Basic, one of the most famous, if not the most famous marksman in North America, running in with that carry for late game damage also, but he will lack in the mobility department. And then to finish off the missing piece of the puzzle for Avalon, Edith will be slotted in to finalize their draft.
Yeah, really interesting there. I do like Avalon. I feel like they've checked a lot of boxes when it comes here. I think the only thing that they don't really have is poke. I mean, you do kind of have it with Demon on the Eve, but you've got setting potential from Demon on the Eve. You've got the tankiness in the form of Toinks and Tarzan on these picks, and then Paquito. And Paquito has that early game damage, while Carrie has that late game damage. So I want to say a well-rounded composition from Avalon, including all the CC that you have from them.
And now, speaking of CC, the Conal CC in effect with the Nubian Blast from Bloodhounds, as Coppola is going to go ahead and lock in this Lolita. Now, that can work in their favor. You drop down that shield and negate the Speedy Light Wheels from Basic. A possible counter was their option. You know, it's funny enough, we haven't seen too many Lolitas recently picked up. We've been seeing more of the Grok and things of that nature, Kaja here and there, but I haven't actually seen a good Lolita game in a while, so this is going to be a pretty intense matchup between Bloodhounds and Avalon, but like we mentioned, Bloodhounds has a shot to make it into Los Angeles, but they have to jump through a couple more hurdles, and one of them is going to be Avalon, who is sitting at that number 3 position, definitely very comfortable with their footing in the point system, as we are now jumping into game number 1 between both of these amazing teams. Bloodhounds going head to head against their opponents. Will they be able to take down Avalon?
Yeah, like we said, Bloodhounds, a future in this season of NACT lie in their performance here tonight. Avalon a little bit more comfortable, going to go ahead and start. Typical start for both junglers here, and as you see, both roam and mages at mid.
Yeah, and right now both junglers starting at the same side, which means they will clash on the bottom side of the map near the gold lane, as we are seeing the emblems pop up on the board. Tenacity, a double Tenacity for Avalon. That is going to be for the Boxia jungle and the Edith roam. Triple Tenacity, though, on the opposing side for the Bloodhounds. Definitely trying to be a little bit more sustainable when it comes to damage, but this is going to boil down to execution. Can the Wizard in the mid lane Demon outfarm the once supreme title holder and leader for the Bloodhounds, Boca Roscoe?
Yeah, it's going to be very amazing to see here. Big rotation coming down here from the Bloodhounds. 3 members, but you saw a little bit of vision there given by Tarzan, so Basic is wary to it and aware still before this first hurdle spawns.
That's right, and both teams having international players with that experience on the table. You've got Basic over there for Avalon. You have Victor as well. I guess actually one team has 2 internationals, and Bloodhounds has those who are eager to go that extra mile and may be able to possibly do it.
Ooh. Yeah, a lot of damage going on the basic. In comes the decimation. Easy peasy finds the kill. He's going to have to go back to base. Might actually be back in time for this first turtle.
Yeah, but not back in time for the amount of gold that Sleeps is going to strip off of that turret. Already about 25% left, which is going to give him the advantage in terms of the economy and also the level. We are seeing both teams getting ready for that level 4 to fight it out on this turtle. Tarzan already in position for the retribution. Nobody there to contest. His Easy Peasy is still rotating around his orange buff.
Yeah, Dino gets some vision on it, and Tarzan's going to easily be able to pick it up. Still in the lead, though, Bloodhounds still have us a very slight gold advantage, so this speaks well for their farming ability right now against Avalon in the early minutes of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm keeping my eyes on a couple of things in this match, right? First of all, what's going to happen in the gold lane? Basic already took a death with under 2 minutes, which will give him a little bit of a disadvantage, especially running on this carry who kind of leads the way toward that mid to late game, bursting down the tankier opponents with the speedy light wheels. Well, speaking of bursting down, another thing that I'm interested in is the battle on the top side. Victor going up against Dino. Can Victor keep up with the unkillable Uranus?
Yeah, and that's going to be the question here, because everybody has been having their eyes on Victor and his joining of Avalon. Big pop up there on to Tarzan's going to activate that Tortoise Puissance to kind of offset a lot of the damage and activate a little bit of that anti-healing. Both teams go ahead. Lethal Wanderer captured and then quickly taken down by Tarzan.
Yeah, and speaking of junglers, Easy Peasy running on the Martis. You can't deny the factor that he is a threat, especially with that in his hands. One of the few junglers to pull off that Savage nice and early in the NACT fall, and given the opportunity again, could be a possible problem that Avalon has to watch out for. You're looking at the first turtle, though, going into the hands of Avalon, which means they have the XP boost to work in their advantage.
Ooh, very interesting positioning by both teams. Both members, both XP laners were in kind of dangerous positions on each side of the enemy's jungle there. 3 members down here. Avalon looking for a gank. They think twice about it. I love how fast they make the decision. No, we can't make something happen here. Rotate back.
Yeah, the Corrosion Scythe was picked up from Basic, getting ready for those core items, even though he did have a slight delay by being bursted down in the 2v1 matchup on the bottom side. He's still able to kind of find his footing. Bloodhounds needs to continue to put some pressure on there to kind of increase the lead, as we are now going to see the second turtle spawn in. Bloodhounds already in position to take control of the turtle pit, but here goes Avalon for the contest.
Victor on the wrong side of the map gets popped up and taken out by Easy Peasy. Now he's chasing onto Tarzan, set his sights. Mortal Coil is out, big pop-up. Is he going to be able to find the decimation? He does! That's 2 kills for Easy Peasy to set the tone for this next turtle.
And there it goes again, the line for today, setting the tone. The Martis has just been such a problem, already picking up 2 kills and a turtle, showing you he can bridge the way for the early game when in the right hands. First to his DPR, and now we may be seeing Easy Peasy. Dominant size was picked up from Dino on the top side. Victor doing what he can, trying to hold him off, but the gold has already been stripped off. Now the gold from all turrets has fallen. 3 kills left unanswered, and a turtle for the Bloodhounds.
With as much as going on with the Bloodhounds, we still have not seen them take like a tower just yet. So they've gotten 3 kills, but they haven't been able to transition that into these good objectives that you usually look for here. 4 members here. Boca Roscoe on the back end. They find him there. Toinks comes in with a big pop-up. You can see Boca Roscoe with a pop-up of his own. Rough Waves is out. Easy Peasy looking for another decimation. Is he going to be able to find it? Tarzan getting away, and on the back end Sleeps with that blazing duet. Coppola finds a kill onto Toinks, and down goes a Basic. 2 more kills for the side of Bloodhounds, and just as I say that, Demon gets caught as well, and a flicker out to safety for Bloodhounds.
And with that additional golden kill, Sleeps will be able to pick up that golden staff and have even more of an advantage in the gold lane against Basic, who found his 2nd death so far in the last 6 minutes. Avalon having a very hard time protecting their ADC. Sleeps making the most out of the situation. Looks like he will have enough time to take down that turret, which will open up the map even more in their favor. It is now 6-2-0, 6 minutes in, and Bloodhounds leading the way against Avalon.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. If ever there was an opportunity for Bloodhounds to get the advantage over Avalon, this would be it. Big pop-up onto Dino. He's going to activate that consecration to get himself out of harm's way. Still trying to put the damage onto Toinks. Easy Peasy on the side, looking for an opportunity. Doesn't see it just yet. Immediately rotating back to mid.
Yeah, Coppola is going to pick up that Radiant Armor. Worried about some of that long magic damage from Demon and also Twinks, but battle on the way in the jungle on the Tarzan.
Oh, big. A Numenon Blast comes out. Victor in a bad way on the backside here. Comes the Blazing Duet. Victor gonna be able to eke out. He's in a bad way. He was gonna look for the turret. Didn't want to commit suicide. Turned around, and it looks like Bloodhounds able to pick up the kill. 0-7 right now in favor of the Bloodhounds.
Yeah, easy peasy having 3 kills. Sleep's picking up his 3rd as well, and a turtle in their favor. Request for a pause, though, from Basic on the side of Avalon. Right now in a huge deficit, a hole that they need to find a way to climb out of. 7 minutes in, we're looking at 1 turtle advantage and also 1 turret advantage for the Bloodhounds on top of the 7 kills that they've stacked up. And these kills aren't just going to anybody. They're going to who it matters, the marksman and the jungler. But speaking of things going to who it matters, a giveaway code on the screen right now. Claim the code in game for a chance to win a permanent liquid fire skin for thumbs. For all you XP mains out there, claim it while it's available.
Yeah, like you just to expand on the point you were going to say, like it is 3 kills on Sleeps, 3 kills on Easy Peasy. So it's going on who it matters. And Boca Roscoe doing such a great job when it comes to giving vision for his team for that marksman lane. And Sleeps, I mean, you already know that Claude does have a little bit of a slow start to the game. He does need those items, that Demon Hunter sword, does need that golden staff to really kind of like start like skipping ahead with the damage, and this is a great start for him. Not to mention, you're up about 2K on a team like Avalon. A very good start for the Bloodhounds so far.
Yeah, and right now, you know, Bloodhounds is trying to make their way into that 4th position. Avalon is in the 3rd position right now, and it's just showing you if they can do this to them, they definitely have what it takes to hold a spot in the playoffs, right? Now, Avalon, looking at what we're seeing so far, a little bit too early deaths for Basic, right? Focusing on that gold lane should definitely be one of their main priorities. We mentioned in the draft that running the carry, you lack the mobility. So Bloodhounds making the most, finding that vulnerability in their draft is going to focus in on him and get those early kills. And that's what happens. Not to mention, he doesn't have a flicker. He doesn't have any means of escape. All he has is a Purify. And that is where Bloodhounds is going to seize that opportunity. And that's what we're seeing so far, right? They took the turret down in the gold lane and forced Basic to rotate to the top side to try and hold off that lane. And maybe seeing Sleeps rotate up there as well. Don't really want to have Dino go up against the carry, so I kind of assume he's either going to rotate on top there or try and focus in on the mid lane to open up the map more in their favor.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to talk about too, is that now that they've kind of switched lanes, but that depends on what you have going on in this lane here too. Like, I mean, are you going to, if you put Uranus and Paquito at the bottom as well, you've already got a tower down on that side, and you're kind of setting up Victor for a little bit of a problem down there. It's going to take something from Avalon. If Bloodhounds can kind of maintain this, not make too many mistakes, they've been doing such a great job when it comes to their rotations, when it comes to vision. The only thing that we're worried about is once you get to the mid game, once you get to the late game, a lot of teams can get a little complacent. So we're going to see how this kind of goes on. Tarzan, in a bad way, is going to be able to find a little bit of an escape there from the Bloodhounds.
Yeah, now as we are resetting and back into the Land of Dawn after that pause, we are jumping back in at that 7-0 deficit. Bloodhounds leading the way in the early game against the number 3 team in the NACT fall season. Bloodhounds needs this victory to be able to move forward and have another chance at claiming a seat in Los Angeles. Right now, Avalon still has a little bit of a safety net, but anything is still up for grabs for both of these teams, as you are going to see the turret on the top side fall in favor for Avalon as they take it down up against Dino.
Yeah, really interesting, because we saw Easy Peasy did find Tarzan, but didn't want to engage because he didn't have his team there. Speaking of engagements, big pop-up lands on the Avalon. Coppola finds a kill onto Twinks. Tinks. Oh, and then we do have the Numenon Blast coming down too, chasing down Tarzan as well. They find the kill. They're looking to make something happen here at the mid lane. Meanwhile, on the other side, Victor finds a tower of his own. So a good job by Avalon to go ahead and trade out one of those kills for an objective, which I think might actually outweigh the kill that you just took.
Yeah, it outweighs definitely the kill and gives them the slight advantage on the map for more opportunity, but Sleeps, without wasting any time, will take a turret of his own on the top side.
Yeah, it looks like he might be looking for the second tower. Might be a little greedy, but you have Easy Peasy and Copla there to go ahead and provide it. So that's another mid-ground tower for them. As far as racing for this macro, I want to say Bloodhounds just narrowly a few steps ahead of Avalon.
Yeah, even though Avalon doesn't have as many kills, it's actually no kills so far, it's still interesting to see how it's not really one-sided, as they are still able to provide some pressure, but they're definitely falling on the back end as Bloodhound is leading on the map by 1 turret. The Lord has spawned in though, and now I think this is going to be the deciding factor on who's wearing the pants and is in the lead for this match.
Yeah, you see Victor around the side, maybe looking for a flank or possibly looking. Oh, he does catch Uranus there. Both teams kind of waiting here, being very patient. A lot of respect here between both of these teams when it comes to the damage they're able to output. They definitely don't want to be the first one to make a mistake. A little bit of a slow play on to this Lord. Sleeps comes in, gonna get himself some stacks before they start on this Lord. Bocarasco takes a few hits from Tarzan. Now 2 members, big conceal play comes in. Toinks finds the pop-up on the Copla. Copla goes down basic with the damage there as well. Big pop-up lands on the Bocarasco. He comes in, finds the Purify onto Demon. He is not going to be able to finish it off as the flicker from Demon able to create that distance while Basic finds the kill. That's 2 unanswered kills for Avalon for this Lord fight, and now they're starting to set their sights onto the tower, which will allow Avalon some time to take out this Lord.
Yeah, 2 kills for Basic, a Demon Hunter sword picked up as well, and that really played into Avalon's favor from Basic's positioning. Played patient, waited to go in, and got the kills, and also didn't take any damage in the process.
Oh, this might be bad for Easy Peasy. He's coming in between 4 members. Do have a pop-up there, Easy Peasy. They do get him away from the Lord right now. Still a great positioning for both Sleeps. Able to take another tower. Tarzan in a bad way. He's getting chased out. 3 members. Numenon Blast on the way. Dino with the killing blow on to Tarzan. And that's going to free up this Lord, hopefully, for the Bloodhounds.
Yeah, Basic rotated to the bottom side. He was trying to clear some of the minions for them to push up to the tier 2, but he should have stayed in the mid to hold off that mid turret from falling. Easy Peasy will be able to claim this Lord for the Bloodhounds. With the Lord and the mid turret opening up, they definitely have won this trade.
Yeah, and doing such a good job too. Now you can see them doing, trying to start taking advantage, starting to try to refuse the purple buff from Avalon. It's just Copla here by himself. So it's going to be very interesting to see if we can kind of continue with this. And here comes Tarzan, 4 members. Copla decides against continuing on this aggression at the purple buff.
It's crazy to think that we're only 11 minutes in. I feel like we just started this game and already at the midpoint. Right now, you are looking at Bloodhounds pushing through with the Lord on the top side.
What a beautiful combo there. Numenon Blast mixed with the rough waves, but down goes Copla, the big group from Avalon, able to make a mincemeat of the Bloodhounds roam. And you can see them kind of transitioning their focus now. Left to only the high grounds is Avalon. This isn't the start that you want, but there's still a lot of fight left in them when it comes to clearing up these minions and rotating to kind of try to secure these objectives.
Yeah, Bloodhounds definitely having that dog on them, and they are on the hunt to shut down Avalon as we are now looking at the gold difference between both teams and some of the items popping up on the board. Already hitting double digits in terms of gold for Sleeps, running on the cloud, out farming Basic by over 2,000 gold at full build almost as well. He has the Demon Hunter sword, the golden staff, the corrosion sight, and the Wind of Nature to negate the physical damage on top of a Legion sword for that additional damage. Basic trying to get there, does have the Demon Hunter sword and the corrosion sight to work in his favor, but just behind in the economy, and that just leads from that early game advantage that we've seen Bloodhounds kind of trickle into.
Man, it's just been an amazing sight to watch. While Bocarasco doesn't have the kills, he has been on point when it comes to coming in, swooping in, especially on to Demon, and then to back him up, Copla is always there with the Numenon Blast as kind of like a fail-safe in case Bocarasco can't get that kill, can't get the damage needed to take him down. And it's been that for most of this game. Avalon really need to find something in them if they want to make it through the next potential minutes of the game.
Yeah, and I say right now for Avalon, play to the late. Just be patient. You have Basic. He's running on the carry. The later this goes, the more damage he'll be able to deal, and the later the game goes, the longer the respawn timers will be. Right now, the map is not in their favor, and they are down in the economy by over 7,000 43,000. You're looking at Bloodhounds being very comfortable, but keep in mind, Bloodhounds, this is their first time in a top 8 position where a lot of the players on Avalon have kind of held a spot in North America in top 8 and beyond. So, speaking of top 8 plays.
Oh, yeah, big conceal play lands on the Dino. He's going to activate that consecration. In comes PZ from the side lane, trying to push Victor into the tower. Still, nobody. Numenon Blast is out, and it catches 2 members of Avalon. Rough Waves comes out. Is it going to be enough? Down goes Toix. The rest of the team falling shortly behind like dominoes.
Whoa.
Demon and Basic fall. Tarzan is down as well. That's a complete team wipe for the Bloodhounds. And this might be game as they are starting to make their push for the core. They have 21 seconds to make some magic happen. Dino taking the tower. This is going to be the first game going to the Bloodhounds. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. As we see them push through under 15 minutes to be able to close out game 1 against Avalon in this best of 3. Bloodhounds showing they got that dog in them. They are on the hunt for a spot in the top 4. And they may be able to pull it off, as that was what we call a one-sided story. Now, I don't like seeing one-sided stories. I like to see what does the other team have to do to make this work in their favor, and also because I voted for Avalon, and I want to kind of tie you in the prediction rate. So, hey, I'm just being honest, but Avalon there is looking a little shaky, right? I mean, a lot of pressure on to Basic in the gold lane. He took 2 early deaths, left unanswered, and then when he had the advantage on that Lord play, he kind of shifted down to the bottom side for the split push instead of protecting the mid lane, and Sleeps was able to take that and open up the map and take the Lord in their favor, as we are now moving on to the post-game stats from that crazy gameplay that led to a victory for game 1 of Bloodhounds, 15-3, 14 minutes in.
I just want to say what a great composition from the Bloodhounds. Allowed Easy Peasy to kind of get some of those early kills, but alongside that, he also had Sleeps next to him, so that Claude was able to get fed early and be a huge menace during a lot of those team fights. And then when you mix it in, Numenon Blast, like you see here, Numenon Blast comes out, and then in comes Boko Roscoe with the Rough Waves, and just so much damage and CC, and then into the back line, you can see Sleeps putting the finishing touches on there. I think that was 3 kills for him as well. And then alone, it was just Victor by himself. Man, a collective gasp from Knights of Fate fans everywhere, as this win might actually knock them out and secure Bloodhounds into 4th place.
That's right, but they still got one more hurdle to jump. They need another victory to be able to close out this series. Was it a fluke, or can they do it again? Avalon, though, kind of scratching their heads and wondering where did they go wrong. Definitely have the IQ to be able to turn this around and keep Bloodhounds on their toes, as we are now looking at the post-game stats at that 14-minute finish. The rich guy going to sleep on that Claude, who's just so overly fed to make the difference, and also the carry as well with 43,000 damage dealt. The sandbag, most damage taken was Tarzan, and then the forgotten one, Coppola, sitting at 10 assists.
Yeah, just a crazy game there too as well. That last engagement, possibly their undoing. You had Dino looming around there, and I feel like the frustration got to Avalon. They were camping a bush. Nobody was coming near there. Bloodhounds were doing their job, making sure they didn't go anywhere that wasn't clear. Eventually, Avalon, they bit down on the bullet, and they're like, okay, let's just go for Dino. Uranus is not the target you want, especially when he's ahead, because he can basically tank out an entire barrage from your team. That meant that all of your abilities were wasted. Dino still survived, and now you had the rest of the Bloodhounds in tow.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, they needed to play for the late game, right? I mean, Basic did have the carry, so it definitely could have gave Dino a harder time the longer the match went, but Bloodhounds, they didn't plan on letting it go to the late. They finished it right before that 16-minute mark, and overall, a great execution to close it out. Honestly, I was a little surprised on how they're able to push through right there and close it out. You could definitely tell time was only a smidget of a time for them to be able to push that. It was like 10 seconds before Avalon would have spawned back in for the denial, and they didn't waste it. They knew the opportunity was there, and they dove for it. Those are the things you have to do to push from the top 8 to a top 4 position. But again, Avalon sitting strong in that 3rd seat. Bloodhounds still trying to find a way to climb that ladder. May be able to do it with one victory on their side.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting here too as well. This is what I wanted from the series. You know, both Avalon and Bloodhounds, great teams. But the reason I went for Bloodhounds is because I wanted to go against what the grain was, so that we could have ourselves a nice little fight here. And that's exactly what we got with that last match. Bloodhounds showing, I mean, like I said, the synergy. You're talking about 5 guys who have been together since the beginning here now of the season. They were offered the roster change. They're like, no, you know what? We haven't had the greatest season, but you know what? We're going to stick with what we know, and we're just going to practice and try to bring these guys up. And you can see the fruits of their labor here against Avalon.
Yeah, and it's definitely showcasing today. Bloodhounds, you know, Bocarasco kind of one of the ones that kind of caught my eye nice and early when I found out about their team. Caught him on Twitch. Amazing guy, great streamer, and this team definitely has been putting in a lot of work behind the scenes, not just compared to Avalon, but compared to a lot of the teams that we see in North America. They really don't split up the group too often, right? They just build that synergy and continue to grow. And when they take a loss, they don't quit. They don't disband. They learn from it and they move forward. And those are the things that you have to do. And it just shows you through time, synergy can beat anything. But Avalon, again, can they turn this around? That's really where the question's going to start. I believe in the goal lane, they need to put a little bit more pressure. Basic falling twice early, I wouldn't say it was entirely his fault. It could have been just a difference in the tank mage synergy, beating them down there for that rotation could have been the difference. But then also, we got to pan over to what happened in the XP lane. You let the Uranus walk, and they put the Paquito against it. We were wondering what heroes can kind of profit in there. Did we really see Victor have a hard time in the XP lane? Was that something that could have weighed into it? Or was it, should they have just banned the Uranus overall and maybe not allowed that to even be a possible problem?
Well, we're going to find out those questions and more after a small break.
Bloodhounds, all of them very low. Tyrants rage onto the wall. Zero takes down Dino.
Tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are black. Hopefully that break wasn't too long for you guys, but we are ready to go. Next draft is locked and stocked in the chamber, and we're gonna see what both of these teams have in store for each other. Was that a fluke for the Bloodhounds, or do they have enough in the tank to pull a hugely, I dare say, an upset? Even though I did vote for Bloodhounds, I think there's a lot of fans out there that are just like in shock and awe right now.
Yeah, and I think it just goes to because they have those household names. You don't really see them kind of have that much of a hard time. And Bloodhounds in game number 1, if they perform like that in game number 2, I mean, that's putting in some pressure, especially for top 4, and it just shows you that they're ready to go that extra mile. But now jumping into game number 2, after that short delay, here we are. Bloodhounds, keep in mind, there's still a spot for them to hit top 4. They are not there yet. They need to win this matchup and then move forward in the loser's bracket toward the semifinals.
Yeah, and that's going to be the amazing thing right now. Avalon, there's a lot on their shoulders right now, especially when it comes to frustration. You lose the first match, it can be hard to pick yourself back up after that. But we're talking about the top 8 of North America. These teams, especially when it comes to Avalon, a lot of experience on that team, a lot of live stage experience on that team. So if there's anybody who can do it, if there's anybody who can pull themselves back up after a loss, it's going to be Avalon.
Yeah, you know, and I'm hoping so. I like seeing things go to a game 3, so I want to see at least them win this one and keep me and you both at the edge of our seats for a game 3, especially since we're split down the middle with who we think is going to win this. So Bloodhounds already looking at the draft, wasting no time. They are going to take out one of the suppression heroes, go in for that Kajin. On the opposite side of the table, this time in something I can stand behind, take out the Martis, especially when you're going up against Easy Peasy.
I have to take a look at the stats, but I want to say Martis probably has the most winning win rate. I mean, if we think about all the games we've watched, all the games we've casted, every single time there's a Martis on there, on the team, it's been like almost a game changer. It's been like complete and utter dominance. He's got 2 Savages at least this season that I can remember from this season alone, which is absolutely insane. So, I mean, yeah, I think that definitely deserves a ban from Avalon there. But that kind of reminds us, who do we leave open? Are we leaving open one of those picks that the big thing is Boca Roscoe too was a huge factor in those last things. Are we banning out some of those personal picks he had, which left open the Kadita, or do we take out the Kadita, maybe leave open some of those outside the box picks that Boca Roscoe seems to shine on?
Yeah, I mean, you can see him pull out the Navaria, you can see him pull out the Valir. Just has such a strong presence in the mid lane. Now, something else that's still on the table is the Uranus. Do you let this walk again, especially for the side of Avalon? They do not have first pick. Bloodhounds could slot that in, and yes, it did profit. Even though Cardi was rotating around, was able to take some of the turrets in his advantage, the Uranus is definitely a problem for so many teams in North America, and I'm not really sure if that's something I would gamble on.
Well, I mean, I want to say it's almost kind of a change. The beginning of the season, we saw a bunch of teams picking up Uranus, and he didn't actually perform that well. It's only until we got to the later stages where I think people finally kind of found their ropes around Uranus. However, we're talking about when on Avalon's side, you're talking about Victor, who kind of specialized with that all the way from like M3. So he already knows how to use that. On the Bloodhound side, I mean, Dino did a great job. You already saw how big of an impact Uranus had for that last team fight, tanking 5 members of Avalon, waiting until they used all their abilities, and the rest of Bloodhounds swooped in to find the team wipe.
I would almost say with this matchup, at least based off of what we've seen in the last game, Basic may want to run for a marksman that has a little bit more survivability and also mobility, especially if his team's not going to rotate on the bottom side and help him out. I mean, I wouldn't really say he was at fault for those first 2 early deaths. I mean, there's only really so much you can do with the Purify and 3 members rotating around for that early pickoff. That's really going to boil down to the tank mage synergy, and if that's not going to work in your favor, then you have to make up for a marksman that can keep themselves alive. Maybe the Claude, maybe the Brody could be an answer, but as the first bans have been finalized, Navaria was taken out, an answer over there for Boca Roscoe, denying that, but it opens up the Uranus that we talked about, Private, and there it is, wasting no time, Bloodhounds picking it up.
Yeah, and I want to take on that side too. Basic picked up that carry after the Martis was already out there. So you're talking about a late game marksman who doesn't really take off in the early game against a jungler who absolutely shines in that early game. So Basic was never ever able to really take off on that hero. I'm going to see if we kind of have the same play in mind here. I do agree that Uranus, a prime pickup, such an impact on the last game that it's, and then plus, I mean, if anybody who knows Victor knows he loves to play that Uranus, and that's something that he specializes. You kind of be a little silly to give that up to him. So a good pickup for the Bloodhounds. However, on the other side, it opens up 2 picks for Avalon and the potential to counter.
And 2 frontline picks at that, is they're going to go ahead and pick up the Fredrin alongside the Grok. That's some good presence for being up close and personal, but you open up the opportunity for a late game marksman or a tank burster marksman to be slotted in here. A possible carry is screaming at Avalon right now, or Bloodhounds right now, to pick up and burst down not only the Grok but also the Fredrin. Now, yes, the Grok can be rotated into the XP lane. The Fredrin most likely is going to be the jungle, but the Fredrin could also be rotated to the XP lane. So, nonetheless, it doesn't change the fact that they're running 2 fighters this early in the draft, which basically tells Bloodhounds we need to play for something that can burst into the frontline composition and also deny them from being in the front line. And there it goes. Given Bo Carrasco what he's comfortable on, there is the Valier.
I'm a little worried, only because I'm a little worried only because it was such an obvious draft. You pick a Grok, you pick a Fredrin, 2 of the tankiest characters in the game right now. You're basically saying pick the Valier, because that's going to slow us down. That's going to be able to counter. And we already know Bo Carrasco loves that pick. So I'm wondering, do they have something else in mind? Because now, yeah, you have the carry out there. But what we're lacking from the Bloodhounds is that early game. We still need to be able to see this composition through.
Yeah, right now, even with the Paquito, again, like another frontline composition hero, and they're just playing into the Bloodhounds' favor. Right now, if I'm looking at what did they gain from this draft versus what they lost, this is in Bloodhounds' favor. I mean, they have a composition where the carry is going to thrive, and also the Valier, because Paquito needs to get up close and personal to deal that damage. And also, I mean, maybe the Paquito may be able to catch up to the Uranus, but again, we're talking about a Uranus in the XP lane, and he may be able to catch up to him, but he's not going to be able to out-rotate him. And I think that's really where the Uranus is going to shine. So, looking at what we're seeing so far, an answer possibly to be able to dive in and take out the carry at this point. I mean, we don't know who the marksman is going to be yet, or the mage for Avalon.
For me right now, this is so intense. You can tell with how much time they're taking for this draft too, like letting every second go down before they even get those bans in. There's a lot to consider here, and I like both of these teams are taking a lot of time to consider what else is out there and what they need to do. They are going to go ahead and ban out the Boxia, which means that they might be looking for to kind of maybe add something else to the pack here that has a little bit more regen. I want to say this is actually a decent composition already when it comes to regen, whether it comes to Fredrin, Paquito, especially if you can throw an Oracle on him. He has a lot of regen in that shielding that comes off of him. So I like the ban from Avalon here. The Boxia would have been a great counter for them. But I mean, it's very interesting too. Like Easy Peasy, I feel like shines on some of those more mechanical heroes. We'll see how that kind of plays out here. Kadita taking off the line from the Bloodhound side, though.
Yeah, and right now, I'm really hoping Avalon can kind of turn this back in their favor for the draft, because this is looking like a recipe for disaster, in my opinion. If they don't find a way to get some late game damage, but also find a way to get to the back line, that could be a potential problem, right? Bloodhounds, they have answers every single step of the way. Avalon, yes, they have damage. Yes, they have sustainability and frontline composition, but there's just so much that they have to rush against. It's like running with a knife into a gunfight at this moment, right? It's really 9 times out of 10, not really going to work in their favor. So looking at what's still on the table, we can see a mage pickup. And speaking of mages, some of them already taken off the table, and marksmen as well. The Valentina's gone, the Kadita, the Claude has been taken off the table, which would have been a good answer because they need some survivability and a way to get to the back line. And that Claude could have made that extra distance that they were hoping for. But now with what we're seeing, their options are very limited to really have a solidified draft against the Bloodhounds.
Well, I do want to say there are some good marksman picks here, especially when it comes to Uranus, especially when it comes to the early game. Brody has a decent early game, especially when he starts moving into that mid game. And then you're talking about a hero that does a lot of damage with fewer hits, where opposed to other marksmen who do a lot of hits and not as much damage. You're talking about Brody, I believe Bruno as well, who hasn't been banned as so you've got some heavy hitters, and there is the Bruno picked up, or the Brody picked up by Basic. So yeah, they're definitely going for that more sustained damage that has a lot more with fewer hits in there. And it might actually be a little bit of a problem unless there's a lot of support to kind of help this carry in the early game.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you right there. That would have been the next best possible answer for me. Outside of that Claude being banned out is the Brody. Not to mention the damage, but also the survivability with the corrosive strike to be able to go in for that stun, stack it up with a flicker on a dive composition. It gives them survivability, but hey, there it goes again. This is what, like the third appearance today of the Bane.
Any other time to see Bane, I would be so happy. We're going to see how this plays out, because he definitely needs some time, and he is super prone to those, what we've talked about before, those invades, those getting ganked on, getting jumped on, unless he has a whole ton of sustain. If anybody can pull it off, hopefully Easy Peasy has a plan ready. I do like the sustain and the CC that coming out from Bloodhounds here as well. On the side of Avalon, they picked up that Mystic Gush in the form of Gord.
Yeah, and that is going to finalize the draft from both teams, as we are now going to be jumping into the land of Dawn, Bloodhounds, and Avalon, right? Looking at their compositions, I have mixed emotions. I feel like Avalon with the Gord, I like to see it, right? It does have the push potential, and we actually seen the Gord win today, as we are now in game number 2 between Bloodhounds and Avalon in this best of 3 for the losers quarterfinals. Will Bloodhounds be able to go the extra distance and close out the series with a sweep against North America's number 3 team, or will Avalon down the gates and deny them a seat in Los Angeles?
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting thing here. I do want to say, as far as Bloodhounds and Avalon go here, Easy Peasy is going to need some time. He does need to get that jungle take off. He needs to get ahead to be really effective with this Bane. And once he gets that ball rolling, he's going to be almost unstoppable as we take a look at the emblems here. Whew.
Yeah, emblems are popping up and a lot of skills popping down in that mid lane. You are looking at the tenacity pick up. The Grok rotating around will be the roamer for Avalon. Double killing spree from the Brody and the Gord for that extra damage, push potential, and also sustainability. But speaking of damage, Toinks taking some heavy hits.
Yeah, and just you're already seeing that the skill level on Boca Roscoe. Oh, he just gets hit with that stun, taking the damage there from Toinks. Is that going to be enough? He's going to expend that flicker.
Oh!
Victor on the side there, but you see Boca Roscoe sees him coming. Toinks goes down. Victor finds a kill onto Boca Roscoe, and now we have ourselves a fight. Tarzan, actually in a bad way, is going to have to leap over that ledge to find himself some safety.
Yeah, Coppola able to pick up that first kill, take down Toinks. But you are going to see Victor get a kill of his own, taking out Boca Roscoe. So that is 1 for 1 on the board so far in terms of kills. Some early aggression from both of these teams, not even 2 minutes in, as they are getting ready for this first turtle.
Yeah, and I do like Easy Peasy doing his best to kind of start refusing jungle in the enemy side. But on the other side, you can see Avalon deep into enemy territory, cutting lane, doing the same thing as on the other side. Ooh, Victor comes in, catches a crab claw cannon for his efforts. And now we're looking at about a Lord fight. Easy Peasy dodging a couple of those shots here on the backside. Dino starting to put the pressure onto Tarzan. Through mid, you can see Boca Roscoe and Coppola looking for an opportunity. It looks like they're going to rotate to bottom. Actually, Easy Peasy goes ahead. You have the deadly catch out. Victor catches the pop-up for his efforts. And now it looks like we have a free turtle for Tarzan.
Victor at the right place at the right time, focusing on zoning out Easy Peasy from hitting that retribution on that turtle. Toinks taking some damage in the mid lane as well, and that will give Avalon the XP boost they were looking for. And now the focus on the bottom side as Demon gets ready to catch Sleeps off guard.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, we're gonna go ahead and take a look. Just go ahead and break down these items for us.
That's right, Blade Heptacy is being picked up from Basic on this Brody to have a little bit of that early advantage when he lands that first skill for some additional damage. Looking at Bloodhounds, though, rotating around, not trying to allow the gank on the bottom side. In game 1, we've seen Basic fall super early, twice from ganks from the side of Bloodhounds, but it may not be the same story as now Bloodhounds is giving Sleeps a little bit more protection, especially since Sleeps is running on this carry who is not going to have as much mobility. He did go in for the flicker, though, which can definitely work in his advantage.
Yeah, I want to say some great vision provided by both teams. Boca Roscoe maneuvering around too, just in case there was some support that was needed. Both these teams, very similar to the first game in that there weren't too many kills in the early. There was a lot of respect paid by both of them, in both of these teams not trying to make a mistake. I want to say a heavy presence down here from Avalon, 4 members. Toinks checking bushes, Tarzan lying in wait, Copla and Sleeps. Oh, actually, Victor puts. Oh, actually, Victor actually taking a heap of damage there, halfway down.
Yeah, and that's just the problem over there going up against the Uranus, is he can sustain himself. He can stay in a lot longer, but if you get the Bloodless Axe, then it can make up for it from having additional spell vamp on that Paquito. I mean, Victor's doing an okay job, though, right? He's trying to match the rotation from Dino, and so far it has been working out, but the later this game goes, can he maintain that pressure?
Oh, yeah, they put some damage onto Toinks. I mean, like I said, both teams are doing a great job when it comes to vision. They're not moving in places that they have not checked. They absolutely refuse to do it. You can see both XP laners. There might be a little bit of a race to see who can get here first. 3 members of Avalon trying to come in there, trying to put the damage on. 10% left. Demon finds the kill onto the turtle. Basic finds a kill onto Copla. This might be a bad way. Sleeps finds a kill, and on the backside, Victor able to take out Boca Roscoe on that Valier.
Wow, able to go the extra distance, taking another turtle in their hands for Avalon, and some kills alongside that, as you are seeing Dino taking some hits over there. The Uranus up against the Paquito may fall if he's not careful.
Yeah, and we're seeing kind of, I want to say, the lack of turnaround for Easy Peasy on this Bane. It's going to take some time. He's still kind of working. I didn't see what item he's actually working for. It might be that Hunter Strike or the tankier round. Right here, right now, I almost kind of would prefer a lot of the damage if he can try to get ahead and dish out enough damage. Ooh, Sleeps just narrowly misses a swing. Oh, and Easy Peasy finds a kill off screen onto Victor.
Yeah, on the 2v1 matchup with Dino assisting him to take him down. Even though Victor did pick up that Bloodless Axe we were looking for, it's not enough on the 2v1 engagement.
Ooh, great positioning by Sleeps and Copla, except Copla actually gets taken down, but he was able to protect his marksman. A tower trade for both teams here.
Yeah, Anti-Hail did just get picked up from Basic, planning to try and burst down the Uranus once we get to the late game, if they can make it there.
Oh, Boca Roscoe caught in a bad way. 3 members of Avalon gonna go ahead and finish the job on him.
Avalon still leading in kills, sitting at the 6-minute mark and leading by 2,000 gold. Dino on the 1v4 situation.
Oh, a nice little capture over the wall, but it's not going to be able to escape the damage from Basic. And a little bit of a turning the tables right now, 3-6 in favor of Avalon. Definitely have the advantage. And like I said, this is usually a big problem when it comes to some of these picks like Sleeps, like Easy Peasy on this Uranus, and especially for somebody like Uranus, who's going to start getting chopped down. Sleeps taking a heap of damage from Victor. Knockout punch comes out there. A beautiful flicker. Was that a flicker from Sleeps? Yeah, to dodge the knockout punch from Victor, and still dishes out the damage and takes the tower. This is going to go ahead and allow Avalon, though, to pick up that turtle.
It's like we said, bringing a knife to a gunfight. Victor being bursted down from the marksman of the Bloodhounds, and now taking that turtle for the XP boost, and now an engagement in the mid lane.
Yeah, big engagement here. Basic does find the tower, and out comes the deadly catch. Are we going to see some kills here? Basic on the backside, still delivering the damage. Dino comes in there. Woo! Here come the torn apart memories. Does not find a kill, but Demon able to find the kill onto Copla. 4-7, Avalon's lead.
Well, I will say one thing with this game is Basic is shining. He is 4-0-2 on this Brody. He had a little bit of a struggle in game 1, but that really wasn't on him. That was more on being out-rotated and ganked on his lane. But now it's a different story. Basic is a lot more comfortable running this Brody, giving him a little bit more breathing room with survivability, and he's definitely punishing Bloodhounds right now. It is a 2,400 gold lead, 3 turrets to 3 turrets on both sides. So the map is almost even, but they were able to take the tier 2 on the bottom side to have a little bit more of an extension across in favor for the Bloodhounds. Now, you are seeing some items be picked up. The Malefic Roar from Basic, also the Glowing Wand from Demon to deal some additional damage, but will that be able to take them the extra miles? Now we are going to see a siege on the tier 2 turret for the top side.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Bloodhounds are going to be able to stop that siege either. And the problem here right now is that Uranus, that Dino is stuck answering what Victor does instead of kind of cutting lanes. And this is allowing Victor, once he clears the lanes quickly, he's able to rotate around. And he's desperately looking for Boca Rosca to try to even out the tone, get the kill on the Boca Rosca before they get into these wild engagements.
And I always like to say the mid lane is the most important lane, especially when it comes to turrets and opening up the map. And Avalon's still holding on to all of their turrets, which will give them a little bit more comfortability invading the jungle for the Bloodhounds. As we are seeing right here now, even though Bloodhounds push the tier 2 on the bottom side, they can't extend as far as they would like to, since that mid turret is still standing strong. The Lord has spawned in. Avalon already wasting no time. Will pull the aggro. Does Bloodhounds take the bait? Will they go in and try and deny it?
Ooh, look at Victor trying to get the flank here on the opposite side here of the Bloodhounds. Starting up on this Lord, it's down to about half health. Victor coming in. He does see, sets his sights for Boca Rosca. He's definitely waiting for that to come out there. And there comes the wild charge. Pops up Coppola. Mystic Gush is out. Boca Rosca taken out by Victor. Dino in a bad way between 5 members of Avalon. They're going to have to try to find themselves a little bit of an escape, but that's going to be a Lord and a kill for Avalon. Oh, the fight's not over. Actually, we have a deadly catch coming out there. Easy peasy, trying to fend off Victor on the side, and a wall comes out while we have the Lord charging up at the top.
Is that Victor or is that Manny Pacquiao playing Mobile Legends right now? Because he is putting on some pressure, able to take down Boca Rosca, who's been struggling on what we would say is one of his comfort picks. The Valiers now sitting at 0, 4, and 2. Lord marching on the top side, and their tier 2 has been stripped down in Avalon's favor. Radiant armor being picked up from Twinks as well to kind of stop Boca Rosca from dealing that magic damage alongside Dino.
Yeah, Dino comes in there trying to fend off this assault, but that's not going to be able to protect this mid tower. Now we're looking at almost, actually it is, only high grounds left for the Bloodhounds. A very dominating presence here for Avalon as they have about a 7K gold lead. This is basically the opposite of what we saw from the last game, especially when it comes to the gold lead here. Victor comes in there trying to put the damage on, looking with that knockout punch, and the rest of Bloodhounds trying to burst down this Lord. Out comes the stun from Demon, and it is going to stop Bloodhounds in their tracks.
Blade armor was picked up from Tarzan, an answer for sleeps, especially with the speedy light wheels. Demon Hunter sword has been picked up from Basic, as we are seeing them trying to get some of these core items and work their way toward the late game. Now at the 11-minute mark, Avalon leading the way, stripping Bloodhounds down to 2 inhibitors, and the base has been opened.
Yeah, the base has been open. Tarzan doing a great job sitting in the front trying to tank out the damage while the rest of his team trying to chip away at these high ground towers. Sleeps, almost got caught up by Victor there, and that's going to be another high ground for Avalon. Only 1 left for Bloodhounds. They need to find an answer here within the next few minutes, or this could be a wash for them.
Yeah, it could be a wash and a possible game 3 if they're not careful. Torn apart memories from Basic from afar.
Yeah, and we were talking about it, that burst damage, not exactly a counter, but it's basically the best thing that you want to do against a Uranus, is to be able to kind of have that big damage so you don't put too many hits on him and let him get stacks. And like I said, we're at the back foot here right now. Big pop-up on the Tarzan, who's going to go ahead and dash away. The problem is that Uranus is not able to get his stacks from behind. There's nobody hitting him, and every single time he gets hit, it almost chunks a quarter of his health.
Right now, this is just looking like a ticking time bomb for Bloodhounds, trying to hold him off. Malefic Roar was picked up by Easy Peasy, but Demon, even though he's not stacked up in kills, 1-0-6, I'm looking at the assists, right? It's just the stuns that he can provide from the back has been a problem for the Bloodhounds, and then jumping in with the Mystic Gush to deal that additional damage that leads to a kill on their side. He did pick up that Holy Crystal as well, boosting that magic power, and now Avalon pulling the aggro to control the Lord Pit.
Yeah, and this has always been my problem with Bane when you're from behind here. He's got damage, but he does need to get a little closer. Every single time they get close, they get punished. Demon comes out with the stun, and then that Mystic Gush, not only slowing, but doing an incredible amount of damage to the Bloodhounds.
Yeah, and now with the Lord in Avalon's favor, another siege for a possible ending may be on the way.
Oh, and just as we were talking about that, Easy Peasy gets bursted down by Demon. Minoan Fury out pops up 4 members of Avalon.
Oh,
on the backside, Sleeps, trying to put on the damage. He wasn't able to find the kill just yet, and he gets stunned out and taken down. Tarzan on his last leg. Oh, Dino trying to find the kill. He is able to, but Victor pays him back tenfold. There is only Coppola and Boko Roscoe alone against 4 members of Avalon. A Luminous Lord coming up at top. Is it going to be enough for Avalon to seal the deal? On the backside, Victor coming in, looking for Boko Roscoe, gets pushed away and bursted down by Demon. This is possibly going to be game 2 going to Avalon. They're bursting down the core, half health, about 10% left, and that's going to be all she wrote. Avalon returning the favor to the Bloodhounds, 1 game apiece.
Clear the lane as Avalon took fight against Bloodhounds in game number 2 to even out the series. Now will be a game 3 anybody series. Now let's just talk about what's on the line right now and also what we just seen happen. So first of all, Bloodhounds needs this victory if they want a seat in Los Angeles, right? They have to win this and also go the additional mile and win their next match also. Avalon on the other side of the table, they're just maintaining focus and just holding on to their seat. They're pretty comfortable right now. They can't afford to lose this one, but it still is a little risky. With it being 1-1, we need to see Bloodhounds either go in a little bit deeper like they did in game number 1 if they want a chance to shut down Avalon, because that was more of a, what I would say, nearly almost a one-sided story toward the mid to late game. And we just got to look at what went wrong.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me is that Victor was allowed to roam. They didn't have that early game presence here. You could see here, Victor, 4-2. It doesn't really tell the story, but like a great amount of pressure put onto Boko Roscoe because he was allowed to roam around. That meant that the Basic was able to kind of start shining. He wasn't getting ganked as much and went 4-0-5. A ton of damage coming out from him.
You know, and we asked the question in game number 1, was the reason Avalon fell short possibly because they went up against the Uranus and Victor picked out the Paquito? But game number 2, they do the same thing, and this time Victor makes the difference. Not only keeps up in the lane, but finds the back line and gives Boko Roscoe a very hard time, and not just any hero, but something that he's comfortable on, as we are looking at what led to the victory of Avalon in game number 2, the siege for the base crystal and the shutdown. Avalon taking flight against the Bloodhounds.
Yeah, and for me, we went from a Martis. You can see here, Deadly Catch coming out, but this was already basically a wrapped up game, almost a 10K gold lead for Avalon during that game. But for me, I mean, easy peasy. You went from a high damage, an early game presence Martis to that Bane, which didn't really have it. I think he was 1-1-1 by the end of that. Not a huge effectiveness there. We can see here, Rich Guy going to basic, the carry going to Demon. Dino took a heap of damage there. He's going to be the sandbag. And the forgotten one, Tarzan, with 7 total assists. But like I said, my thing goes about kind of the change up for the junglers. While Boko Roscoe was taking these hits, while Sleep was trying to get farmed, we didn't have the presence that we did from the first game from Easy Peasy on the jungle. And that's going to have to be a factor in this next game.
And you know, kind of to expand on that topic, Easy Peasy, we've seen him profit on the Martis, but the difference in game number 2, especially with the draft, was they banned the Martis out within the first phase. And like you said, that is one of those things that makes a difference. And they didn't want to overlook that twice. So credits to Avalon from making Bloodhounds a little bit more uncomfortable. And now split down the middle. What is going to happen? Will we see Bloodhounds push through and have a chance still to fly out to Los Angeles, or will this be their final match?
Yeah, we're going to find out here, especially, I mean, I'm wondering what we ban out. We definitely, I think we're still banning out that Martis. Valir, as we saw, if you're not ahead, if you're not getting the kills, if you don't have that presence, Boca Roscoe is going to be a huge target. Victor really excelled that last game, getting those clears out, also rotating, finding the kills on the Boca Roscoe, then getting back to his lane to the point where he was starting to get ahead of Uranus. Uranus wasn't able to get those stacks off that he needed, and it was just a huge problem for them. And like we said, starting off immediately, Martis comes off the table.
And me and you can both agree we would do the same thing, especially after that performance. And Kaja, nothing out of the ordinary, taken down from Bloodhounds. I think this is the third time that we've seen them do this. It's not something that we wouldn't have really expected. Now, something that may possibly change, like you kind of harped on, is the Bane. Do they pick it up again? I mean, we didn't really see it profit that much in that last match to really be like, oh, Bane is the answer. Maybe going in for something a little bit stronger that could work in their favor, especially toward the early game, could be what Bloodhounds needs. I mean, the game that they won, it was like, what, a 14-minute game? So that pretty much means they won the early game and then took flight right after that first Lord, and then the enhanced Lord to close it out in an early finish. That means in order for them to beat Avalon, they have to win the early game. Don't play for the late, play for the early. If they don't, it could be checkmate, and Avalon could gatekeep them from moving on to Los Angeles.
Well, that's the kind of the problem there is, like I said, in the early game, you had Boca Roscoe, usually, who I want to say is usually kind of the beacon for the team, even in their losses, usually doesn't take that many deaths. Once you had Victor, his sole job was to try to go ahead, find out Boca Roscoe, try to get those kills on him to shut him down. And that was one of the biggest, I want to say, pieces to this puzzle that allowed Avalon to kind of succeed, because then you were still getting the pushes, you were still getting that CC from Valier, but you weren't getting that immense amount of damage from him. And that's going to be something that needs to come into Bloodhound's mind. Do you keep rolling with the Valier? Do you go with another pick that maybe Boca Roscoe might be able to put more damage on, but then you're kind of falling off with the CC?
Yeah, and right now Uranus is still walking on the table. It will not be banned out, as Bloodhounds is going to go in for that X-Borg, which means there is a chance that we will see the Uranus slotted in again for the first pick, but this time the difference is it is going to go to Victor, and we've seen what he's capable of in that XP lane. First of all, he was running the Paquito up against the Uranus, and he was profiting. Now to put the Uranus in his hand could be a problem, but no, they're going to go in for something entirely different. They're going to lock in that Fredrin, which means, hey, we're not worried about the Uranus. We beat him before. We can beat him again.
Yeah, here's the thing is I think we're kind of going towards the same comp. I think this is what they want to run to kind of bait out that Valier pick from them, possibly bait out that carry. And then once you have Victor, who kind of shines out with trying to take out some of those squishier marksmen and mages, it's gonna be interesting. Like I said, I want to see how Bloodhounds adjust here. I'm assuming they're gonna take the Uranus again away from Victor, because you definitely don't want him to have it if you're not prepared for it. Oh, okay. We're gonna go for the an Akai pickup on the side of the Bloodhounds.
My thought process on it is possibly just trying to keep the Fredrin at bay. Oh, they're gonna go for the okay, this is a little I would say risky, especially this early in the draft. I mean, yes, you have CC, but again, this screams a carry. This screams a marksman that could just soak through the beefier composition, and it screams a Valier on top of that. And this time, it's not going to be Bloodhounds that gets a Valier. It's not going to be Boca Roscoe. It will be Demon.
Yeah, this is interesting too, because you're essentially taking one of Boca Roscoe's comfort picks, and we were just discussing it before. You better be able to play that to the upteenth degree, because you know Boca Roscoe knows how to counter it. But on the other side too, we've also given Victor the Uranus. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out, because I want to say, while in the lane, Terizla does a good job against Uranus. If Victor can get ahead just narrowly, start cutting lanes, he's going to be able to rotate around this Terizla very quickly and join these team fights, which he was having such a great success with doing last game. He would rotate, cut the lanes, then rotate to the team and start zoning out the squishies.
Yeah, and right now, speaking of squishies, it's a beefy composition for the Bloodhounds, right? Two heavy frontline heroes, the Terizla, and also the Akai. And the question is that even going to be a jungle Akai? Is that going to be Akai in the roam position? It's still up for grabs for the Bloodhounds, and I wonder which way it will go. But another thing that I'm keeping my eyes on is the marksman. Now, carry could work to burst them down, but it will lack survivability. You could pair up the flicker to do it, but I'm not really sure that's the wisest answer. Maybe even the Brody could work in this type of composition, especially when you're going up against an Akai who's heavily going to focus on diving into your lane. You need something that can survive, and I think that's one of the biggest things. Sleeps already has one of the highest survivability marksmans picking up that Claude, so I would have to say I would possibly go in for the Brody.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting too, and I'm wondering what we go for the mage, because if on the Bloodhounds, if we're going to need something to chunk this down, and the only real options are that Sleeps gets super fed on this Claude, potentially maybe a Linux on the side for Bloodhounds, because that does that percentage health damage. But there's going to need to be an answer. There's a lot of early game offense here from Avalon. And I do like Akai into the Fredgman, if only just because when it comes to a lot of these objectives, Akai activate that heavy spin, pin Fredgman against the wall when he's going to want to kind of come in with the Retry or the Appraiser's Wrath, and which will allow Bloodhounds to possibly be able to kind of secure some of those objectives. But I want to say a lot of the early objectives I've seen from Avalon and Bloodhounds, there hasn't been much contention between them. It's because either Bloodhounds or Avalon decided to go to the other lane or try to make something happen on the opposite side of the map. So we're going to see how well that kind of plays in as we're rounding out the final bans for this game.
Yeah, rounding them out, and like you said, trying to focus in on to Bocarasco. They took out the Gore, they took out the Eve, limiting the mage hero picks. But wait a second, haven't seen this in a while, but definitely known for a master of the craft with Sicilian into the hands of Bocarasco. If anybody's mastered this hero, it's definitely him. He's held a Supreme title with it, but this is pure late game private. We're looking at a Claude and we're looking at a Sicilian on the same team. They're going to have to go in for something to kind of bridge that way in the early game. I don't know if the Akai can really do it. Maybe it will be the Terizla, but again, that's playing toward the late. And one of the things we kind of stated for Bloodhounds to be able to win against a team like Avalon is to win in the early.
Man, I have to say, I love Bocarasco on the Sicilian. However, Sicilian is a very, very late game hero. You need an immense amount of stacks and patience to be able to have him coming out. Toward the late game, maybe you can turn it around when you're clearing lanes because the enemy's pushed so far in your base, but it's a very huge risk for them, and hopefully this pays off, because on the other side too, you've got Sleeps. Claude isn't exactly an early game damage either, and that's what we're lacking here from Bloodhounds. You can set up for the late game all day if you want, but if you never make it to it, you're never going to be able to take off.
Yeah, well, I guess their keys to victory right now is just play for the late. I mean, that's really all they can kind of do with this composition. The early game is there for Avalon, right? They have the Fredrin, they have the Grok, they even have the Beatrix, not to mention Demon on this Valir to deny the frontline presence from this Terizla and also the Sakai. Now, the last pick has been slotted up for the Bloodhounds, and they are going to go in for the Lolita, maybe trying to throw that shield down to negate some of the damage on the way, which is going to confirm that Akai is going to be the jungler. 3 frontline heroes and then 2 late game backlines.
Yeah, and that's the problem here. What do we do until that late game for damage? Because we're really kind of hoping, I mean, Terizla is super tanky, can kind of hold people together. I mean, we're really going to need some synergy from the Bloodhounds to be able to kind of find these early game ganks if they're going to be able to try to withstand them. But ladies and gentlemen, this is a full best of 3 series here. Last game here. A win for Avalon here means that Bloodhounds are entirely knocked out of the NACT fall season. A win for the Bloodhounds need a win here to keep their hopes alive.
That's right, and to claim a ticket into Los Angeles. Avalon, the gatekeepers, can they deny them entry, or will Bloodhounds push forward for another chance at the top 4?
Yeah, and it's going to be amazing. I'm really looking into this early game. I definitely want to see how well the Bloodhounds can kind of, I want to say, fend off Avalon here. You can already see Uranus, Victor doing Victor things up there on that Uranus while cutting the lane. So we're going to see how this kind of shapes up here, looking at the items, or the emblems.
4 tenacities on the board, or actually 1 tenacity on the board, 4 tank emblems on the board from both sides. Now, we're going to be watching Bocarasco on the Sicilian, right? He's going to have to play a slow game fight from afar and get those stacks to really make the difference for his team. Whereas Avalon, if I'm on their side, I'm trying to end this early. We know late game will be a problem, but early to mid game should pretty much work in their favor.
Yeah, my thing too is Lolita pick here. What is that bulwark actually blocking besides possibly basic? I'm not sure that it actually stops Demon. I know he can push Lolita. I'm not sure if it stops those pools from coming out too. Oh man, look at the damage. Bokarasca already down. Look at it, and stunned up. 1/3 of his health left.
Oh, and now the 1v1 matchup on the bottom side.
Yeah, Sleeps and Basic kind of going at it. Sleeps looks like he lost that little game of Russian roulette between him and Basic. It's gonna go up at the top. Victor onto Easy Peasy, might be taken out here. Down goes Easy Peasy. That's gonna be a first blood for Avalon.
Yeah, we'll be able to draw that first kill to give him the slightest advantage. You know, I'm looking at Bokarasca and I'm looking at Demon. Demon is an aggressive mage, and Bokarasca can be aggressive, but he's going to be playing very passive. I'm not really sure if that'll work out in his favor, especially against a hero like the Valir on a player like Demon. He is going to have to be very careful on his placement, as you are seeing Victor already showing mastery on this Uranus. Is going to go ahead and sidestep the Sanguine Claws.
Yeah, and this is going to go ahead and leave it open for Avalon. And Victor's, this is the problem with him on the Uranus. He's already showing, oh, Bokarasca in trouble. Half health. In comes Toinks. Is he going to be popped up? Is it going to be enough to take him down? Look at Demon fending off the rest of Bloodhounds, allowing Toinks the escape. Easy Peasy was able to scoop that up.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be denied. That would have been a huge play for Avalon right there, but they were able to take the turtle. You are looking at the Molten Essence, not only from the Fredrin, but also picked up from that Akai. But the gold lane, 2,000 gold over there for Basic, compared to 2,000 on the side of Bloodhounds as well. So they're pretty much even, a stalemate on the bottom side, as Sleeps does pick up that Demon Hunter sword to be able to kind of burst down the beefier composition, such as Victor on this Uranus alongside Toinks, who is running that Grok. But here it goes, Private, a repeat of last week. Victor showcasing just what the Uranus can provide.
Yeah, and this means we need to make something happen. You can't just allow him to farm up, because as you reach the mid game, once Victor is ready and eaten all the minions he wants, he's going to be a problem for your front line and your back line. Basic actually might not realize that there's other people here. In comes Sleeps with the Blazing Duet. Does get blown back from Demon. A lot of damage coming out. Kopla in a bad way. Gonna use that flicker. He does catch a Numenon Blast on to Toinks. Is that gonna be enough? Ooh, Demon actually almost gets caught. They're so low. Sleeps comes in, and Tarzan with the bait finds a kill. Basic onto Sleeps. Kopla trying to disengage. A sniper shot is out. Waiting for the bulwark to wear off. Is not going to be able to find the target.
He was a little bit more patient. He could have got that kill, but now Kopla will be able to recall back to safety. But no matter, Basic still got what he came for, right? Able to pretty much clear out the gold on that entire turret, and now will definitely be scaling even better against Sleeps. And Bloodhounds has a late game composition. This is not looking good so far. If they're denied in the early game, it's going to take longer for them to scale to their power spikes.
Yeah, and I'm sitting here thinking while I watch this that, like, hopefully at the XP lane, maybe Bloodhounds is being successful up there. But look at Victor, all the way back to the high ground tower of Bloodhounds, soaking up as much gold as he can.
Yeah, and as much as I want to say this is a surprise, I mean, we kind of predicted this to really be the outcome. Avalon leading the way, at least for the early game.
Oh man, they tried to find a pick onto Demon, but a great little, I want to say wild charge from Toinks to upset the gank, and then the heavy spin missed onto him. We're still trying to put on the damage. Bokarasca going to fend off Tarzan to secure an escape for Easy Peasy.
Yeah, Bokarasca having to play very passive, awaiting for that power spike, trying to get those stacks on the bottom side, those Sleeps. needing some assistance, already having a hard time in the gold lane, found his first death within the first 5 minutes, and Avalon already putting some pressure down there. I mean, Demon just having a huge impact rotating around to the side lanes, whereas Boca Roscoe pretty much has to stay in the mid lane. But that creates a problem, right? Since Boca stays mid, they can deny the late game potential from the Cloud on the bottom side.
Yeah, and already Easy Peasy starting to get refused his farm, starting to sit at about a level behind. Oh, a big heavy spin might actually catch Victor. He's going to activate that consecration. Coppola getting caught up between 3 members of Avalon. They find a kill onto Victor, but they're going to lose Coppola here at the bottom. Boca Roscoe coming in for some support, is going to be able to protect the tower as they take out the minions, but I mean, you found a kill onto Coppola. Meanwhile, Bloodhounds able to find a kill onto Victor.
Now look at Basic rotating to the mid lane, may be able to take it. Nobody's there for the denial. That is a huge play to open up the map in Avalon's favor.
Yeah, Boca Roscoe gonna have to activate that Bat's Feast to get away from Tarzan. On the other side, Sleeps a little bit of a taunt there, but Toinks in a good position. In comes Basic. Is Sleeps gonna activate that BMI? Oh, he gets bursted narrowly, and on the back side, you could catch caught up by Tarzan. A beautiful pincer move from the side of Avalon.
Which was once a great plan is now turning into a recipe for disaster for the Bloodhounds so far. Sleep's taking his second death on the late game marksman Claude, and Boca Roscoe losing his first turret in the mid lane, meaning he has to push even further back into their jungle, which will delay his stacks, and now the pressure on to Easy Peasy and the Turtle.
Oh man, and look at the offense here. Victor and Demon doing such a great job. Look at how much damage Easy Peasy. He's gonna have to use that heavy spin to get away. On the other side, Basic in trouble, gets taken out by Sleeps. Toinks trying to find himself an escape, and they're not gonna be able to take him down, fortunately for Avalon.
You know, and with Basic falling, that will be his first death, and a potential glimmer of hope for Bloodhounds. Avalon getting comfortable, having the advantage, which could lead to some mistakes down the line if they're not careful. I mean, they're only up by 2 kills. The later this game goes, the more mistakes they make, the better it'll profit for the Bloodhounds, since they do have the Claude and also the Sicilian.
Oh man, and look at that, the heavy CC from Demon, and then the kind of pick off there from Victor. Such a great job. Easy Peasy coming in, trying to put the damage onto Tarzan, but man, you're not going to be able to do much to him. Coppola and Sleeps on the other side. Wild charge from Toinks. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath, puts Sleeps to sleep. And on the other side, Tarzan trying to chase down Boca Roscoe. Toinks on the other side trying to put some damage. Basic with an ultimate from the front, and that's going to clean the clock for Boca Roscoe and Coppola.
Yeah, able to burst them both down, and just not looking good for the Bloodhound so far. 8-2. Victor left alone, trying to deal some damage as well onto Easy Peasy and Dino, showcasing just what the Uranus can provide even when he's outnumbered.
Yeah, you see Tarzan coming in here, trying to put the focus onto Dino, who's sitting in a bed underneath his tower. Nowhere is safe from Avalon right now. Penalty zone with followed up by a flicker. Boca Roscoe finds a kill onto Tarzan. Victor finds one onto
wait
Dino.
a minute.
Blazing duet onto the back line. This might be the opportunity that they've been looking for. They decide against chasing. Smart move by the Bloodhounds, but that's starting to see Sicilian starting to come online.
Now, hey, we're 9 minutes in, almost to the mid-game. We got, oh my goodness, Boca Roscoe! Sanguine Claws almost catches Basic and sends him up here to the caster's desk. Almost at that 10-minute mark, though. A ticking time bomb, right? Avalon is fighting against time. They need to close this out within the next 5 minutes, or this is where Bloodhounds will start to shine. I mean, you're already seeing the damage starting to pick up from Boca Roscoe, and just what he did to Basic alone. As we are getting to the mid-game, definitely something they are going to have to watch out for, but Avalon definitely has some things working in their favor. Bloodhounds are stripped down to their inhibitor turrets, not even 10 minutes in, right? We haven't even reached Enhanced Lord yet, and the base is almost to a point where it could be cracked open. Even with just this non-Enhanced Lord, it's a possibility for Avalon to pull this off.
Yeah, Victor doing a great job zoning out the rest of the Bloodhounds while Avalon gonna go ahead and pick up this Lord. Victor, caught between two members, is gonna go ahead, dive over the ledge to find himself. Oh, big conceal play coming in. Rest of Avalon.
Whoa!
Look at that wild charge. Catches three members of the Bloodhounds. They're able to make their escape. Toix getting shut down. Basic finds a kill on to Dino. Toix gonna get taken out by Boca Roscoe. Coppola gonna use that dash to get himself out of harm's way. Basic chucking down this next tower. Look at the health bars on the Bloodhound. They're gonna have to retreat. Boca Roscoe gets put down by Basic, and Sleeps is next on the chopping block. This might be all she wrote, and Praiser's Wrath finishes off the roam for the Bloodhounds. This might be a wrap. Dino coming in, waves and a minion at Avalon's heels. They come in, penalty zone with the flicker, comes out, pushed away by the mage for Avalon. Basic finds a kill onto Easy Peasy. That's gonna be all she wrote, and this is going to see Bloodhound sent home a win for Avalon.
Avalon taking flight even higher in the sky, up to outer space, shutting down Bloodhounds 2-1 in the losers quarterfinals, and maintaining their spot in the top 3 position and gatekeeping Bloodhounds from moving forward to Los Angeles. A lot to break down from what we've seen right there, Private. First of all, the late game composition that Bloodhounds was going for, a little too risky for what me and you would have liked, especially with a pick like the Sicilian. Like you said, requires those stacks and time to rev up, and a team like Avalon realizes that's a vulnerability that they can exploit, and that's exactly what they did. Forcing Boca Roscoe to stay in the mid lane, rotating down to Sleep, shutting down the Claude, who's another late game hero, and profiting for that, almost not even a 12-minute finish.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is not only did you have kind of a rough early game, but you had Victor on the Uranus as well, collecting gold up here. You can take a look at some of these stats. 2-0-10 for Demon. He was playing the heck out of this Valier, hoisting up the early game alongside Victor, and then Toinks babysitting Basic on that bottom lane until he was ready to take off with an excessive 8-1-4.
Yeah, just a great game from Avalon to close out that series, and honestly some great series overall today, but this one was full of what I would say the most excitement and the most potential. Yes, Bloodhounds will not be moving forward into the top 4, but they had an amazing journey on their first ever position in the top 8. Now looking at a little bit of those engagements from the final match, which led to Avalon's victory in this series. The push onto Boca Roscoe, who was trying to rev up with those stacks. Him and Coppola both getting sandwiched in between 4 members of Avalon, while Victor was on the top side, opening up the map even more in their favor.
Yeah, and they were coming from all different angles for a lot of these kills, which was an absolute great synergy from Avalon. We can take here Rich Guy and the carry going to Basic, absolutely shining as we moved into that late game. Like I said, they could put a lot of pressure onto that gold lane because they want to see Basic take off. As we were discussing before during the roundtable, that's a big part of the success of a lot of these teams, is that jungler, and as we move into the mid and late game, that marksman.
I mean, just looking at the Turtle Lord turret stats, 0, 0, and 1. Only 1 turret for Bloodhounds right there. Avalon just shining across the board with objectives. But honestly, this is not something that we would say was surprising with these compositions. I mean, Bloodhounds opened up the door for them to pretty much take the advantage in the early game. As you see right here, 13 minutes in, getting to that mid game, Bloodhounds did have that 10 kill lead, and was also having a chance on possibly taking this series with an advantage. Boca Roscoe taking down Basic, Sleep's getting a double, finding Tarzan. Victor by himself bursted down from Easy Peasy, and then into game 2, we've seen it kind of flip around, right? Avalon taking the advantage at that 13-minute mark. Big Minoan Fury for that knockup, but overall led to the victory with Avalon tying up this series.
Yeah, and then I want to say these last two games may be kind of expending either some decision-making cues from Bloodhounds, where we had that Bane pick up there, or possibly maybe a hero pool problem. When some of these heroes get banned out, I mean, the Sicilian, we all kind of like looked at. I know Boca Roscoe is known for it. He loves Sicilian, but was that the answer that we needed for this game? And especially, I mean, we saw it. He started coming in clutch toward, I want to say, the 10-11 minute mark, but by then it was already too late, and Avalon had built such an insurmountable lead that there just wasn't much that the Bloodhounds could do.
Right, and Avalon, I mean, they're a team with a high IQ and knows how to close out a game early, especially when you have the late game composition, and just a little too risky in my opinion. But nonetheless, just looking at the journey from Bloodhounds, right, it's been such a pleasure to be able to cast their games and just see how much they've grown through the NACTs and also in the North American scene. I'm sure this is not going to be the last time that we ever see them. Hopefully we still get to see them out in Los Angeles to support all of these teams fighting it out and also to help grow the North American scene. But good job overall. Avalon still holding on to that top 3 position, though, the gatekeepers to close out the final series today. It did end up going to a game 3, though, and hey, you know what? Somebody else profited off of this one as well. We're now tied in the predictions, Private.
Yeah, I went wild. I wanted to see a little bit of an upset. Unfortunately, I mean, like you said, the Bloodhounds last season didn't even make it to like the top 16. I think they got eliminated in some of their first and early matches. What a growth spurt by them to kind of come here, not only just make it to the top 8 of North America, but also have a mildly successful run this season. And I guarantee you, while this may be the last time we see them for the season competing, it's probably definitely not going to be the last time we see them in North American competition. This is only just the beginning for a team like that.
That's one of the things I love about Bloodhounds is they're a team that even when things don't work in their favor or they take a loss, and honestly, I wouldn't really say this was a hard loss. Like, it's still a hard loss for them because they didn't get top 4, but it's an overall major victory in their team progression by making it to top 8. And they're not a team that loses and disbands. They lose, they get stronger, and they come back and compete again. And that's what me and you are definitely both hoping to see as we are jumping into the Stage 3 bracket, to not just look at the path for all these Bloodhounds, but also the path for all these teams in their entirety as we look at what we're currently going to be looking forward to tomorrow. You know, the losers finals, right? BTK, they are going to be going up against, it looks like either Area 77 or Avalon, depending on who wins that series. And I can't wait to see which way that goes. Private, you'll have the pleasure of being over there, so I'll definitely be tuning in and watching that. But if you thought today was exciting, we're just getting started.
Yeah, some incredible matches on the way as well. Like we said, Avalon, we saw Avalon versus Area 77 might not be as one-sided as everybody had thought, as we saw that last game from the Knights of Fate. Area 77 coming up with a reverse sweep there that surprised, I think every single caster basically had Knights of Fate except for Yui, of course. Yui got one correctly as well. I don't know if that's 3 for him, but yeah, I mean, a big surprise for everybody there that Area 77 moving on. They might have another surprise in store for Avalon as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I would say with this NACT fall season, it's been full of surprises, even more than the last NACT that me and you had a pleasure of casting. And just talking about overall growth from the teams in North America, from the top 8 last NACT to this NACT, it's been a huge gap. I think the biggest problem we ran into with the last NACT was there was just such a difference from the top 2 teams to the remaining 8. And now I feel like we're kind of finding that spot being between that 5th and 4th position being the gap, which is looking a lot more promising, right? You mentioned Bloodhounds, they're climbing up there, even though they weren't able to close that series. Their level of synergy is starting to get up there to where they could give some of these top teams a problem. I mean, that was the number 3 team they were going up against with international experience, right? Basic and Victor, who we've seen leading the way for the top teams in North America, pretty much struggling a little bit and taking it all the way to a best of 3.
Yeah, folks, without further ado, though, we're going to bring it back to our lovely host who has our MVP.
Yes, Avalon is showing why they are in the top 4. The flame-throwing team player, Demon, takes the MVP. What are your thoughts on our MVP?
Oh, definitely in that last game had a huge impact on that Valier, and it was almost kind of curious to me that why Boca Rosco didn't pick up that Valier earlier, because that was going to be the immediate counter, and it shows here 10 assists there. Demon, we were talking about it before, me and Wheezy, that Demon probably one of the runner-ups for top mages in North America.
Yeah, I mean, he's just one of those mages who has such a strong frontline presence in that mid lane. Very few really go toe-to-toe with him. I mean, obviously you have Hoon and Yato out there. I mean, even some others, but I will say I would even throw Zero in there for a great discussion. But again, Demon, well-deserved MVP, and it definitely was credit to the last game, right? Running that Valier, and it kind of worked in his favor. I mean, because Boca Rosco was pretty much stagnant in the mid lane, so he was able to rotate around and help take down Sleeps on the gold side, which overall led to that MVP in that amazing best-of-3 series.
Yes, they did an amazing job. Congrats to Avalon for keeping their seat in third. Casters, do you have any last words for our fans?
For me personally, I mean, it's been a great night of some exciting matches here, and getting us warmed up for tomorrow and for Los Angeles. I'm just happy to be here and experiencing it with you guys and with the viewers.
Yeah, and I'm right there with Private. Guys, this is my last online casting. I will see you guys inside of Los Angeles, so definitely stop by and say hello. Xena, Private, it's been a pleasure casting alongside you guys as well. And Private, I look forward to tomorrow as you guys close out Stage 3 and we move on to the playoffs.
Yes, it has been a pleasure casting alongside you guys as well, hosting alongside you guys. But this will also be my last time online for this event. I enjoyed my time here at the NACT this year and had an amazing for you all. I will be at the event cosplaying, so make sure you come by and say hi to me. Thank you all again for joining us today. And be sure to tune in tomorrow to see which teams will make it to the offline event in Los Angeles. Bye, everyone. We'll see you later.